It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2022 fall season of NACE Star League. We are here for Smash Collegiate Cruise, as we are every Thursday. The best teams here across the country are ready to duke it out as we make it through the end of this regular season. And I am Dak, alongside my man, as usual, Mees, as we are getting into some awesome matches here tonight. Mees, how you feeling tonight, man?
I am feeling great. We have a bunch of fantastic teams here today. I believe 3 5-0 teams and a 4-1 team. So some of the best are going to be duking it out today. But before we tell you who those teams are, let's take a quick look at the season format. This is now week 7 of the tournament. So the regular season is winding down, and following the regular season, we will have the conference play-ins, and followed up by that will be the conference championships. And then the last chance qualifier, the playoffs, and then to close all of this off, we will have the grand finals, where the best of the best of the best will finally be crowned. And again, Dak, of the 4 teams we have today, if we see one of these teams in that grand finals, I will not be shocked. Again, we have 3 5-0 teams and 1 4-1 team. The first match of the day is going to be Manchester University and Shawnee State University. I am so much looking forward to this. You can see the records there on the screen. 5-0 and 5-0 in that match 1, Manchester versus Shawnee. This is going to be incredible, Dak.
Yeah, can't wait to see these 2 teams, really all 4 of these teams battle it out tonight. As you said, 3 teams that are 5-0, and we've seen 2 of these teams on broadcast before, actually, so it's nice to see a little bit of some repeat action from these squads. Manchester University is the first time on the broadcast for them, but we do have Shawnee State University jumping back in after we saw them all the way back in week 2. And They are, of course, another one of those 5-0 squads. And speaking of which, all these teams are battling it out for that awesome scholarship prize. You got 2K for first, 1K for second, and then 500 for third. So there's a lot on the line. Aside from pride, aside from bragging rights, aside from being the best team in the country, you're also getting a little bit of scholarship prize money, which is not too bad. It's a little bit icing on the cake.
And again, you're a student, I'm a student. We all know what it's like to get that scholarship, or we'd all love to get that scholarship money. We know how expensive school can be. And before we get started, I have to give a big shout out to Extra Life. Change kids' health to change the future, and join our super team page today. You can click the banner for more information on that. And we have tons of great sponsors. I'm going to quickly shout them out for you. We have Monster. We have ROTC, who's been a really great help. BetterHelp as well. So again, all of these sponsors. Oh, and Dunkin' Donuts. This tournament does run on Dunkin'. Cannot forget that. So many great sponsors, and none of this would be possible without them. But to the match, that number 1 match of the day, Manchester and Shawnee. Man, this is going to be incredible. Both of these teams can't be 5-0 at the end of this. Let's quickly go over the format of the crew battle. Teams of 4 are going to compete in a crew battle. Stocks carry over between each match. So how you finish a match is just as important as winning the match, and they will be best of 3s. So first to 2 will win. And again, I can't stress enough, 2 5-0 teams this deep into the season is incredible. We might get one of the few game 3s we're going to get all season, Doug.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually missed out on those that 1 week I was out, and I would love to see more of that. I would not be surprised, you're right, if both of these series actually go the distance and go to a set 3. I'd be absolutely excited to see that. We are in week 7, which means there's not a lot of time for these teams to really establish themselves. And let's go through the roster for our first matchup of the day here. We have Manchester University. They're putting up Augment, Pars, Fleetwood, and Ash Nojoy. And then Shawnee State University, if you watch that matchup that they had against Minnesota State back in week 2, you should recognize this roster because it is Waywardness, Atlas, Breadloaf, and Space Miner once again fielded by Shawnee State University.
And yeah, these 2 rosters of characters are also really diverse. We saw, like you said, we saw Shawnee in week 2. Waywardness had an incredible Zelda, Atlas with the Pac-Man, Breadloaf with the Roy, and Space Miner had incredible Toon Link. We believe that Augment is going to be playing Terry. Pars is probably going to be playing Kazuya. You have Fleetwood with Steve, and Ash Nojoy with Villager, most likely. So this is 2 very diverse rosters of characters here, but just based on that alone, we haven't seen Manchester on the broadcast, but obviously they're 5-0, so they're obviously very, very good. But Terry, Kazuya, Steve, and Villager potentially as their team, just on paper, sounds incredible. Villager, a little bit of a weak link there, but Villager is still a character that can get on your nerves, who can annoy you, who can force you into making, you know, rash decisions and making mistakes. We all know what Steve and Kazuya can do. I don't think I need to talk about that too much. And Terry, just a very solid, good all-around FGC character. Again, on the other hand, we have Zelda, Pac-Man, Roy, and Toon Link. A bit more diverse, but a bit more of a defensive roster, I would say there. Zelda, Toon Link, Pac-Man, all very good defensive characters. They want to kind of keep you at arm's length, kind of keep you away. Roy, entirely the opposite. Roy's a just go kind of character. So it's going to be interesting to see how this, I guess, how different the play styles are going to be between these two teams.
Yeah, and I think we kind of based our predictions on the character lineups that we're anticipating here. And both of us have Manchester slotted in as our predictions, and that's, I think, very much based on, we haven't necessarily seen Manchester, we have seen Shawnee, but when you're looking at the lineup of, you know, Terry, Kazuya, Steve, and Villager, which is, I would say, a mostly meta lineup there, versus Shawnee State, which is very much kind of like a Wi-Fi warrior kind of lineup, like Zelda, Pac-Man, Roy, Toon Link. These are characters you face in Elite Smash, not necessarily in in-person events as often as you might see a Kazuya or Steve these days, or even Terry. And sure, Villager might be the weak link there, but Villager, I mean, we've seen, not only have we seen Villager be very strong in these matchups in the previous weeks, but Villager is also a character that isn't like doesn't have like a super hard matchup spread, right, where they get hard counterpicked by any characters, and they can really slow the pace of the game down. So it's not a bad character to have. You might not see a Villager anchor, most likely, but definitely a character you can throw in pretty safely against a lot of other matchups. So I'm interested to see how it works in there. But yeah, I mean, based on what we know from these rosters, based on what we're anticipating, I have to give it to Manchester. When you see a Steve and a Kazuya and a Terry, I'm like, all right, this could be not only you know, a strong win for Manchester, but potentially a quick one. And it might end up coming down to how well these players are going to be piloting those characters, not necessarily the matchup. So I'm excited because this is, I mean, I hate to say it, but like, I'm actually excited to see some Steve and Kazuya. I'm like, all right, how's this going to go? Like, I don't know if I ever thought I'd say that, but I know I missed Steve last time. And I'm finally getting it this week, so we'll see how it goes.
And honestly, I'm in the exact same boat, Dak. Again, just based solely on character roster. It's hard to go against a team that has arguably the 1 and 2 best characters in the entire game, and then Terry, another character in that, you know, top 25 range, and Villager, just a solid all-around character. But I want to go back to a point you made earlier. Definitely more of a meta a lineup as we actually get the first game going here. This is going to be Atlas, the Pac-Man, versus Ash No-Joy, the Villager. But yeah, definitely a battle of meta versus Wi-Fi meta. And we're going to see how this goes as we see both of them just trying to space each other out. I fully expect this match to take a while, to put it nicely. Both of these are characters who don't really want to approach you at all, as we are seeing right here. They want to keep you at bay. Even though Pac-Man can afford to be a little bit more aggressive in this matchup, I fully expect the match to go basically just like we're seeing right now.
Yeah, Pac-Man can certainly get aggressive, but a lot of the time you don't really need to. Like, you can just hide behind the hydrant, pull items, and then go in when you find an opportunity. I think one thing Pac-Man does have an edge is that Pac-Man can get those strings at mid-percents we're seeing right here, whereas Villager kind of has the same game plan throughout the entire stock, right? Like, doesn't really have solid strings that you can punish off of. But I also think, like, the little bit of edge that Pac-Man has too is, of course, the items themselves. Pac-Man, like, really doesn't have a diverse item selection to work with. Pac-Man, that's like his old gimmick. So having that little bit of extra variety is something that Pac-Man's going to be able to completely capitalize on. As you're seeing, we're going to get that first stock taken here by Atlas.
And that fire hydrant from Atlas was the MVP of that first stock. It basically shuts down almost everything Villager wants to toss out. The short hop forward airs don't work, the short hop back airs don't work, the Lloyd rocket doesn't work, and on top of that, the fruits that Pac-Man has, the bonus fruits with that neutral B, they also block out a lot of the stuff that Villager wants to toss out. So yeah, if I'm Atlas, I'm content to just run away, stay behind my hydrant, and force Ash No Joy to figure out how to deal with it.
Oh wow.
Oh my goodness.
I did not think that was an interaction that would happen in the game, but there you go. And there's one thing that happens in Ultimate, that there are like millions and millions of interactions you never expect, and that's certainly one of them. As Atlas now trying to create some space as they're getting into kill percent on this first stock, and has to be careful getting hit by their own hydrant. But that bell is such a good response to the Villager side B, because they're already in the air and they can't necessarily like dash out of the Bill's way. So you can see Ash is getting hit kind of often by this, and smart by Atlas avoiding these bowling balls, but now has to take their time to get back to the ledge, and does so just enough with the grab almost enough, still surviving. Pac-Man is heavy, but finally the bowling ball is going to hit a strike there, and Atlas will go down.
Valiant effort right there for Atlas to recover, but you know what? You only have so many resources you can use, and unfortunately for them, Ash No Joy figured it out, but man, that was a really cool interaction right there from Atlas. Ash putting on a little bit of a string. Uh-oh. Ooh,
Bad
okay,
situation.
again. Yep, bad, terrible situation for Atlas. Can they pull off another miraculous recovery here? Ash going for that hard read with the forward smash, but couldn't quite get it. And another recovery opportunity. Oh my god, Ash is just keeping Atlas on the ledge and manages to take that stock with a forward smash. And that, not gonna lie, at the beginning, I was gonna give this to Atlas just based on how that first stock went, but Ash making this comeback.
Yeah, a really solid adaptation there by Atlas, or I'm sorry, by Ash. Once they got that first stock in the Pac-Man, like, wait a second, bowling ball is doing really well, and it just so happened that they got a really good interaction in neutral to get Atlas off stage early on that second stock, so they just kept spamming forward smash there, and it worked out. I mean, that's going to be just, or the bowling ball, that's going to be absolutely crazy there for Ash to, you know, keep this lead, but Atlas, once again, as long as Atlas can avoid being on the ledge, I think it's still doable here.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's going to be the key for Ash to win. On stage, this is basically all Pac-Man all day. But Ash has to take advantage of Atlas when they are off stage. Even though Pac-Man has a lot of recovery options, I really feel like Villager has the tools to deal with it, like we saw in those first two stocks that they managed to take, and that is actually stock number 3 right on cue. You know what? I said Pac-Man wins on stage, and I think Ash may have heard me because that was a really cool way to finish that off, like I said before. In that first stock, I really was kind of going to give the edge to Atlas there, but yeah, just great adaptation there from Ash to win that. With 2 stocks left.
Yeah, that's the big key there, because you could see Ash, I think it was at like 140 or something like that in the last stock, so getting a big refresher there going into this next matchup is going to be key. That's a really solid start, because we were kind of, you know, downplaying the Villager on this lineup, right? So now that we have Atlas out of the way for Shawnee, they have a Zelda, Roy, and Toon Link to deal with. Meanwhile, Manchester, they're still sitting on arguably their strongest characters on the bench. So that's a really solid start there by Ash for Manchester University. And now it's up to Shawnee, like, okay, well, what was working there against Ash that we can kind of capitalize on, right? Yeah. Honestly, any character that has trouble recovering might be an issue. So as much as I would think maybe, you know, Roy could be a good, you know, play on stage, Roy might have some issues, like just trying to get back on stage against the Villager. Maybe they just go for waywardness and throw the Zelda out. Maybe just, again, have the Toon Link play and play that camping style. But yeah, I'm curious to see where Shawnee goes, because Ash did really well. Like, after that, as a player, that's such a massive key to have in a crew battle, because obviously you want to be able to adapt to the characters that are going to be counterpicked against you.
And especially in a crew battle, like, you don't have a second game to adapt. You have your one game, and if you lose, that's it. You're done until the next round. So yeah, being able to make those adjustments mid-game is so impressive, and we saw Ash do that damn near perfectly. We saw them react to everything Pac-Man wanted to do on stage. We saw them react to everything Atlas wanted to do off stage with the recovery. We saw how they had that really good first recovery where they, you know, I think they upbeat right behind Villager, and then Ash was ready with the grab, back throw, and the second stock didn't even get a chance to recover, basically. So yeah, really good adaptation there from Ash. But on the side of Shawnee State, I'm not sure who I send in right now. I think all 3 characters, whether that's Zelda, Roy, or Toon Link, all have a good argument. Roy, with just that overwhelming pressure that they can kind of stuff out a lot of the stuff Villager wants. But at the same time, if you're not smart with that aggression, that's exactly what Villager wants, and they will take advantage of that. Zelda, kind of similar to Pac-Man in the sense where you kind of want to keep your distance, but we saw that Ash can play that game and can play it very, very well. Zelda with the teleport recovery, also kind of exploitable off stage, and you have Toon Link, who is kind of an in-between of those characters, can afford to play a little bit more aggressively, can kind of box with you a little bit, but also can play that mid-range game. But that's at the cost of KO. We're gonna see what they opt to do. I don't think there's a terrible option either.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I'm Shawnee, I maybe send out Waywardness. I think Zelda should have a much better time recovering against Villager, just because that up B is really quick, fast. You can also use that on stage. Can obviously reflect a lot of what Villager's sending back at you. Din's Fire is really good just because Villager's kind of slow in the air, so you can capitalize on that. But at the same time, I remember Waywardness being one of the stronger players for Shawnee. So do you use Waywardness early in the set to kind of get yourself back in and potentially not have them as an anchor or a late kind of set player? So I'm not sure. I would say I'm expecting Waywardness or Space Miner, which means they're probably going to play Breadloaf. But I'm thinking that they're going to go with Waywardness here. Also, because again, Roy is a character that can kind of get counterpicked hard too. At times. So I mean, Roy is a very strong character, but that's like the character you want to come in and sweep with, right? And like, okay, like we guarantee kind of can push this, like put this in the bag. Let's throw Roy in and just get some quick kills. I don't know. My guess is gonna go with the Waywardness Zelda though, but we'll see what we get.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was leaning to. The counterpoint option, or counterpoint point that you brought up is really good. If they do send in Roy, because then they can just send in Fleetwood with Steve, and Roy just kind of gets camped out and can't do much about it. And again, you got to remember, Manchester still has a Kazuya and still has Terry, so no lack of KO power on this team. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens after that. But yeah, I think I agree with you. I do lean towards Waywardness and the Zelda. You do want to send in arguably your best player to just maybe clean up this deficit before you have to deal with the monstrosities that are Steve and Kazuya. You don't want to go in against them down 1 or 2 stocks, because at that point it's kind of done for you, especially if they're good with their conversions. But we are going to see who they send in right here.
Maybe Space Miner. I don't know. I'm changing my. Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember who also had a Joker here. I don't remember. Oh, it's Echo.
They have.
Okay, so it's a player that we don't even know. We don't even know this player.
Hey, we were all wrong.
Okay.
So Echo Force, the sub, coming in here for Shawnee State University with the Joker. You know what? I do like this pick. You have the Rebels Guard that can deal with a lot of the projectiles, and if Villager wants to throw out Lloyd rockets and slingshots without thinking about it, you're basically getting Arsene for free. No lack of kill power with Joker when that Arsene is out. And they can play that mid-range game with guns, and they can also play aggressively with that blistering speed that this character does have. So you know what? I do like this pick.
Yeah, that is kind of on us, because we were informed that there might be some subs for some of these teams, so the rosters weren't necessarily set in stone. So I'm not surprised. Like, that's something, again, we're seeing a lot in these collegiate situations where we do have a deeper bench for these teams and backups in case they're like need to make a change on the fly. So not surprised to see this. Yeah, the Joker coming out here. It's actually pretty even, all things considered. And Ash already down a stock with having the lead, like doing a solid job of not, I mean, that's the thing about Cruz too, is you're not necessarily working from behind in a single character matchup, because it's really about the total stocks your team has. So I like that Ash is really kind of keeping that in mind and not letting it dissuade them from how their playstyle's going. It's kind of like not necessarily playing to not lose, but actually playing to win here.
No, I totally agree with you, but either way, we're having Echo Force having trouble dealing with a lot of these projectiles that Ash is tossing out. That's probably going to be a stock, but oh no, whiffing on the bowling ball, but covering it with that slingshot. And okay, no option on that recovery there. Try to get a grab, but whiffed. A little bit of off-stage game here. Arsene popping out. That's just what Echo Force needs to get this stock potentially. Down guns and the reverse edge guard, that might be it for you. Oh no, and that's definitely gonna be it. Hit with the down smash into the up smash, the Villager special.
That was just a really precise down smash. Perfect timing with that too. And Ash does such a good job here being so slippery. And considering that, Villager's a character that isn't staying grounded a lot, like is not getting kind of vortexed by Joker's usual nonsense on the ground here. Yeah. So it's actually making it pretty difficult for Echo Force to land hits against Villager, which is, kind of a surprise in this matchup here, I would think.
No, definitely the case. If you told me that was going to happen before the match started, I probably would not have believed you there. But yeah, right now we're seeing Echo Force about to take a stock. If they can manage to get this hit, and there you go, the forward tilt is going to do it. And you know what? Now 1 stock away from cleaning this up for Shawnee State University. But man, I am so impressed with how Ash is playing in matchups. Oh boy, that's going to be dangerous. In a matchup that can be seen as pretty bad for Villager, they're playing this damn near to perfection.
Yeah, very well done here by Ash so far, and you can see now Echo is trying to reflect and counter and absorb some of these moves that Ash is throwing out, but Ash is responding immediately, and look at that, a low % kill off stage on Echo Force. So Ash has now tied things up in stocks. It has made this considerable lead here early in this set for Manchester University. So even if Ash goes down and doesn't get this last stock, still a very solid chance for Manchester to maintain this lead off of the work that this villager's done.
Yeah, if you could take off 5 stocks, in my opinion, you've absolutely done your job. So no matter what Ash does here, they've definitely made their team proud. But going for the that was dirty. That was dirty. That was one of the cleanest edge guards I think we've seen all season. And if that's not on Plays of the Week next week, I'm gonna be disappointed in somebody, because that was perfect in a matchup that on paper does not look that great for Villager, even though they do have some things they can do. Ash played that to perfection. That edge guard was an absolute thing of beauty, and Villagers out there, if you are watching this, please clip that and watch it back all the time, because that is how you edge guard. That is, I can't say it enough.
Yeah, 2 really early low percent, mid percent kills on a Joker. I mean, for a Villager to take that feels great. I'm sure Manchester is extremely hyped about that, because now 2 full players have been taken out by just the Villager here, Ash No Joy. We were, again, downplaying this character in the grand scheme of the lineup, but I mean, you could tell why Manchester certainly both these teams are 5-0, but Manchester looking like the 6-0 team between these 2 squads. And now we just have, I mean, there could be another sub, sure, but we have, again, potentially Waywardness with the Zelda, Breadloaf on the Roy, and then Space Miner on the Toon Link. And again, in a situation where do they bring out another player who might have the character matchup? I think at this point you kind of have to bring out maybe potentially your best player and just like get rid of this Villager and try to get your team back into it. Like we've said over the weeks, like if you start to save your best player towards the end, if you're at such a big deficit, even if they can take a bunch of stocks, they have only 3 to lose. Like if you put them at such a big margin to get back, even the best of players can sometimes not necessarily bring it back. So at the same time, we've seen teams get completely wiped by a single player with only 1 or 2 stocks. So it's, again, I think you maybe just want to bring in that best player here. Like, okay, let's get rid of this Villager. It's causing us some trouble. And then let's get us back into this set real quick before it's too late.
I definitely agree with you. Sending your best player in now just to stop the bleeding, I think might be your best option. And you just take whatever matchup comes with that, because you got to remember that they still have the Kazuya and the Terry and the Steve potentially in the waiting. But I think that's a thing you deal with that once you get there. I think right now your priority is just get rid of Ash, figure everything out later. You can figure all that out later. Just deal with what's in front of you right now. But at the same time, I think between both Breadloaf and Wayward, even though I think Wayward might be a bit of a better player than Breadloaf, sending in the Roy just to try and take out 1 stock might not necessarily be the worst idea. Just because we know how good Roy is at taking stocks. Zelda also pretty good at taking stocks as well, but has to work a little bit harder for it, I guess, is the best way I can put it. With Roy, you can get someone to like 50%, get a side B off state on the side of the stage, and that's stock. A bit harder than that, making sound a lot easier than it actually is. But I think in a situation like this, just going for that straight up raw power might be your best option, but I can see this going either way.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where a team kind of might be fluxed and flummoxed a little bit on like, where do we really go from here? Like this Villager of all characters is really, doing us dirty, but also at the same time, I think a lot of this comes down to Ash being, Ash No Joy being a very strong player.
Yep.
And they're wondering, well, is the rest of the team as strong, if not stronger? We're going to see if Shawnee State can have an answer, a response for this Villager, and it is indeed finally Waywardness. So I think this is the play. I think they're going with, arguably one of their strongest, if not their strongest player on the squad here, in an effort to not just get rid of this Zelda this Villager without dropping a stock, but get them back into this series quick. But this is the gamble. Is Waywardness able to do this without dropping any stocks and make this clean, or do they risk losing this Zelda to having it 1 or 2 stocks down, and then making things kind of easy for Manchester to clean up later in the series?
Because the thing is, despite Ash doing amazingly, they're still only up 4 stocks. Like you said, if Wayward could take this, then you're only down 3, and then at that point in time in a 3-stock game, I really think it can go either way. All it requires is one person to kind of just go off a little bit. But either way, right now we're seeing Ash just completely just dominating Wayward off stage, but Wayward making it back. Getting that really good up B right here. That Phantom not going to be a factor. Both tied at 69, and now we're seeing, yeah, just a fight for stage control. I feel like whenever someone, it feels like somebody is taking control of the match, the other person just comes right back. Okay, neutral air. And yeah, here we go, off stage. This is where Ash is going to be good, but that fantastic up B going right on stage, not even giving Ash the opportunity to get an edge guard there. Grab.
Oh, okay. Able to get back into this real quick. No follow-up off the throw. Or actually, no throw at all, really. Oh, that up B. Oh, and the down smash was barely out of range there. Waywardness gets away with just the skin of their teeth there. And the grab. You get caught there with the setup on the Lloyd rocket. So now Waywardness losing their first stock. Ash already has done a considerable amount of damage to this team here. Has now taken 7 stocks from Shawnee State University. We've seen these kind of performances before, but it hasn't been from a villager necessarily. We'd love to see it nonetheless.
Like, before the match started, if you told me that somebody on Manchester was going to take 7 stocks, and you said I have to guess between Terry, Kazuya, Steve, and Villager, it would, not in 1,000 years would I guess that it was going to be the Villager player managing to do that, as we see Ash, barely surviving that jab there. But yeah, an amazing performance here from Ash, no joy. Again, playing in matchups that might be seen as bad to damn near perfection here, as we're probably going to see them fall out in this match. Sitting at 150. Oh, you know what?
Don't count out just yet. Like, I
think
think now Waywardness is kind of fishing really hard here with these neutral Bs and realizing, all right, I got to clean this up before dropping another stock. And I'm sure Ash knows that too. I mean, this is a player that, and essentially it's come down to player skill, because you're thinking, you know, the Shawnee, this is not going to kill, but yeah, Shawnee has a lineup that doesn't necessarily respond. The shield break! And that's going to take it down, just no effort. 164 for Ash here. Amazing play at the ledge. Waywardness getting caught with their pants down here, and now Shawnee is down 6 full stocks.
I may have spoke a little bit too soon, and you know what, Ash, oh no, never mind. Okay, never mind. Finally, finally, that onslaught, that massacre from Ash has been put to an end, but at what cost, Dak? That was what, 7, 8 stocks? I don't even know, I lost count. Again, from Villager, and you still have Steve, Kazuya, Terry to deal with in the end, and going in down against any one of those characters, if that is who Manchester decides to throw in. I do not envy Shawnee at this point. Oof.
I mean, fantastic performance from Ash. I mean, a lot of the time, it just comes down to being the better player, right? Like, if you are just that much more skilled than your opponents, the matchups don't matter. And you could tell that, like, Ash was not dissuaded. As I was saying before that crazy shield break, you know, but Shawnee, the lineup they have doesn't necessarily, like, you don't have, like, a really strong super meta character that, like, okay, we can put them in and kind of feel, like, guaranteed. But at the same time, they ran Joker, which is kind of one of those characters of any of the lineup characters here for Shawnee, and that still didn't work just because Ash was the better player. So, and now that really comes down to, I think, too, is sometimes you don't necessarily have to look at the matchups, but like which player is just performing better. And at this point, it didn't matter that Ash was playing Villager. It mattered that they were the better player in those situations. You could tell the adaptation on all these matchups is in Ash's favor almost every single time. Like, just adapting on the fly. And not only that, but recognizing like what tool is working really well and then abusing that like super hard. We saw that with the forward smashes against the Pac-Man Atlas in the first matchup. Like, that was something that like Ash saw work that was like, oh, I'm going to try to force that situation as often as I can because it was a guaranteed kill. The Joker edge guards early. Oh, that worked. I'm going to try to relive that real quick and get that moment back. And they did. So all that kind of stuff there is really, you know, adding up here for Manchester, and Shawnee now working at a crazy deficit here after Ash took, I believe, 8 stocks. So, great performance.
And we're going right into this next game here. Who is Manchester going to send in? And it is going to be Kazuya. I believe that is going to be Pars. Yes, it is. And man, being down 5 stocks to a Kazuya, and you still got Steve waiting in the wings. Shawnee, I do not envy you, but you know what? Anybody can do it. It is Wayward. As we're going to see that electric miss off the jump there. Going for another one, going for another God Fist. Yeah, you know what? Right now, we're seeing Pars go for a lot of these God Fists. Wants to end this match as quickly as possible. Okay, forward tilt not gonna be enough. There it is. Combo. Oh, but okay, wrong way on the combo, but recovers, and that is not fair. That should not be legal. What the hell? Whiffed the combo like twice and managed to recover and still get the stock. Incredible from Pars.
That's the Kazuya effect right there. That's what we were looking for. And that game, if you looked away from your screen, if you went to get some Dunkin' Donuts or I don't know, or order a Mavix chair or something, like you would have missed that. You would have missed that game there. And I think Manchester has to be happy with Pars coming in and cleaning up waywardness, which means that Shawnee has one single player left to go here. So unless they bring in another player we don't know of, it's going to be either Breadloaf or Space Miner. So I want to say that I'm anticipating Breadloaf over these two. I think they were, when Shawnee played last time, Breadloaf was kind of one of the later stage players, if not their anchor, if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, this is tough though, because you're up against a Kazuya and then potentially a Terry and a Steve. I mean, if you need to know these matchups, and yeah, one nice thing about meta characters is you see them often, so you kind of learn the matchups more often than not because of how frequent they are. But this isn't like the Meta Knight Brawl days where like everybody played Meta Knight and there's only like 30 characters in the game. There's still so many meta characters now that, like, unless you really play these characters super often and have that specific practice, you might not have enough time on them, even if they are as strong as a Steve or as a Kazuya. So, and of course, even if you know the matchup, like in a Kazuya situation, it doesn't matter if you get hit.
Thank you.
Like it doesn't matter what you know, because you're not playing anymore when Kazuya touches you. And Roy is a character that has disjoints, but not massive ones. Kazuya can still get in and land those hits. So that, I mean, this could be something that maybe Toon Link is the better opportunity here to keep that at bay. But I'm anticipating Breadloaf here. It is Space Miner. Okay.
So you know what? I think they're just opting to play defensively instead of trying to fight fire with fire. They want to make Kazuya, run around, have to chase. But you brought up a really good point. Matchups don't matter once you get Electric Wind God-Fisted. Throw everything out the window because you're getting put in unskippable cutscene, and you better pray that they drop the combo or your stock is essentially forfeit. There it is. Okay, you know what? Dropping the combo right there, teching on the platform that could have spelled danger and death for Space Miner if that platform was not there. But up to this point, the plan... Ooh, that was dangerous. The plan... Going for Space Miner working out. Again, forcing Kazuya to have to run around the stage a bit. Not giving the opportunity to get too many electrics off.
Living up to their name, right? They are mining space for themselves. Now, if they were a Steve player, it would even be more perfect. But no, I think this was the right. That's where you have to be scary, right? Like, I wouldn't even say it's even worth committing to those really close quarter situations. Like, just completely and entirely play the zoning game here, and that back air is going to land. So Pars will drop, loses their first stock. It's now a 8-3 situation here, but Space Miner has a ton of work to do and honestly can't afford to drop a stock here, because you know that if Pars goes down, that a Steve is like Fleetwood's probably coming right back out, and Steve can play this game arguably better than Toon Link can. So all these items is a wall that Pars has to get through, and ideally do so and get some stocks before they drop there too.
I really like what I'm seeing out of Space Miner this second stock. That first stock, we saw them go for some aggressive options that were not the safest and almost get punished for them. And we see them actually go for one right there and get punished for it. But yeah, definitely playing a lot more defensive here. Not seeing too many dash attacks before they come out. Not as many as we saw in that first stock. And looking for those bomb conversions. That DI was incredibly suspect. But yeah, either way, if you're Space Miner, you will take that. And you know what? Doing very well against pauses the Kazuya here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is exactly what Shawnee needed. Space Miner just putting out that wall, making it impossible for Kazuya to approach. But also you can see here, Pars is committing very much to jumps in neutral. And Toon Link loves that, right? Like, you're going to be able to anti-air that really well. And then now Pars is just swinging on shield. Again, you have these up Bs. The reflector comes out, but it's hard to get that timing right every single time. No! Space Miner commits to an aerial too low to the stage and can't get back up. So Pars, happy to have that one kind of gifted to them, because now Space Miner has 2 stocks to work with in order to take 7 away.
And yeah, definitely not looking too good for them. I hope that doesn't flush them too much, as we do see that Rage Drive now active. Not at a high enough percentage to get the KO, but in another 30 to 40% with especially how light Toon Link is. If they can manage to hold on to this Rage Drive, that might be it. But man, you hate to see an SD when someone is playing so incredibly well. It's so disheartening. So again, I'm just hoping it doesn't affect them too much going on here. This is probably one bomb forward air away from actually being Space Miner's game, but that Rage Drive still active for another 15 or so percent. Can they manage to get that grab? I know, yeah, Pars is looking for it. Pars wants it. Parth wants that down be so bad. But no, there you go, 150. That means the Rage Drive is going to be gone, and so is your stock, as Space Miner does incredibly well, only dropping 1 stock to a Kazuya, which is a damn miracle in my eyes, especially when you're playing a character that is as light as Toon Link. Again, just played the camp, annoying runaway game. I know it's not the funnest to watch, it's not the funnest to play against, but you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do, and that's exactly what Space Miner did.
Gotta play to win, right?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter. You're not here to entertain. You're here to get the dub for your team.
Yep,
so,
exactly.
And entertainment is a bonus, really, for us in the audience. Now we go into this where Manchester does have 6 stocks to work with. They have 2 players, as far as we know, on their roster, Augment and Fleetwood. Now I'm thinking maybe you send Augment in, actually, because there's only 2 stocks for Space Miner to work with. I think Augment has Terry, guaranteed to probably take one, right? And even though Steve is absolutely, maybe absolutely, but probably the strongest character in the game, you want to really confirm this win. And I think Steve will definitely get a stock, but like, let's just like go into that matchup being 3-1 on stocks, right? I think Terry's going to have similar issues to getting in as Kazuya does, but again, you just have to rack up enough damage until Go comes on, and then you can just start swinging and even kind of blast through some of these projectiles that Toon Link's going to throw at you. At the same time, you could just go Steve, put a wall up, and not even have to worry about any of that. Mine for Diamond, and then just, you know, rack up a kill. I mean, that's not a big deal. So I don't think there's really a right or best route here for Manchester to get this win. I think it's just what they're more comfortable with, maybe in terms of players. If Fleetwood is the stronger player, or if Augment is. I think if Augment's maybe the strongest player, then maybe they just put in, put in Terry first and just be like, all right, you probably can clean it up. Or if Fleetwood's maybe strongest, maybe you just like, all right, I'm going to put Steve in, kind of clean it up. I don't think necessarily either of these characters are too poor of a position, but of course Terry, like I said, gonna have some trouble getting in on the Toon Link, especially with someone like Space Miner, who is very much willing to play that super defensive campy game.
And you know, we saw how they played against Pars, and like you said, Terry kind of the FGC characters kind of lose to the same stuff. So they might just send in, like, I would just send in Fleetwood. Completely different character, completely different play style. You're gonna have to, after having to play that kind of desperate runaway game from Kazuya, now you're forced to switch on the fly and deal with someone who has a completely different play style, but is damn near like 10 times more dangerous than Kazuya, which is crazy to say. So honestly, if I'm them, I think I send in Steve. But you know what? Even sending in Augment the Terry, it's a win-win situation here. There's no real wrong answer. I just personally think if I'm Manchester, I just want to end it. I want to get to game 2. And I probably just send in the Steve and just call it a day.
You might be right here. Well, we're gonna see. I think the Steve. I mean, like I said, I don't think there's a bad choice there. I think you're probably right. Maybe just put the Steve in and just kind of end this and make it, you know, done and dusted. But at the same time, I don't know. Like if Space Miner is able to take out Fleetwood and get rid of the Steve, then all of a sudden Shawnee can bring this back. Yeah, definitely. I think if you put in Augment here, Augment's probably guaranteed to get a stock. Like you want to make sure, and you don't want to lose that Steve too early. But we haven't seen. That's the one thing, is that we've seen Shawnee State's players play before. We haven't seen Manchester's team play entirely before. We've only seen Ashman. We've seen Pars. Fleetwood could be, you know, even more phenomenal than them. Same with Augment. So considering they haven't been played yet, logically that might be the case, because they're playing, the back half of the team, they're playing anchor, so those are where you usually put your strongest players. Even if you have a team like Northwood, who can put out one of their starters and wipe an entire team, you still know that their anchor is as strong, if not arguably stronger. This is gonna be interesting. I'm thinking they put out Augment first, and there we go. All right, so I think this is like, okay, the Terry's guaranteed. I think just by the nature of Terry, a character that just steals kills, I think you're guaranteed to get one stock here at the very least, and then you're setting up Steve for essentially a guaranteed victory.
Because just like Kazuya, all Terry really needs, especially when they have gold, they just need one opening. Doesn't matter what percent you're at, one opening, you're either taking like 0 to 70, or if you're above 20%, you might just die. So yeah, I do agree with the pick. You're, like you said, guaranteed at least one stock, and being down 2 stocks against Steve potentially in the end, good luck with that. What we're going to see, this might be a stopper here. Okay, no, never mind. Still have their jump. But yeah, Augment making it back, like I said, being down 2 stocks against Steve, not where I would like to be. And we're actually about 23% away from getting that gold meter on Terry. But again, Space Miner basically just doing exactly what they did against the Kazuya. But I think against Terry, you can afford to play a little bit more aggressive because the punish game isn't nearly as hard as Kazuya. Kazuya has probably the best punish game out of the entire roster of characters in Smash Ultimate. So you can afford to play a little bit more aggressively here. And I think that's what Space Miner's doing.
I think you're definitely right there.
Yeah. Oh, here's go. One jab, and that's going to be the stock. Space. Oh, whiffing the Buster Wolf. Are we going to see another one coming through? Oh. Oh, no, jab, missing the lightning tackle, but getting the second one. That should be it. And there is that one stock. Still have go left. So you don't want one jab, and you could be taken from 0 to like 50 in the blink of an eye.
I'd say at this point, Augment's done their work here, and certainly that's not going to kill, but Augment and this is another thing about having Town and City too. Like Terry can just like recover to those high platforms and avoid all this nonsense at the ledge that Toon Link's throwing at them. I mean, Space Miner in a really bad situation as a result of that, because that's going to keep Augment alive a lot longer. And of course, the longer Augment's alive on this stock, the more there's potential for this go meter to play into effect here on Space Miner. And that's going to be a low recovery from Augment, still able to get back with a nice get up. Oh, and the Buster Wolf gets it out of dodge, does a little bit of damage too. Still, Space Miner struggling to get rid of this Terry, who's playing it safe as much as they can, but then the cross-up still gets them grabbed. That said, Augment, 176, dies at 201.
Jeez.
That is crazy.
If you're letting a Terry live to 201, you're probably losing that match 9.9 times out of 10. But you know what? Space Miner finally managing to take that stock. This is still a very doable game for them as well. I think they're going to have to commit very hard to the camp if they want to, or get a really good edge guard like we might see right here. But oh man, that platform, you brought that up earlier, being able to recover to those platforms for Terry is going to be huge, especially when you're someone who has a very linear recovery. You know what they're going to do. You know they're going to Burning Knuckle jump into up B every single time. So yeah, having those platforms as an extra option, tremendous for Augment, and using it to its full capabilities, as we see that not able to get the KO just yet. But I'm definitely not going to survive another one.
Space Miner has to be careful jumping that close, because that's going to be another kill. That's definitely going to be a kill if that lands again. Gets grabbed.
That might
Augment's
be... Nope.
To stay alive. Should be able to recover easily here. And oh, a risky air dodge onto the stage with Space Miner not in position to take care of it. And now, at kill percent here, Augment going in deep. Can't confirm. Looking for the landing jab here. And now just low kicks. Trying to get in and poke at Space Miner. But Space Miner not going to have it. Gets the grab. And that's another stock down. Space Miner needs to get this kill to stay alive and keep Shawnee alive in this first set, but that might not be enough. No, still able to get out. Space Miner, might be able to carry over. But no, Augment gets out of dodge just in time. This is getting down to the wire here. Space Miner slowly but surely trying to work their way back up on this last stock.
Not gonna lie, I thought that edge guard was gonna be it for Augment there. I thought Space Miner was gonna bring this back, but you know what? Still very much in this match here. But all Terry needs is that one good hit. Does have that gold meter on deck now. Has the Buster Wolf. Oh, whiffing the Buster Wolf right on cue. The bomb into forward air, and Space Miner hanging on for dear life. It is now one match and 3 stocks away from making this comeback. And you know what, Dak? Having Toon Link as an anchor is one of those things that I would have said, like, I don't know if I agree with that, but Space Miner showing why Shawnee State trusted them to be their, I guess, last chance here. Whew.
Yeah, definitely the anchor right now for this team. That, I mean, remember, Manchester, I believe, was down by like
4 or 5, something
4 or 5
like
stocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there were 7 or 8 stocks, I think, taken by Ash Nojoy here for Manchester for Shawnee to come back, but this is now a super hard match. I mean, not a super hard matchup, but this is Steve can play that same game, if not better. And this is exactly what I was kind of talking about here. Is Augment comes in, is able to get the stock, right? Gets 1 stock, almost takes the series, or takes the set, but gets the 1 stock, and putting Steve at a 2 stock lead. It's hard to work back against them in that matchup, but really, really well done here by Space Miner. And of course, it helped that at certain percents with, you know, Toon Link kind of being a little bit of floaty, you know, floatiness in the air, and then also at high percent, like was falling out of power dunks, was falling out of up Bs. So those confirms that Terry can kind of rely on, if you're not just getting these raw Buster Wolves, kind of become something that's not going to work for you anymore, right? Like it's something that just kind of falls out of your game plan. And really, that was something that kind of played into Space Miner's favor because they were able to get a little closer and put on, gamble a bit more in the matchup, knowing that, all right, I'm at such high percent, like your normal confirms aren't going to work on me. So let's see. We have the last stand here for Manchester University. It will be indeed the Fleetwood Steve as it comes out to wrap things up.
And you know what? Having Steve as your last character, can't really do much better than that. All they need to do is take one stock. As soon as they get diamond, it might be a wrap. And you know what? My good friend Nurse once told me as soon as Steve puts up 3 blocks, that they basically win neutral for free. And I really think the more that I see Steve, the more I actually start to agree with that statement. Toon Link doesn't have the best speed to kind of deal with it. Like, he doesn't have, the sword isn't that long, can't really hit through the blocks. So Steve, as soon as they put that wall up, they're able to mine, like we're seeing right here, a lot for free. And eventually they're going to get that diamond, and we all know what happens when Steve gets that diamond. As soon as you get to like 50, 65%, you're essentially at kill percentage, and with Toon Link being as late as Toon Link is, it might even be less than that.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that you got to be able to make use of that diamond, right? I mean, even get used to what you're mining. I mean, sure, Fleetwood's getting a lot of mining done, but Space Miner is stopping them from actually getting any solid hits off here. So Fleetwood still has to actually make that work, but at the same time, I mean, Space Miner is already at 40%. If you even want to take this like math-wise, right? Like Fleetwood just has to finally get a kill after racking up another 40%, 50% on this stock. But right now, Fleetwood hasn't had a single good opportunity against Space Miner at all here. It's all been Space Miner who's been controlling this because they know, all right, you're going to put the wall up, I'm going to throw bombs over the wall. I'm going to arrow the middle wall immediately and like constantly force you to get out of a mining situation. That was a pretty big blow there for Space Miner, though. That TNT landing, putting them almost 80%. The minecart lands again, and now they have to recover without taking damage. And we've seen that before, but not the same way. Oni style.
Bouncing off the wall. Wow, I'm actually surprised that Space Miner survived. They're hanging on to this last dog for dear life. I feel like I'm saying this a lot today, but again, in a matchup that on paper might not be the best, playing this about as good as you can, but this is Steve, and all it takes is one conversion to take your stock. Has that gold pickaxe out. Oh no, still has the diamond out. That one back here is definitely going to do it here. And yeah, they're fishing for it. They want to end this as soon as possible. What I've learned from Space Miner today is if you give this player time to cook, they will absolutely destroy you. And I really think Space Miner is in their bag right now with what they're doing. Oh god, in their bag right now as he kind of gets bodied. And minecart, that is going to be it. Game number 1 going to Manchester University. Almost said Manchester United. Manchester University. They're both Man U.
We're an esports fan.
They're both Man U. They're both Man U. But yeah, game 1 going to Manchester University after an incredible performance from Space Miner. Despite both teams playing very well. The MVP for both teams, I got to give it to Ash No Joy from Manchester. An amazing opening, which the rest of their team just kind of rode out to the end. And Space Miner for making this a match, because early on, this did not look like it was going to be a match. This looked like another one of those games where one team just rolls over, and by the third game, we kind of already know who's going to win. Really seemed like it was going to be that kind of game. But then, yeah, Space Miner with an amazing effort with Toon Link of all characters, a character that's not known for, big comebacks and for getting a lot of KOs. So very, very, very good performance from them. But we do have game number 2. I'm wondering what adjustments will be made here to Shawnee State. Maybe they send in Bread Loaf this time. Maybe Echo Force the Joker pops out. Maybe someone else, gets switched out. We've seen in previous weeks, in previous matches, just tweaking the lineup a little bit can be the difference between like an 8-stock lead and like a 1-stock lead. So anyways, we're going to find out what they do right after this break. Everybody, please stay seated. We'll be right back. Hello everybody, welcome back. This is going to be game 2 between Shawnee State University and Manchester University. That game 1 was incredibly close, right down to the wire, thanks to a very valiant effort there from Space Miner. But unfortunately, Manchester was just a little bit too much in that game 1, but I'm just really curious to see what adjustments Shawnee is going to make in this game 2, because when a match is that close, it really only comes down to 1 or 2 interactions that could have swung the tide in your favor. And we've seen from week to week, even just changing the character lineup, the player lineup, who goes first, who goes second, etc., switching out one character for another, that could mean all the difference. So again, like I said, I'm very curious to see the adjustments that Shawnee State is going to use today.
Yeah, absolutely, because their game plan wasn't necessarily wrong, right? Like, they brought things back, absolutely. I think just at the end of the day, they potentially got character diffed, I think, in some ways. Like, when you have the anchors of, like, you know, Terry and then Steve, of course, you can definitely bring things back in your favor just because you have the better characters. But honestly, I think Space Miner absolutely was the best choice for them to anchor with, like, just such a strong player. And even then, like, I think if this was a series, or like if it was a matchup where both Space Miner and Fleetwood had started with the same amount of stocks, I would have given it to Space Miner.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, they were just working from behind at such a deficit. It's so hard to make that up, especially against Steve, who gets a crazy amount of damage. I mean, really, that goes for both Kazuya, Steve, and even Terry. Gets a crazy amount of damage off of a single interaction, so it's hard to play that well, because you essentially have such a low margin of error. Like, you can play super well, you make one mistake, you take 50, you take 60%, you possibly die. So in that situation, being the anchor when you're working from behind, it can sometimes be a bit much. So I think it's really on Shawnee to have, I mean, maybe potentially play like Waywardness first, try to get themselves to have that lead, so that way they know when they're up against characters like Kazuya, like Steve at the end of the matchup, that someone like, you know, Space Miner has a better chance of holding it down towards the end. But we'll see if we get a little matchup difference here. It is, in fact, oh, all right. Okay. So actually Fleetwood coming out first here instead, and Waywardness coming out first, something that I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting Fleetwood to mac it up here as the first player on this Manchester squad.
I think Manchester's thought process here is they saw what Space Miner did to them, and maybe they want to save Ash Nojoy, who seemed like their best player, to take out Space, or to go up against Space Miner, because again, we saw what Space Miner did to Augment, we saw what they did to Fleetwood, even though they lost that match, and we saw what they did to Pars. So I'm thinking their thought process is, whenever Shawnee sends out Space Miner, we're just going to send Action to kind of counter, you know, skill for skill there.
I think you're absolutely right, actually. That's a really good point, because now they know, like, oh, Ash is performing super well. Like, let's not burn that asset super early here. That said, I think also, you know, that, like, you can kind of put Steve in as a blind pick, right? Like, against pretty much all these matchups. So maybe they were like, all right, we're not sure who Shawnee is going to go. Let's just put out our Steve, because whoever they use, the Steve will at least do decently against them.
Yeah, honestly, Steve, a character who doesn't really have too many or really any terrible matchups at all. So yeah, I think that's a really.
I don't think Steve has any bad matchups, realistically.
Yeah. So that's a really okay. Fleetwood kind of hanging a little bit too long off stage there. I think tried to be a little bit too cute with their recovery, and Waywardness just saying, all right, cool, if you're going to stay down there, I'm going to just eat this Din's fire, and lost the stock for that. If Fleetwood just kind of came back to stage just straight up, I don't think they would have lost that stock there. So a bit of a mistake there from Fleetwood, but they do make it up by getting that KO with that minecart.
Yeah, it's an interesting dichotomy, because Zelda's a character you don't want to mess around with on, or, you know, if you're off stage against her, but Zelda's a character that you don't really want to be whiffing and messing around too much on stage against Steve, right? And you can see that right there. If you're throwing out neutral B too much, if you're going for, you know, trying to build the Phantom Knight right in front of Steve's face, he's going to punish you with minecart or something else almost immediately here. So you have to be careful if you don't have Steve off stage. And Waywardness kind of feeling the effects of that here on this second stock, as Fleetwood's taken a manageable lead and is now just looking for ways to mine as much as they can, using these blocks in the minecart to keep the Zelda at bay. They don't really have to worry about the Knight because they're already creating so much distance. It's all about avoiding that up B and trying to get away from those Din's fires that are going to kind of sneak in through your walls if possible.
And this second stock for Fleetwood has been perfect. Getting that diamond back here, that's definitely going to do it. Only 20%. And again, I kind of have to bring this back to what they did on that first stock. I really feel like if they weren't trying to be, I guess, fancy with their recovery. They may still have 3 right now with the way that they're playing. Hey, but either way, Waywardness off stage again. Off stage, you know what? Didn't even give Fleetwood the chance to recover there. That's just a good option there for Wayward, getting another Din's Fire to take it. Now we are dead even, 38% for Wayward. Fleetwood still not touched yet on this final stock. Getting hit with that neutral B. Gotta avoid the Phantom. Okay. Oh, I think, yeah, okay. I really think he wants that, or, Fleet wants that jab.
That might be it. No,
okay,
doesn't get the blocks in position just in time. Fleetwood almost be able to steal that one away. This is still a really good job here by Waywardness, keeping this pretty close, but these Din's Fires or something, and if they can continue to land here, they may be able to steal this away. I mean, I thought we were watching Smash, but this is looking like the new Modern Warfare 2 right here, with how these Din's Fires are kind of been sniping Fleetwood throughout this matchup, and now Waywardness is almost even things up here, and pretty much does so, and the Knight coming out just in time. Another Din's Fire lands. This could be enough. No, Fleetwood sneaks in and lands the back air, steals it away. That is the Steve X Factor. You think you're winning, but you're really not. You are playing Minecraft, regardless of what you think you're actually doing. It's not Call of Duty, it's not Smash, it is Minecraft. And Waywardness just drops that after a solid comeback. Fleetwood steals that away. It gets a nice little lead here for Manchester in game 2.
So what happened with that Din's Fire at the end? Was that just a sour spot? Because that Din's Fire hit Steve while they were trying to recover, and it just did no knockback. I'm just kind of curious if that was a sour spot or not, because if that hit perfectly, that might have been the game. That would have been the 3rd Din's Fire KO that we saw there for Waywardness. That's just, it's unfortunate when you see somebody playing so well. Granted, both of them played very, very well, but in Waywardness's cases, it sucks to see someone play that well and just kind of get you just lose to Smash Jank a little bit. Again, that Din's Fire just not hitting the sweet spot, and you know, fortunately for Fleetwood, they're managing to recover, get back on stage, and get that back air. But man, Waywardness, I know you're not supposed to be biased, but that would have been really nice to see Waywardness kind of win, and again in a matchup that is not too great for Zelda.
Yeah, I think overall Waywardness probably thinking they were going to get more stocks out, and I think this actually works out well for Manchester, because Fleetwood struggled a little bit as Steve, a character that you would think is very dominant, like kind of struggled a little bit against Space Miners. So I think maybe they're like, okay, maybe we just put out Fleetwood first, and then as the Steve, you're good against almost any matchup there, so you know things are going to be even. I mean, that's really such a good investment by Manchester, because they got rid of Waywardness using their Steve. I mean, they still have Ash who can run through, you know, a lot of this team here. It's just now Manchester really has to identify, okay, can we try to get them to force out Space Miner early and take care of that Toon Link, or is Shawnee gonna just hold that ace in their hand as long as they possibly can, at the cost of potentially going down a larger margin? So now again, this is where that strategy comes into play here in crew battles. Like, when do you play arguably your best player? Do you do it now to stop the bleeding? Do you do it later to really anchor hard for you? And Manchester has the ball, or really, you know, it's in the ball's in Shawnee's court actually, as Manchester is probably feeling pretty good and probably expecting Fleetwood to get at least one more stock here. Yeah. And then you can throw out almost any of your other players here. Do you throw out Ash and just kind of, you know, ramp things up afterward? I'm expecting Atlas to come out here for Shawnee. I think Atlas did a decent job here, and I think might be able to do a there we go. So there it is. Atlas comes out. Yeah, I think Atlas was played strong enough in the previous game to warrant being able to just pick up a single stock, and then you still have Echo Force, Space Miner, or Breadloaf to work with later, as we finally get that stock to go away for Fleetwood. And they're going to kick things off 10-9 here for Manchester. Manchester is up 1-0 in this matchup. Both of these teams, as a reminder, are looking to go 6-0 in the regular season. So there's a lot on the line here for both these players, or both these teams' records. Yeah, 2 of the few undefeated teams left, and both showcasing why they haven't lost up until this point. But that is the beauty of competition. No matter how good you play, somebody has to lose, and both teams are trying to make sure it is not them. And you know what? I do like this Atlas pick. I really think that both teams are waiting for the other person to send in their best player first. I think Fleetwood is waiting for Shawnee to send in Space Miner so that they can send in Ash. I think Shawnee is doing the complete opposite. I think they're waiting for Manchester to send in Ash so that they can send in Space Miner. So we'll get a little bit of a chess match going on here, trying to see who's gonna, I guess, bite first.
as we see Atlas doing very, very well, showing why they trusted them to take this first stock away from Fleetwood. Already at 94%, and this is like one good conversion away from potentially being it for Fleetwood. And yep, there it is, the bell into up smash. And now Shawnee tying this up at 9 stocks apiece. Again, fantastic job from Atlas.
Absolutely, that's exactly what they needed to have happen, and Shawnee tying things up off the back of a player who reliable on this lineup for sure. They are. So now it's okay. Ball's back in Manchester's court. Who do they run with here? Do you kind of, I mean, this is difficult because I don't think Terry or Kazuya are necessarily like a guaranteed win against Pac-Man. I mean, Pac-Man can make their approach is so difficult, and also make it really difficult for both of those players to recover. But if you put in Ash No Joy here and you use that villager early, I mean, we've seen Ash won this matchup already, right? Yeah, won by 2 stocks. Convincingly, sure, but it took a little time to get going, right? Like, I still think after that first stock, it could have gone either way. Maybe Atlas has picked up, okay, I know what to do. They've discussed it with the team. We don't know what their comms are looking like. So maybe they're thinking, hey, Atlas has the special sauce. They know what to do in the matchup now, and they have some kind of response to Ash No Joy. And if that happens, and let's say Atlas does beat Ash No Joy here, Manchester might be looking worse for wear going into the rest of this because there's still Space Miner waiting for Shawnee. So this is not guaranteed for Manchester. I mean, not to say it ever was, because the last game was pretty close. It came down to the last 2 players on each side, but now it's up to Manchester to decide, do we gamble putting out Augment or Pars and potentially losing those players quick, or do we put out Ash, who might very convincingly win this next matchup, but then not have them reliable, have them around as an anchor, which they might want to use in this next game. So who knows? We'll see how this goes. But Manchester might now be feeling the pressure now that they've seen that there's a little bit to work with on Shawnee's side.
And yeah, I that's a really good point. This is a risk no matter which way you go, because we saw what Space Miner did to both Augment and Pars, just a better player in my opinion, and we saw them basically dominate both of them. But yeah, sending in Ash right now, I kind of go back to the point I made earlier. I really think both of them are waiting for the other person to send in their ace first. Yeah. So I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see Ash right now and they do risk it going for Kazuya or for Terry. And the point with the matchup not being that great. Oh, let's see. Wait, before I say anything, let's see who they send in.
No, you gotta commit.
Before I say anything.
Gotta commit there, my guy. Okay. Oh, they are gonna do it. Yeah,
they are just sending in Ash. Again, we saw this matchup in the first game. Ash did win that with 2 stocks left, but yeah, it took a little bit to get going. And I think they are expecting Ash to perform about as well as they did in game number 1. If they can manage to take out, they don't have to even do 8 or 7 again. If they can take out 3, take out 4, maybe 5, I really think Manchester is going to be in an amazing spot here.
We'll see how this pans out. So far, things have been close. This is pretty much what we saw in that first stock on the first game, right? This was pretty even, and it wasn't until Ash kind of started to get the better of Atlas at the ledge where they were able to eke out a larger lead to work with here. But
oh boy! Oh no!
Now it's Ash.
Oh no!
Oh god! In the corner, boxing him out against the ropes. Atlas breaks free, but in doing so, takes a ton of damage just to get out of that situation. Ash now looking to try to get them off stage, but Atlas will combine with another 2-hit, a little 2-piece in mid-stage. Forward air lands, and that Lloyd Rocket almost does as well, forcing the air dodge to be burned there by Atlas, but they get back nonetheless. The Galaga lands. Ash No Joy responds with a Nair, and both of these players are able to knock each other towards the ledge with the strength of their hits, but unable to really keep them in the corner, which is how they're going to combine and confirm these kills. As now we're about 45% between these two players. And even that forward air now making that gap even larger here for Ash.
Yeah, 50% lead now for Ash No Joy. This match looked close a little while ago, but Ash showing off why they're such a good player. As we're seeing, okay, Atlas gets that dash attack, trying to make up a little bit of this ground, and is doing a really good job of it, closing that deficit down to about 27% or so, if my math is correct, and it probably isn't. But and now Ash, again, widening that gap again. They're just going hit for hit and blow for blow at this point. It really feels like, it felt like in the beginning, Ash was gaining that momentum as they managed to take that stock, but Atlas is just switching that momentum back in their favor, and against a player as good as Ash as we've seen, having that momentum on your side is going to be huge. As we see them hanging onto their stock at 106%, racking on a 29% of extra credit right here. Bit of a risk going off stage, but managing to make it back and pockets that apple. Another bonus fruit on the way, opting for the bell. Ooh, threw the bell at the hydrant, and the hydrant kind of betraying Pac-Man there, blowing the bell off stage. That would have been huge for Atlas if they managed to get it there. And right now, Ash, just again, I talked about momentum. All the momentum right now, 61%, 69%, nice, of extra credit right here, and it is still going. Okay, go opts for 2 back airs, couldn't get much. Back air from Atlas coming out. Yeah, they're just trading projectiles right now.
Oh, pockets the melon. That's going to be a nice little tool to work with to keep this lead going here. 130. I mean, this is something we saw earlier, is that Ash just survives at the craziest percents, forcing Atlas to go high, but actually commits to that forward smash a bit too long there, and Atlas will punish. This is what we were, thinking and pretty much saw the previous time, is that this is a matchup that goes the distance in terms of time, right? This is going to be a slow one, it always is. The hydrant pocketed by Ash and gets it right back out to play in their favor, give him a little bit of boost, go to the corner, and Atlas now caught between a rock and a red place there between that hydrant, gets knocked right out. Rolling in is Ash to avoid this. Now 131 for Atlas, who's starting to bring things back a little here, but Ash needs to, get this kill confirmed quickly to want to make sure things stay in Manchester's favor.
That's a dangerous fire hydrant off the platform right there. If Pac-Man was a little bit lower, the bowling ball would have actually hit it. But yeah, Atlas mounting this comeback already has Ash at 66%, but is in KO percent themselves. 137. This might be one back air or one down smash into an up smash away from being it. As we saw Ash pocket something. Oh, pocketed the hydrant. Okay. But, okay, belt back here. A little bit of DBZ action right there as they both trade hits. I know it's a big gap in percentages right now, but this is basically even, as both of them are over 100, 120 to 152. That key, not enough to get the KO on Ash. Hits the hydrant with the melon. Oh man, bad side B right there, going right into the Lloyd rocket. Oh, and another pocket there from Ash. Not sure what they grabbed though. With the grab, but nobody.
Both of these players are just really looking and almost grasping at straws here. Just so hard for either of them to get in. And now that Pac-Man doesn't have those, early mid-percent combo strings, and also, of course, Atlas is playing really safe here. Neither player has been able to find any true confirms. And even Atlas now is really on the ball in terms of avoiding those forward smashes in the corner. So this is difficult for both players to confirm a kill. It's getting very close. That hydrant almost comes out. Even the orange might come in, but it's the Lloyd rocket who puts Atlas to 185. Has to be careful, recovering high. Looking for the Hydra, comes in, doesn't break the side B. And Ash, the timing is off there on the forward smash. It's going to be difficult to catch the Atlas, who's hugging the stage so much so in that situation that they avoid that F smash outright. And this is getting down to the wire. And this is just the second stock here. They still have another stock to go. 192 here for Atlas now.
I was going to say, this is one of the longest stocks I think I've seen in crew battle. 192 on Atlas and just running for dear life, trying to avoid everything Ash is throwing out. Now 100, Ash at 136%. Z dropped the bell, tried to get a little bit cheeky there with the edge guard, but Ash decided to recover close to the stage, so that bell didn't hit. Back throw, finally losing that stock, and Ash is at 144%. But this is similar to what happened in game one. Won that first game with about 150% on their second stock. But I really feel like Atlas is playing amazingly as they get the key into the fire hydrant, and we are all tied up. And you know what, Dak? If Atlas does manage to take this, they still have space, Shawnee still has Space Miner, and we saw what Space Miner can do to both Kazuya and Terry. So if Atlas can manage to squeak this out, I really think I have to give the advantage in game 2 to Shawnee.
Right, this is exactly what I was kind of worried about here for Manchester, is that Atlas is able to make the difference up in this matchup and has really gotten the adaptation down, and now making Ash much more of a non-threat in this game too. But also, I think it comes down to the stage as well. I believe this was on FD in the game one. Now they have small battlefields, so Atlas can really close the gap on Villager a lot easier, and has these platforms to set up on And even though maybe they're not letting the bell as often, they're letting these hydrants more often. They're letting, you know, a lot of these neutral options a lot more frequently. It's working out very well for Atlas, who now just has to get one solid hit with the key, and there it is. Ash goes down. And Atlas taking the lead here for Shawnee for, I believe, the first time in this series. Yeah, all of a sudden, a game 3 looking a lot more likely. We can't count anybody out just now. It's halfway through this game 2, but all of a sudden, Shawnee has figured out exactly what they need to do, at least at the moment, against Manchester.
And when you're a team with a Kazuya on the bench waiting to be unleashed, it's hard to ever count you out, even though we saw the matchup between Pars the Kazuya and name's escaping me, and Toon Link on Shawnee's state name's escaping me right now. Yeah. Space Miner, thank you. We saw how that went in the first game. When you have Kazuya, it's so difficult for me to truly ever count you out of a match, because all you need is three electrics will win you an entire match. Three electrics, don't drop the combo, and the game is yours. And despite that matchup maybe not being great for well, I don't want to say not being great, but not being one of the best things for Kazuya to have to deal with, just the fact that all you need is 3 hits to win it's just so hard for me to count them out.
Yeah, I agree with you to an extent, but at the same time, I mean, it's not even just landing those hits, but sometimes the combo, I mean, you're in a pressure situation where, like, you might drop it, right? And even at, like, lower percents, like, it's not always a touch of death. I think it's, again, just comes down to landing that hit. I mean, we saw Pars struggling a little bit just getting in on some players just to get the... I mean, sure, once you land it, sure. I think it also comes down to, like, the stage, right? Like, we saw Augment, for example, having a solid job because they had Town and City. They're able to recover high pretty often there. But what if you just get, you know, like, maybe a Smashville, right? Or you get a small battlefield. Like, you have some kind of option. Smashville, not as much, you know, small battlefield can kind of work in your favor, but it's not as great as being able to recover super high on Town and City and have that. Or if you just go the other route, the complete other contrast, and go for FD, where, okay, it's just flat, like, you're able to catch landings a lot easier. You don't have those platforms to work to. Both of these characters for Manchester are very polarizing, right? They either can do really well, or sometimes they kind of get bodied really hard, especially off stage. I think Terry in those instances obviously is a bit less polarizing, and that go meter is just cheats, right? Like, I'm sure, like, you have rage drive for Kazuya, but, like, there's something else about the go meter that just, I think, gets into people's mentals. I think with Kazuya, from the get-go, Kazuya is always a threat, right? So you kind of mentally, like, have that in the back of your head, whereas Terry's, like, kind of feels like a normal character until they hit 100%, and all of a sudden they're no longer playing Smash. And sometimes you don't have that mental shift as a player to respond to that and change up your game plan to avoid getting hit by, you know, a Buster Wolf or something dumb and dying super early. So Kazuya, you already have that in the back of your head the whole time. I'm interested to see how this works out, because Shawnee now has the advantage on the counter picks, but also we've seen they have 5 players potentially to work with. We haven't seen Breadloaf yet, but that arguably could be a character and player that they work with here if they decide not to put in Echo Force. I assume Space Miner's probably going to, you know, continue to play here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're definitely not taking out Space Miner, you know, considering how well they played in that last match. But honestly, if I'm Shawnee and Atlas does end up, you know, losing this stock, or I might honestly just send in Space Miner to try and finish this, because again, we saw what they did in game 1. We saw them take 3 stocks off both, I think, Kazuya and Terry, if I'm not mistaken. So, like, I just send them in. You're guaranteed, like, at least 2-3, depending on how, you know, considering how well Space Miner was playing. And then whoever the last person is, whether that's Red Loaf or they do send an Echo Force again, you're not asking them to go up against the Kazuya, you know, down 2 stocks and asking them to make a miraculous comeback. So I do think if Atlas loses, if I'm Shawnee, I think I just send in Space Miner. But yeah, that's also very risky though.
Yeah, I think actually you're right here, because the Toon Link up against both the Kazuya and the Terry worked out really well, just matchup wise, like, just able to play that super strong defensive game here. So my bet is also actually on the Space Miner. Of course, obviously Atlas has 1 more stock to work with here, so they will put this in and see what they can do. But I mean, even Atlas, I think, is in a similar situation to Space Miner, where that's also Pac-Man as a character that can play that super slower defensive campy game and stay out of the way of the fighting game shenanigans or kind of just go in and get grabbed and kind of start to take a bunch of damage. But naturally, I would think you'd want to play more defensively and run away as much as you can. Surprisingly, Atlas is not really doing that, and that's allowing Pars to just rack up a bunch of damage on this first stock. That should be it. Yeah.
Sorry, can we take into that first combo did 57%? Sorry, can we just take that out? Oh, that
I
was,
try to block that out, to be honest. I try to I didn't see it, I didn't see it.
I blinked, I'm like, God, 50, and whatever, either way, you know, taking out one stock, not much better you can do than just sending in a Kazuya. Pars doing exactly what they needed to do. So now we're in the situation, who the Shawnee send in. They have Space Miner, who was the MVP last time. They have Echo Force, the Joker, who, you know, played okay. And they have Bread Loaf, who we haven't yet seen today. With the, like, it's a risk no matter where you go. With the Roy, you're fighting fire with fire. You're fighting just high kill power, high aggressiveness with high aggressiveness. But you play the risk of getting electric once and just losing your stock. With Toon Link and Space Miner, you run the risk of maybe losing your best player. And you still have another person left on Manchester that you need to take out. And then with Joker, kind of in the middle, could kind of camp you out with guns, but does need to get up close and personal to get those KOs. So again, you're at a high risk of getting hit with the electric and losing your stock. Yeah, tough decision here for Shawnee. I do not envy them.
And here's the thing too, is that even though Bread Loaf was listed on the roster, we don't necessarily know if they will play, right? Like that was a name we saw, but we didn't see them come in. So it could necessarily be both Space Miner and Echo Force as the remaining players. I think you might run my prediction is that we're going to see Space Miner.
So we're definitely not seeing Space Miner then.
Yeah, right. Probably. I don't know. I've been pretty good on predictions.
I'm playing.
No, I know, but that's I'm totally with you. Sometimes I'm like, oh, it's gonna be these two characters. Oh, it's gonna be the third one. But yeah, I think Space Miner is like almost like Space Miner is gonna perform, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I would even imagine that like Space Miner takes out one of these players outright without even losing more than a single stock, and then you can set up Bread Loaf or Echo Force for the win. But I don't know. Bread Loaf as Roy, like Roy's a character that could easily get cheesed by Kazuya and Terry, and Echo Force is Joker, you know, as a Joker, but didn't have really the strongest performance. So that's I 100% agree. It's risky. You put out Space Miner and Space Miner doesn't like outright win. Manchester can still bring it back, but if you wait and you put Space Miner on the anchor, then you're at risk of getting your kills cheated, and when you need to, you know, clutch it out, and that's just, you can't avoid that when you're playing, you know, DLC. So this is what I love about Smash Cruise. There is no set game plan to victory. It's a gamble either way, and you really have to, you know, put your brains together as a team, which I'm assuming we're kind of seeing here from Shawnee. Is like, okay, what is the right move? What do we do? Do we have Space Miner anchor? Do we have Space Miner come in and try to sweep? Who's our fourth? Who's like, all of that is, I'm sure, discussions happening for this team, and it makes it a team effort, but it makes it such a unique experience in Smash, because you really don't get anything else like this aside from players who just have like a crazy character pool, and even then, I think it's just a completely different level.
Yeah, like you don't get this in singles, you don't get this in doubles, don't even get this really in like squad strike. It's just the chess match that is in crew battles is second to none in Smash Brothers. So I'm really liking what we're seeing. I'm liking the adjustments both teams have made, but we are getting into this next game, and who is Shawnee going to send in? It is going to be, and it is Space Miner, like we kind of predicted there. Again, I'm guessing wrong stage probably. Yeah, they're probably going on the wrong stage, but either way, they are going to be sending in Space Miner. Risky play, but if they can manage to do this, if Space Miner can manage to channel a little bit of what they did in that first game between these two, then Shawnee is going to be in an incredible position. But I said this before, I'll say it one more time. When you're fighting Kazuya, you can never be comfortable. You're never actually winning against Kazuya until that character is off the screen. So this is, again, a very high risk, high reward. But again, we saw what Space Miner did earlier, so they're hoping that they can repeat that performance.
Absolutely right. This is a lot of pressure on Space Miner here. It's kind of your anchor player getting used a little early here. That's always a risk, as we talk about. It puts that much more pressure on them to get a full wipe here, right? To get 3 stocks without dying potentially. It's gonna be difficult because, you know, Kazuya, I think Toon Link does. I mean, this is still early. Like, can I outright say, oh, Kazuya wins, Kazuya loses this matchup? Truthfully, I don't know, but I would think of, Lynx in general, those kind of characters just do well against Kazuya. But again, like you said, Kazuya can win at any point. You're playing Tekken, you're not playing Smash in this matchup. Yep. I think the stage is going to be a big difference. Oh, okay, so it is. Maybe it might have been controls.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was.
But either way, here on PS2, Space Miner, the MVP for Shawnee State, being sent in third up against Pars, the Kazuya. We saw that amazing performance that they put on in game number 1. So again, looking to channel some of that energy here in the second set. You know what? In the early goings of this match, doing relatively well. Got Pars off stage at 77%. Trying to Z-drop some of these bombs. Ooh, that would have been a really good edge guard if they managed to get something there, but still, keeping Pars at the ledge. Has that rage drive, though. But Space only at 28%, but that's really nothing to Kazuya.
Yep. Yeah, definitely not. This is, again, a situation where you make the one wrong move and Kazuya takes advantage. You can tell how Space Miner is very, very cognizant of that. Like, not committing at all, using the bow, the bow and arrow, using your boomerang, using your bombs to confirm an interaction rather than just trying to swinging and potentially getting whiff punished. You can see even now when Pars is in the corner at the ledge, backing up, throwing more bombs. But could that work in Pars' favor? Because now Pars is landing these lasers and is getting back up onto stage for free. This is still pretty much even, I would actually say here, because Pars off one interaction can definitely get this kill. That shield is low though. And now Space Miner, one lost miss, one whiff could be it.
And there is first stock going there to Space Miner. Pars actually lost their rage drive there in the end, and that was going to be a big factor in them taking that stock. But that's probably going to be it. Yep, electric into up B, tying it right back up. But man, even with how good Space Miner is playing, I'm just waiting for Pars to bust out that one like Riddles like a Kazuya combo that'll absolutely blow my mind here to maybe take this lead. But I really like what Space Miner is doing. The exact same game plan they had in that first game. They're just running away, not using bombs, or using a lot of bombs, I should say. And you know what, not playing aggressively at all. In the first game they played, we did see them go for a couple of some dash attacks and some forward airs they maybe should not have gone for, and we're just not seeing that at all here in game 2. After we see the double up air to take it, and only 10% on Space Miner here.
Space Miner was just a fantastic second stock. You could tell in the early part of that stock is Pars was getting conditioned to shield a ton, and then Space Miner landed like 3 or 4 grabs in a row. So Pars stopped shielding, and they just got hit by like everything. Just really solid control of this matchup here by Space Miner so far, and now they have over an entire stock lead against Pars, who would love to get at least one more stock. That boomerang! I don't think they would have gotten the full kill off of that interaction from Pars, but the boomerang on the return saving Space Miner in dire straits, which means they can get back in, reset the situation. They certainly have, and sticking to these platforms too. Look how often Space Miner is just jumping up, burning those jumps in neutral to get to the platform and stay out of Kazuya's range from any electrics. This is just working out flawlessly for Space Miner so far. And look at all the damage that Pars has to take just to get in. And now they're committing. You can see Pars is like fishing for some kind of kill confirm here. And Space Miner was like, yeah, give me that all day. Go for these huge committal moves. You're going to get punished every single time. And now Space Miner, one forward air away from getting the kill and lands it. That'll be only a stock loss of 1 for Space Miner going into that, which means it is just Augment up against 2 stocks for Space Miner and then an entire full player. I think right now it's looking like we're going to get a game 3 here, Mies, between these two teams who are 5-0. They are going the distance to hold on to this undefeated record.
I don't know if the season has an MVP, an overall MVP award, but if they do, I gotta throw Space Miner's name into that hat to win that award, because this performance today, again, from Toon Link, a character that is not meta, you don't see this character really at all, and the performance that they're putting on, going up against characters, you have a Stephen Kazuya on a team, and they're both getting worked by a Toon Link. So that's just an absolutely incredible performance here from Space Miner, and yeah, this is a perfect spot. You could not really be in a much better spot going into the last character here. If you're Shawnee State, we same thing we said against Pars and Kazuya. We saw what they've done against Augment already. Terry loses to a lot of the same stuff that Kazuya loses to, and doesn't have the tools that Kazuya has to just delete your stock at 0% until they get to 100. So I fully expect this match to go basically just like that last match went.
I think you're right here, and I think this is Shawnee feeling really good now because they have potential to move this to game 3. Manchester has to be thinking, well, damn, if we aren't able to make this happen in this game, what are we going to do for the next one, right? Like, they got so much off of Ashe on that Villager and Atlas, as I was kind of worried about for them. And of course, fortunately for Shawnee, Atlas had a great response to Ashe, and all of a sudden that X factor for Manchester is kind of gone here. Augment, a very solid Terry in their own right, but it was really Atlas who was the absolute key performance indicator here, the KPI for Manchester to take this dub, and now that's now been removed. So you don't even have like the Steve to choose at the end here, which certainly Fleetwood didn't have a perfect performance, but that was still a threat that and confirmed the win for them last time. So Shawnee has to be feeling good about this. They have not only a player advantage by having, you know, arguably their strongest player still on the field, and now they have counter pick advantage here up against the last player for Augment.
And you know what, no matter, even if Space Miner does lose this, I would imagine they're taking off at least 2 stocks here, even if they do lose. So hey, no matter who gets sent in next, whether that's Bread Loaf or whether that's Echo Force, it's going to be a really, really easy job for them to clean it up if Space Miner doesn't do it themselves. But you know what, I want to say this about Augment and say this about Terry as well. Not as polarizing as Kazuya, but again, one of those characters where you're never really safe. I've watched enough, you know, riddles to know that this character again isn't quite at Kazuya's level in terms of damage, but if you can get touched like twice, and before you know it, you're at like 70%, and you're wondering like what happened to get to this point, and then you blink and you're getting Buster Wolf, then you're dead at like 88 or something like that. So I don't want to ever count out any of the FGC characters because they have so much this raw KO power that you're never truly winning until the match is done. But man, Space Miner, it's just like, this is incredible. This is like one of the best performances, other than the people who have like wiped out teams by themselves. One of the best performances I think we've seen all season.
I think you're absolutely right, and I'm certain that Space Miner has to be feeling great about that, considering that, you know, the last time we saw Shawnee, right, like they also got a dub, so to come back on broadcast to be like, hey, that wasn't a fluke. We're still here. We earned our record. We haven't lost on broadcast. We haven't lost off stream, and we're continuing to not lose here potentially. And the adaptation, the bring back here from Shawnee has been great. And Manchester, I'm actually curious because the time it's taking for, I mean, obviously this is Wi-Fi, so maybe they're just trying to get set up, but like maybe Manchester as a player that we don't know about that could come in here instead of Augment. That's what I'm thinking here potentially, that we have a player that we haven't seen that like, hey, we need a ringer here. We need someone to jump in, but we are going to get in. We're going to find out in just a few short moments who is going to be repping the last 3 stocks of Manchester University up against Shawnee, and it is in fact Augment. So that means Space Miner has 2 stocks, and then either Bread Loaf or Echo Force will be left to clean things up. Can Augment do this? Can Augment confirm a 2-0 victory for Manchester, or are we going to a game 3? Let's find out.
Man, up against Space Miner, honestly, probably would not put my money on it, but you know what? Got a quick 26% here in the beginning of this match, but in that deficit brought right back by Space Miner, and now has a 30 or so % lead, and is just continuing to rack on this damage right here. This Augment just unable to get in. We saw this against Pars too. It's like you have to take like 25 to 30% damage just for the opportunity to hit Space Miner, and just because you get that opportunity doesn't even mean you're going to confirm that hit, and which is why Space Miner has been doing so well. But now we do see that go meter is active for Augment. One Buster Wolf at the ledge might actually take it after a forward tilt, but we're going to see if they even have the chance to get that Buster Wolf.
Absolutely right, and this is, remember when we saw this last time, Augment was having trouble confirming off of power dunks. Didn't land any good Buster Wolves. Ooh, that forward tilt might not be enough to get. Oh, actually saves them. Okay, but playing with their food here, I think Space Miner is like, I don't care. You're dead. You die when I tell you to die. I'm letting you know. I'm not finished with you yet. I'm not finished with you yet. Absolutely. Space Miner now in full control, has not lost a stock. Only 50%. Augment looking worse for wear. They have 2 stocks to work with, and now it's completely slowed down because Augment's afraid almost to approach a little bit here up against what is absolutely a fortress from Toon Link here of Space Miner, who's feeling absolutely great about this. Shawnee has to know, like, hey, this is game 3 time here.
I am kind of shocked we're not seeing some more crack shoots from Augment. It's a thing that can go over some of the projectiles. You could kind of just hop right over them, and it's a really good tool for approaching if you use it wisely. But they are really just opting to just jump in Nair, and they seem to be getting punished for it every single time. Like there, again, jump in Nair almost every single time. Again, no punish right there, but still not really mixing up their approach options. And Space Miner is good enough of a player to notice that you're doing that and to adjust accordingly. But the edge guard here went for the down air, couldn't quite get it. Managing to recover, hanging on that ledge for a little bit too long, but making it back safely. And that, again, bomb confirmed. The bomb confirms from Space Miner. I don't think they've missed a single one up until this point, or at least it doesn't seem like it. And they are now one stock away from bringing this to a game 3 deck.
I think at this point, Manchester's like, all right, GG, let's go next. Like, what do we got to do to change things up? And Shawnee absolutely has this in the bag. I don't think Augment has so much work to do here and has yet to get a single stock on Space Miner, who's now at 120% after a couple minutes here. Finally in a position to potentially die off of just a stray hit from Terry, but even then, Terry having so much trouble getting in. Augment has to figure out how to close this stock and fast. This is still doable for sure.
Definitely.
But the longer it takes, I think, for Augment to get this first kill, I mean, the more impossible it's looking here, because Space Miner does not need to do a lot more work to get this next kill on Augment, and is already putting in some of that necessary work to get it done. And no! Augment fades in right into the forward smash. That is it. Space Miner will take it, clean things up, and that is a 5-0 stock victory for Shawnee, which means we are going to a game 3 between these two 5-0 teams. You'll love to see it. It is not over just yet. We got some more Smash action here in this series, and I'm excited for it. Which teams are coming on top? I mean, coming into this, we predicted Manchester.
Yep.
Now Shawnee's in the throne. They're in the driver's seat right now.
And we're going to see who manages to actually take this dub in this intense set right after this quick break. Everybody, please do not leave. You do not want to miss this.
Welcome back, everybody, to Week 7 of the NACE Star League Fall 2022 season and the third and final game of our first set of the night, Manchester versus Shawnee. And can we say it has been a fantastic set so far? We are going the distance. It is, I believe, the second or third time we're getting a game 3 here. Miza, I'm not, we've been seeing blowouts. We've been seeing 2-0s, close 2-0s, blowout 2-0s. But we haven't been going the distance as often as we'd like. So, of course, we're excited to finally be going the distance once again. We have a game 3 between these two teams who are exactly this, 5-0 in the regular season. Whichever team loses this next game has finally taken their first loss. Mies, after seeing that performance from Shawnee, I don't know which way to go here. I think Shawnee has the edge, but I am hard-pressed to see, are our predictions going to be correct, or is Shawnee going to take this dub? I have no idea.
Honestly, when I saw the teams that we were getting today on broadcast, I fully expected at least one of the matches to go the distance. But yeah, I think right now I have to give the advantage to Shawnee. Manchester has not found an answer for Space Miner. That's it. They have not found the answer to the Space Miner. We saw, after that first game, I thought Ash was going to be the one that, kind of propelled Manchester to victory, but we saw in game 2 Atlas went hit for hit and ended up actually taking out Ash, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, on the other hand, they just don't have an answer for Space Miner. I really want to see Ash try to take out Space Miner. I really want to see that matchup. Maybe that's the answer, but Fleetwood couldn't do it. Paz and Augment both just got wiped off the map by Space Miner. So yeah, if they do win, I really think they're gonna have to save Ash for third or fourth, and just whenever Shawnee sends Space Miner in, that's when you send them in, because that's the only person on your team that they haven't seen yet. And again, maybe that's the key to victory here.
That's actually a good point. And maybe keeping Ash as the absolute anchor here is what they need to do, and just like, okay, we're gonna put out, I don't know, Terry or Kazia at first and just try to cheese an early lead here. At the same time, though, one player we haven't seen from Shawnee is Breadloaf, who did really well for them in week 2. Now, we're not sure if Breadloaf is actually playing, but we do know they were listed on this week's roster. So it could very well be a situation where if Shawnee really needs to pull out all the stops here, and let's say Space Miner does get taken out, they still have arguably one of their better players yet to be played yet. That's a scary thought for Manchester, who, as we've seen, has only fielded 4 players. We don't know if they have another sub that could come in here. At the moment, it doesn't seem like they do, because I would imagine if they did, they would have played it already to guarantee the 2-0. This is a sticky situation for Manchester. We were looking at this. This was the mostly meta lineup for Manchester versus the Wi-Fi Warrior matchups here for Shawnee State, but it's all come down to player skill. It doesn't matter what characters they're kind of fielding here. And so far, it's been the Space Miners show. And here we go, game 3. And
they're sending Ash like first again.
Ash coming in first, and that's actually such a huge gamble because Shawnee putting out Atlas, which means they're getting this matchup for the 3rd time in a row. Ash won the first time, Atlas taking it the second time. We're actually getting a best of 3 in this exact matchup, and that, I think maybe Manchester wasn't anticipating Atlas to respond. Maybe they thought Space Miner was going to come out first. This is actually such a huge gamble for Manchester because they lose Ash early again. This could be essentially it. That could be wrapped. Shawnee could win this right here.
I think it is, honestly. Again, you never want to count anyone out too early, but I think it will be it if Ash does go out, because I keep bringing up the point. We've seen what Space Miner does to the rest of this team. They don't know what to do about it. And I thought Ash might have been the answer for that, or at least a better pick. But yeah, very, very, very high risk here. Hopefully it works out for Manchester. But up to this point, it has been a dead even game. And you know what? Not too shocked. Both the games from these players have been pretty good. But Atlas right there, just uncharacteristic SD. Hate to see that in a crew battle again. Every single stock matters, and Ash only at 64%, still relatively healthy, and already put another 48% on oh no. Oh boy. Wow, we said this was a risk, but their risk is paying off.
This is shades of the first game, right? Where Ash really got an early lead. Or not an early lead, but it got like an early kill and then was able to follow quickly with another forward smash kill, right? Like that is something that was huge for Ash. So now Ash could walk away here with a potential 3-stock victory. It's not guaranteeing Manchester the win, but it's not a bad start because now that's going to be a little more work for the eventual Space Miner play to come in here. But Ash finding what worked against Atlas in that first game, it was off that forward smash, and Atlas dying early.
Ouch.
Ash at 142 after getting clobbered there by the hydrant, misses that, or avoids that bell rather. And now looking for a way in to try to get another early kill. Has to be careful. Doesn't want to give up this stock if they can avoid it, but I know Ash does not want to miss opportunities to get kills, but all the way through the hydrant, all the way through the trees, it's going to be Atlas finding that key kill.
And yeah, shades of game 1 here where Ash actually won with 2 stocks left at 0% right now on the second stock. And with the way they're playing, I would not be surprised if they do manage to get out of this alive with both of those. But man, don't want to doubt out Atlas at any point in time. We've seen what this player can do. We've seen how incredible they are. So again, do not want to count them out. But you know what? Not looking too good for them here at 54. Still untouched. Still has not touched Ash on the second stock. I definitely just jinxed that, by the way. But still has not touched them on this stock. 71%. Needs to try and get something going. Oh, and you know what? Didn't even notice that Ash is actually holding the Galaga right there. I'm actually kind of curious to see what Villager could potentially do with that if they, you know, get the opportunity to land a hit with it. But yeah, Atlas right now playing uber defensively, not trying to approach at all. 78%. Still hasn't been able to get a hand. Oh, there it is. There it is. I jinxed it that time. But only managing to get a little forward there and only 6% on Ash. And you're going to need a little bit more than that if you want to take off the second stock.
That was really solid there by Ash too, holding on to the item by Atlas. So just been making it, I mean, I think impossible now for Atlas to get things going on their end because you have that response from Ash. You can even see Atlas is being a little careful pulling their second item here because they don't want Ash to immediately use theirs that's pocketed and pocket a second one. This is where we saw it happen before though. The forward smashes come in and no matter how close you're going to get to the stage, Atlas still vulnerable to those forward smashes, which means Ash does get the response back, the clap back. They win their little series, that little set they have between those two players 2-1. But Manchester with a little bit of breathing room, up 11-9, and it's not going to be Ash going down first here. It'll be Atlas. So this could be what exactly Manchester needs to get that fire burn and get that engine started off right. It all came off in that game 1 of Ash getting a big lead, and we missed that in game 2. We got it back in game 3. That could be the game changer here.
Yeah, we saw, for those who don't remember her, who may have just tuned in, Ash in game 1 actually did take off 7 or 8 stocks. I forget the exact number, but 7 or 8 stocks, which is what propelled Manchester to victory, despite a very good effort from Space Miner to get that comeback. So I'm wondering if we're going to see a repeat of that. I'm wondering if they're going to send, I think they sent in Waywardness second in the first set, if I'm remembering correctly, and we saw Ash kind of wipe the floor with Waywardness as well, if I'm remembering right. But yeah, I'm wondering if we're gonna get that repeat, another 5, 6, 7 stock match, or output here from Ash, or has Shawnee kind of gotten a bit of a read on them? I still just selfishly really want to see Space Miner go up against Ash, just to see how well they do against Space Miner. Because again, we've seen Space go up against Augment, Pars, and Fleetwood twice, and it hasn't been really close in any of those matches. So I really want to see selfishly Ash go up against Space Miner here.
That's an early play here for Shawnee to put in Space Miner, but I don't think you're necessarily off on that. I have a lingering feeling that we're going to see Breadloaf come in here at some point and just like tear up, and that's a player that they're not like in the mindset of playing against yet, so like that could be that difference maker. I think Echo Force, I want to say maybe Echo Force went in before Waywardness game 1. I think you're right. No, you're right. Because I think Waywardness went in earlier game 2 than they did game 1, which meant they had to have gotten third game 1. So
you're right.
It's difficult. This is hard. Both of these teams are so evenly matched. Like there is no right decision here. But for Ash to take that out pretty handedly has to make Manchester feel really good about this. That puts the pressure on Shawnee, like we saw in the first game. Like, do they play Space Miner early and just like take care of Villager? Because that's the thing too, and we saw this. Space Miner really had no trouble against Steve, Kazuya, or Terry. No. So if Space Miner comes in and takes care of Ash, there really isn't a matchup that Manchester has to be like, okay, we put this in and we get rid of Space Miner. Space Miner could win it outright right from there. So if you put in Space Miner, I think that's why we might not see Space Miner just yet. I think what Shawnee wants to do here is get rid of Ash first, and then clear the path for Space Miner to come in and take care of matchups that they've proven themselves in already. With against the Terry, against the Kha'Zix, even against the Steve, those were very hard matchups for those. Or those were easier matchups for Space Miner. Those were just hard for them to play against Space Miner in those matchups. So I'm thinking that we're going to see Waywardness or potentially Breadloaf come in here, try to end Ash, take them out, and then set up the path for Space Miner to come in and clean things up. So that's my prediction here. I think you want to have that guaranteed path to success for Space Miner. Just to be sure, we're about to find out, though.
Here we go into the next game here of game number 3. Who is Shawnee going to send? And they are sending an Echo. Okay, this is exactly what happened in set 1. Yeah, they sent in Atlas first, lost by 2 stocks, sent in Echo Force. I think Echo Force, I don't know if Echo took a stock. I
don't know, because I remember this being difficult for Echo Force, actually. That's an esports throwback right there. I remember this being difficult for Echo Force, right? Like, and we're seeing the proof of that right here, because Ash is just dominating, and we saw these early kills. The Arsene saving Echo Force. Remember, Ash took 2 really early stocks. The second and third stock on Echo Force were really early percent edge guards. So Ash looking to do that here. That Arsene saving Echo Force right now. But this is rough. I think we're not seeing Bread Force or Bread Loaf here. Instead, just Echo Force. I don't know what I'm doing. Which means Shawnee. Yeah, maybe it just does come down to Space Miner at the end here. But can Echo Force change the pace of this and at least get a stock or 2 on Ash to change things up?
I think that's probably one. There we go. Only 46% here on Ash. Again, this is pretty much a repeat of what happened in game 1. Echo just unable to really do much, like 54% cool, but this has all been like stray hits and a back air or a forward air or some bullets here and there. We do see the jab right there managing to connect. Does have Arsene as well, but yeah, this has just been a very rough time for Echo, just unable to really get a good read on what Ash is doing. But the thing is, when you have Arsene and when you have this much power, you don't really need to get too many reads to get a KO. As we see that back air, not going to be enough. And I think we're going to see Ash kind of stall a little bit here to get rid. Okay, no, going right back on stage. I thought they were going to stall to try and get rid of the Arsene. Got to be careful with that tree, though.
That'd actually be probably a good game plan, but I think Ash is just feeling confident enough to go for it. We're also not seeing a lot of, like, Echo Force is swinging a ton. So when you know that your opponent's doing that, you can definitely play around that a bit more, especially at the ledge, because you can throw out get-up attack. And Ash right now doing a great job of controlling the pace of this, despite being on the ledge and despite being at high percent. Steals stage control right back, no problem. I'm actually surprised we're not seeing as many side beats from Echo Force as I would imagine. Because Joker's a character that can play both the rushdown game and the defensive game really well. And if generally the rushdown game is not working, you normally see Jokers just sit back, throw side Bs, and try to get Arsene to come out. We're not seeing that from Echo Force, and Ash is taking advantage, lands a down smash into the up smash. That's a true combo at that percent, and now Echo Force taking just a little bit of time on the Angel platform to get their senses back, take a breather, and see what they can do. They absolutely need to get this, at least one more stock here on Ash. At least the stock here on Ash at all. They're at 153 right now.
And yeah, you know what? You brought up a really good point. I am actually shocked that we're not seeing more side Bs coming through from Echo Force as they do manage to get that back air. One of the few attacks, or I think maybe the only attack in this game that just does damage over time. So, and that damage over time can rack up in it racks up a lot very, very quickly if you're not paying attention to your percentages there. But either way, one stock game, 81% here on Echo Force as they're struggling to get back on stage, and that deep bowling ball from Ash is gonna do it. I felt that one in my neck. Good lord. But yeah, there we go. Ash taking out another 3 stocks, and this is like literally what happened in game 1. Like almost like stock for stock what happened in game 1.
This is deja vu right now, and Shawnee is certainly living the dream as it repeats. That was hard. Echo Force just didn't have the adaptation and was getting caught recovering. Villager was surprisingly having some really solid job of recovering, or doing a good job of taking care of Joker without Arsene. You know that they're going to recover more likely because of that up B. And even in that situation, Echo Force is kind of getting caught hitting buttons off stage. They were caught in the cooldown of Nair there, and the forward smash. We didn't even need to see it. It was in the magnifying glass, but you know that was hitting right there, and it did. Ash now still alive, keeping things good, keeping things cooking for Manchester, where we thought Shawnee had the edge coming into this. Ash bringing it right back. I'm not surprised though, because Ash had really good adaptation over the course of those, those stocks in the first game, and we're seeing that adaptation come right back in game 3 when it matters most.
And one thing, I'm not shocked that they sent in Ash first, or that, but I am questioning the pick of sending in Echo Force second. Again, we saw what happened in game 1. I would have opted to send in Waywardness. Again, don't want to pop Space Miner too early. I probably would have sent in Waywardness. Definitely played a lot better in game 1 than Echo did. But still, Echo doing better here, managing to take a stock off, which is great, which is exactly what you need. But yeah, we both thought Shawnee was in the driver's seat here. But you know what? Manchester may have heard us, and they took that steering wheel right back as we're getting into this next game. Who are they going to send in? I would imagine it's going to be, they are sending in Space Miner, so we're finally getting the matchup that I wanted to see. And Dak, I think it's safe to say, if Space Miner takes this out or takes out Ash, I think it might be safe to say that this match is not quite over yet, and they might be able to actually win outright despite being down like 2 characters.
I definitely think you're right here. The Space Miner coming in to stop the bleeding and keep things as close as possible for Shawnee. That does mean, I don't even think that's a bad play, because that pretty much means that we're going to be seeing Waywardness as their last player. And look at that. You didn't even have time to finish my thought there, because Space Miner just eradicating Ash right there very quickly. And now it's just Fleetwood, Pars, and Augment left. I say just, but Space Miner's shown that they can take down the stocks of all those players pretty handily. And then we have Waywardness as the anchor for Shawnee State, a very solid anchor at that.
Definitely.
So this is just like that, with Space Miner doing so well there. I think we were anticipating potentially Ash taking 1 stock, maybe 2 off Space Miner.
Yeah.
Just because Ash was playing so well, but Space Miner looking tough to beat right now tonight. I think Shawnee, this is still going either way. This is a set that we cannot call.
Yeah. Like, now I'm thinking, if I'm Manchester, I think I just send in Fleetwood. I think I sent in Fleetwood. We know what Space Miner did to Kazuya and Terry earlier. I don't want to do that. I think I just sent in Fleetwood and just go for Steve. Like, just try and overwhelm with Steve. We know what Steve can do. We know the power that Steve has. And yes, Kazuya has similar, if not more power than that. But like, I think I just send them in and then just try to play the annoying campy, like, just play Wi-Fi Steve. Basically, is what I'm saying here. And that's their best bet. And if that doesn't work, I think it's going to be GG's if that doesn't work.
It could be. I think this is something you just kind of throw bodies at the problem, right? Like,
yeah.
This is Fleetwood can take at least a stock off of Space Miner, and then all right, well, you got to have your Terry or Kazuya make the rest happen, and then from there, it's still doable. These teams are so evenly matched. Like we've been deliberating, like, what is the best move? What is the best move? What is the right decision? And there's, like we said, there's really no right path to success for either of these two teams. It's really come down to like the individual performances, and that's what we've seen, and that's what we have to like keep taking into consideration. Like, it comes down to how those players are playing in that specific game. The matchups have not necessarily mattered. Even the timing of when these players come out doesn't necessarily matter either. But I think it is very telling that Shawnee was willing to put in Space Miner when they did, even though I think I may even anticipate Space Miner coming in earlier, considering Echo Force was kind of just a buffer really for Shawnee, not really contributing too much to this overall performance of the team. I'm surprised that maybe Space Miner didn't come in a bit earlier to try to stop the bleeding when they could at an earlier stage of the set. But again, they know better than I do as a team. I'm curious to see who comes out now for Manchester. I think you might be right. I think Fleetwood comes in, take a stock, and get it done. But if you lose that Steve and they don't get the job done, Space Miner has put in work against Pars. Let's put in work against Augment. That could be it for Manchester. Shawnee feeling really good about this as they have Space Miner now in control in the driver's seat. And who's going to come out for Manchester? It is, in fact, Fleetwood on the Steve.
Yeah, again, I think this is the best of your three options here. I feel like Steve, out of the options of Kazuya, Terry, and getting Steve, I think is the best option, just based on what we've seen in the first two games. And the thing about Steve is, even if you're not quite as good of a player as your opponent, you can still get away with so much stuff because it's how potent this character is and the amount of damage this character can rack up, and the myriad of ways this character can take your stock. But you know what? Space Miner does not care about matchups, does not care about your tier list, has a 70% lead right now, and is still going 90. Oh my, I don't even know. Okay, man, Fleetwood. I don't even think Fleetwood is registered how much damage they've taken right now. 130% and only 8 right here on Space. Fleetwood, if you have anything left in your bag of tricks, now is the time to whip it out, because, man, this is Space Miner's world and we are all just living in it at this point.
Whew, it's Fleetwood just barely getting out of there. Oh no, goes right into the last LB, no way! Space Miner now doing an incredible amount of work here and bringing Shawnee right back into this. This is something that I remember, Coney kind of mentioning over at Big House a couple weekends ago, that Steve has ways to, has almost kind of one way to get out of disadvantage sometimes, and that's minecart. So if you're not landing that minecart, you do kind of get hurt a little bit trying to land and trying to get yourself out of disadvantage. And Space Miner has been able to evade that minecart so often in this matchup. It's been so difficult for Fleetwood to get their bearings here and do any kind of considerable mining. We haven't seen a diamond come out. They're still on that iron. They're finally going to get a wall up just in time. We saw a little bit of diamond getting pulled there, but every minecart's being avoided here by Space Miner or shielded perfectly there, as the command grab portion hasn't come out yet. Fleetwood is really struggling to get any kind of solid hits in. This is what we were talking about earlier. You can mine all day, but if you can't actually land the hits, it doesn't matter.
Yep. And one thing to kind of further your point there, if Steve isn't landing minecart and not landing jab, this is a very beatable character, despite what many people may try to tell you on Twitter. But yeah, this character is not landing jab and minecart, very beatable, very exploitable, and we're seeing Space Miner right here take advantage of the few weaknesses that Steve has here. Gets another bomb. Now Fleetwood does have that. Oh, jeez, did have diamond right there, but does get up smashed at only 39% on Space Miner. Looking like they're probably going to take the. Never mind. I'll take this without losing a stock. I paused there because I didn't know what was going to happen. But I might take this without losing the stock as they've almost lapped Fleetwood in percent here. Hey,
this is really difficult. Finally, the first time that command grab's landing on Space Miner, but there's no follow-up there. And this is, for right now, Fleetwood hasn't found a good answer in almost any situation. Okay, wow, I rarely see that happen. The jump back in, ghost right in the whip there on the minecart. Fleetwood now looking for an opportunity to try to get a little bit of a combo going, but there's nothing doing at all. Whiffing on a lot of these follow-ups, which is so key. I mean, how often does Space Miner miss an opportunity to get the follow-up? Very rarely. Whereas Fleetwood really hasn't been able to confirm off of these initial hits, where you really need to be doing that as Steve.
And we're going to see the back throw right here. Not going to be nearly enough to get that KO. But yeah, if the Space Miner can take this out, can take Fleetwood out without losing a stock, then I really have to say there's a high chance that we see them sweep right here. And the minecart again, not getting the grab, but getting the hit part of it. And I did just see some diamond pop out. But you know what? Space not even giving Fleet the chance to craft anything right here. Trying to get to that crafting table. There it is. Oh, no. Opting to not even go for the diamond. Oh. Man, definitely would have needed that. Ugh.
Fleetwood needs to get one stock here. That could be a huge game changer, but no kill confirms at all. Finally landing an aerial. That's still not going to be enough. It's from the middle of the stage, even with that rage. Space Miner looking for a way back in. Doesn't have an invincibility, but Fleetwood not in a position to punish.
This could be it. Oh!
They can do it again with the down smash. Oh, the bomb! Changing up the timing just in time. Space Miner such a smart play. Oh, there'd be enough. No! Lands on the platform, and then Fleetwood rolls away. Oh, that landed the grab or something. Finally, the minecart comes in, and Fleetwood will get one stock here. Space Miner might want to wish they have that back, as that back throw should be enough, and it is. It will now be a 6-5 fair lead here for Manchester, but could that have made the difference? Space Miner dropping that one single stock to the Steve, could that be enough for Manchester to eventually swoop in and take this set?
And there was an opportunity on that right, in that little kerfuffle there on the right side there, where Space did have the opportunity to get a grab. Steve rolled, Fleetwood rolled, and the grab opportunity was there. But I think when you're in the moment and you're just trying, as much as you're trying to KO your opponent, you're also trying not to get KO'd yourself. You know, maybe not think straight. And Toon Link Space Winner actually went for a roll themselves, but that could have been it. Did lose that stock, and I'm really hoping that does not come back to bite them. But the thing is, we've seen Space take out both Pars and Augment with 2 stocks before, so this is not necessarily unfamiliar territory. I still think they are in a great position to take this, even if they only let's say they only managed to take out one of the 2, and then take out 1 stock from whoever the last person is, which is again very, very possible. Shawnee still has Waywardness, an amazing player in their own right, waiting in the wings. So I do still think, despite being down a stock right now, I still think Shawnee is in a better position to win this game.
I think you're right. I mean, I don't even know if they'll need to go to Waywardness. We've seen what Space Miner can do with 2 stocks or even 1. They still got to get through Space Miner. And yeah, you're right. Waywardness on that Zelda. This is probably this team's 2 best players here.
Yeah.
So Manchester has a lot of work to do against 2 characters who very similar in terms of their matchups, polarizing style of play, against 2 characters like Toon Link and Zelda who can play that defensive game, who can make those approaches hard. Like in these matchups, Kazuya and Terry can get the kills, but they're going to take damage to get to that point. And in a crew battle where every hit counts and those stocks certainly count just as much, if not more, sometimes you can't afford to do that. You can't afford to be taking these hits here. This is... Whew, and we wanted it as close as we could, going the distance and then some, and this certainly is. This is a wild set between these 2 teams. I'm happy to finally see a game 3, and this is, again, between 2 teams who are 5-0. One team will be 6-0, one team will be 5-1. They're trying to hold on to that perfect record. I mean, eventually we've seen teams like Northwood, right? Another undefeated team that we've seen very dominant. Both of these teams looking so good going into the later stage of this regular season. We love to see the talent, the cream rise to the top, and the cream of the crop rise to the top as well. And this is the exact kind of matchups we want to see here. I love it.
Yeah, again, like when we saw these matchups today, I saw the records of all the teams. I fully expected this to be a close set. Maybe not this close, because this is like right down to the wire of the wire of the wire of the wire. And up to this point on broadcast, I feel like we haven't seen this much of a chess match between 2 teams before. We're like every match we're always kind of wondering who's gonna go in, but it's just like, man, it's like no matter who sends in who from which team, it's like there's so many positives, there's so many negatives, everything is a risk, and we haven't seen that up until this point. And just being able to commentate this is just so exciting for me, because it's like it's forcing me to think just as much as the players are.
And we have another set after this too. This isn't even it. Like we have a whole other set, man. I gotta keep myself in it, because this is gonna be this has already been, it's gonna continue to be an absolutely great night here at NA Star League as we continue with our Smash Collegiate matches. This is gonna be fantastic. I can't wait to see what comes up next. Is it gonna be Paras or Augment? That's a tongue twister. Paras or Augment.
When in doubt, go Kazuya.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I think we might see Pars come out first. Also, to be fair, we know that Pars might also play potentially like a Cloud or a Ken, right? Those are other characters that Pars does have potentially to run with, even though Kazuya has been the character they normally play the most from our research. You could put out the Cloud. I think a Cloud would be a great character to use in this situation, but is it up to snuff, right? That's the difference.
And honestly, just looking at Pars' Smash data right now, kind of cheating a bit. They do have the Cloud. They do also have a Ken. Ken probably not the best option here, but yeah, Cloud, if they do want to whip that out, I definitely agree with that. Again, just going up against Space Miner, it's happened twice. It has not worked out at all either time. Like, this is when you whip out those characters. I think Cloud, it's hard. It's very odd to say that someone does better than Kazuya in a matchup, but I think just in the player-to-player matchup, not necessarily the character-to-character matchup, I think Cloud is going to be a bit better. You can approach a lot easier with Cloud than you can with Kazuya at times. Kazuya, as good as that character is, very linear in their approach. You know exactly what's coming. Cloud, that massive disjoint with that Buster Sword, able to kind of close the gap in on a lot of stuff that Toon Link wants to do. But you do have very exploitable recovery. Again, very linear recovery. You only have up B as a recovery move, and you know exactly where it's going each and every time. So that's the risk there. But again, you're able to mix up your approach options a lot more with Cloud than you can with Kazuya. The disjoint, cannot stress enough how big that is against Toon Link. So yeah, if they do have that Cloud, I would whip it out if it is Pars, or we might just see Augment with the Terry again.
Guess we're about to find out as we jump into our next matchup, and it is the Kazuya from Pars. Okay, so this is a...
Again, not sure I agree too much with this, just based on how the last two matches went. We'll see. Again, Kazuya, I keep repeating myself, but you never can doubt a Kazuya. As we see this electric here, this could be something. Oh, when whiffing the combo, and I think the floatiness of Toon Link may have actually saved them there. I'm not too sure about that. But now we're seeing...
Nonetheless, Space Miner's happy to have gotten out, but now here's another opportunity. Oh, the follow-through does read the air dodge out, but wasn't able to dash in just in time. We saw this earlier, though, where Pars was willing to play that laser game. Like, oh, you're going to camp me, I'll camp you, but the lasers aren't as guaranteed of a hit as, of course, these bombs or these boomerangs are going to have to be, and that just the second hit of the boomerang was such a big play that Space Miner was able to utilize in the last time in this matchup. Like, okay, you got to worry about that. It not only gives you the combo opportunity, but it forces Kazuya to stay in shield a little longer than they might want to, and that's something Pars has to be careful of. You commit to up B at the wrong time, Space Miner, more often than not, is going to capitalize.
And yeah, actually committing to an up B right as you say that and getting punished immediately for it. What was once about a 50 or so % lead is now down to only 20, and that... Ooh, if they pulled the trigger on that like a couple frames earlier, that may have actually been a stock there for Pars, but unfortunately for them, Space Miner still hanging on, now actually has the lead for themselves. Whiffing on that up air there. 106% right now. What's the edge guard? Does manage to catch that bomb. Ooh, clean down there. You really don't see that move come out very often from Kazuya, but you know what? Pars whipping that out at the absolute perfect time. You would have loved to see it get a KO, but still, hey, I like that they went for it.
Oh,
gets rage drive and gets KO'd immediately. Ugh, hate to see it.
Alright, Pars can still do this, though. They're landing a lot of these jump-in nairs, which has been a little bit of an adaptation that's been working out for them, but you can see now they want this kill so desperately that they're starting to get a little too fishy there with that up B, getting hit with a lot of these approach options. But I love the nairs, so the nairs are actually stopping the boomerangs and also allowing them to catch the bombs here. I think Pars is starting to pick up on that a little bit and throwing out that move a little more often. Lands, and the laser fob, not going to be enough. They don't have rage drive, not going to kill. But one more connection there could be enough. No, doesn't nearly get in position right. Whiffs that forward tilt. This is rough as now Pars is starting to get racked up on it. Now they're in kill percent here. Almost barely going down the rage drive in position to get a kill, but Pars has to do it now, and no, the follow-up Space Miner now turning the tide here for Shawnee as they take the lead.
There we go, finally getting that spike right there, managing to take that stock off of Space Miner, stopping this avalanche. And you know what? One stock against in a one-on-one match against Kazuya where both players have one stock, it's just so hard to doubt Kazuya, because again, just one hit, I cannot stress that enough. For those who are not familiar with this character, one hit and your stock can be forfeit. But you know what? Space Miner not giving them the opportunity to get that single hit, running around, tossing bombs left and right, boomerangs, arrows, everything, and the kitchen sink at this Kazuya in order to just keep them away. Percentages almost even right here. Oh, well, I don't know what that uppercut was. I don't know about that option there for Pars there, going for a hard reboot with that uppercut, whiffing and getting punished. But again, percentages dead even, both at 66%. And you know what? Even though this is even, Kazuya is going to get KOs a lot earlier than Toon Link. So even though percentages are this close right now, I would have to say that Kazuya is technically in the lead, but this is Space Miner, and Space Miner does not care about your matchup charts, your tier list, none of that stuff. They came here to play, and they are showing why right there with that up there. And you know what, Pars, I doubted you. But valiant effort, very good effort right there. Definitely of the 3 games you've seen from Pars, that was definitely the best one. But against Space Miner, just was not enough, unfortunately. And now Manchester down to their last player, which will be Augment, unless they have a secret substitution that we have not seen yet. But most likely it will be Augment. Only 1 stock against Space Miner. You can do it, but it's gonna be rough.
That was Pars. You could tell was really trying to like. I mean, how many up Bs did we see on that last stock?
A lot.
That's too many, and you could tell like, okay, well, they weren't necessarily going for a kill every time. They were also trying to mix it up because they had their jump out of it.
Mhm.
The problem is that puts you above Toon Link over and over again, and Toon Link has a disjointed up there that kills. You don't want to be in that position, especially as Kazuya, who just is not very fast in the air, can't really avoid that, or you have to commit to an air dodge and then you get landing red. So I think a lot of that was just Pars kind of putting themselves in a bad position in neutral way too often. Like, I understand going for the up B when it's going to kill, but like we were seeing up Bs at 11%, 12%, like 31%, like in situations where it's never going to kill. It's rough because you're giving Space Miner a way back in and a way to get you, down a stock and a way for them to take the lead and eventually a way for them to win the matchup. And that's exactly what we saw. Now Manchester down to their last player, coming all the way from being in the lead decisively to now on the ropes, on the brink of defeat and potentially losing their undefeated streak. Shawnee has to be feeling good. I mean, Space Miner has to be feeling immaculate right now for the amount of work they've been doing for their team.
Yeah, definitely just been one of the strongest players we've seen all season long on this broadcast. Again, I said it earlier, if there's an MVP award, you got to throw Space Miner's hat, Space Miner's name into that hat, because this performance has been... Throw the hat, yeah, throw everything. The boomerang, throw the arrow, throw everything in there. But yeah, Toon Link and Space Miner here have been just absolutely incredible. And then they still have waywardness, waiting in the wings if they do go down here, who is an incredible player in their own right. So again, Augment, I don't envy their position. And I also wouldn't be shocked if we do see a 3-stock here from Space Miner, not to take anything away from Augment, but it's just like, they're just better. They're just a better player. And unfortunately, sometimes, even if your character is better than the other person's character, if you're just a better player, you can't really do much about that. So I think Shawnee is probably safe to say they're going to take this game.
I think you're right, man. I think this could be it for our Manchester squad. Shawnee looking like they want to go 2-0 on broadcast and 6-0 in the season, but it's not over just yet. Space Miner, the SD, if they get the better of them, it's still definitely doable. But I think we're also don't want to underestimate waywardness, right?
Yeah,
a very solid anchor. Zelda probably has no problem dealing with Terry. Terry, I think, could probably land those kill confirms a bit more consistently than they can on a Toon Link, but when I'm thinking of like Din's Fire and Knight being, the difference between you landing hits and you getting stuffed in neutral, I want to give it to waywardness there. Shawnee State, at this point, this is almost, I think, they're set to lose.
Yeah. And
will Manchester be able to do that to them?
I don't know. Again, I don't know if Augment has another character potentially that they can toss out. I don't know if, again, they might have a mystery 5th player to maybe mix things up a little bit, but anything that they have hidden, any tricks, any little secrets they want to whip out, now is the time. The thing is, even if they lose, they're still 5-1. They're still one of the best teams in the entire, in the entire tournament. So it's not like there's a lot at stake. It's not like they're fighting for like, a playoff spot at this point. I think it's safe to say they're gonna make it. But still, I think just the pride of being undefeated is something to fight for. And I think it's also just the pride of just like, look, your whole team is kind of getting rinsed by one person. And I think just kind of fighting for that pride of like knowing, okay, you know what, maybe you got us the first couple times, but you're beatable. We can take you out. You're not this unstoppable monster that we can do nothing about. I think even fighting for that little bit of pride is also something in the back of their head. But yeah, I think at this point, it's pretty safe to say Shawnee is going to be the undefeated team walking out of this match. Still undefeated.
So too. It's definitely not guaranteed at the moment, but it looks like it might be the case here. I am interested to see, can we see a change here from Augment? I mean, gotta live up to that name, right? Are they able to augment their play a little bit? And I hate to say it, but that's something we need to see. Pars, Fleetwood, even Ash, they weren't able to do it. I mean, Ash was able to augment their play, but they weren't able to guarantee and confirm this win for Manchester after. I mean, even the first game was not. I mean, they had a little bit of a lead, but it went down to the last 2 players.
Yeah.
Both of these teams so close in skill, in knowledge to one another, but I think just the difference maker and the player of this set has been Space Miner, and has been the player that has been the player to beat. Manchester was only able to do it once, and really essentially was because Ash had created such a massive lead for them to start things off that game 1. We didn't see that game 2. We didn't see it game 3. Space Miner could close things out right now. Augment has such a huge mountain. I think it's a bigger mountain to climb than it's
Mount Everest, man.
Right? I mean, it really is, like, because you have all that pressure on you. Sure, there aren't many stocks to take. It's not like you're down by 8 or 9, 3 full players, 4 full players, whatever it is. You're up against the best player of the other team right now, and then a very solid anchor in Waywardness against Zelda, who I think a lot of the time can be a very frustrating character to play against, right? Like, has so many of these annoying hitboxes to deal with. You know, a puppet kind of player and a character in the sense, and it's hard to edge guard. It's a combination that can wear on you mentally as a player, especially if you're Terry. But Terry cheats. Terry can get some kills. This is when you want to start, you know, copying someone else's Scantron right here. This is when you want to make that happen. I'm wondering, you know, maybe Manchester's trying to ice Shawnee a little bit here. Do they have a secret 4th player? And my bets are on a 5th player. My bets are on no on that. Probably just trying to set up, but can't wait to get into this one, man, because I mean, not only do we have this set, we have another set right after this. There's still so much more Collegiate Smash to go. Yeah, this is the best part about being in this part of the season. The best of the best teams are here to play.
Yeah, and you brought up a really good point about Waywardness Zelda, like how frustrating that character is to play. And I really think, just looking at Shawnee's roster, this is a team of characters that are just frustrating to play. Pac-Man, notorious for being one of the most annoying top tiers in the game. Toon Link just running around, darting around, and tossing everything at you, and you don't even know what to do about it. Joker, not quite as annoying, but it's just a frustration when they get Arsene and you die at 60. Like, that's very, very annoying as well. And Bread Loaf with the Roy, similar to Joker, you get touched twice, you're at 50, and you get side beat, and just a very frustrating pool of characters, and having to play that over and over and over again, I feel like has to wear on you mentally. And maybe we're starting to see the cracks in Manchester popping through right now. But yeah, this is also a mental battle. One thing we didn't bring up: when you're in a game 3 like this, you're playing against a player like Space Miner who just is wearing on you and you basically don't have an answer for it. Like, this is when you're going to see like which team has the tougher mentality, and you're going to see that start to come out. And you know what? If Augment, I hate to use the term has that dog in them, but has that dog in them, we might see them like just fight through and make a comeback here. They definitely can do it, though. I don't want to count them out, but they definitely can do it. I just wouldn't put money on it.
I don't know what I would put money on now at this point. I have no idea, but yeah, great play from all of these players. And of course, we want to quickly shout out all of our sponsors that are making this broadcast and all these broadcasts possible. Of course, we have Extra Life. Be sure to play games to change kids' health and change the future. Be sure to join Extra Life today. We've got Duncan. A-Star League runs on Duncan. Be sure to click that Twitch panel below to find a Duncan near you. And then we have all of our awesome other sponsors here. We have ROTC, we have Corsair, Monster, BetterHelp, and Mavix. And here we go, jumping right in. It is Augment. They have 4 stocks to remove from Shawnee's side. Can they do it? Or will Shawnee take this set 2-1 and go 6-0 in the season? We're about to find out.
And as much as we were talking about the advantage that Shawnee has, they still are only up 1 stock. This is not over just yet, everybody. And if Augment can take out Space without losing anything, you know what? This is basically just one game for everything in that going into that last one. But yeah, we're gonna see what happens here on Hollow Bastion. 40% on Toon Link right now. On Space Miner, you know what? Augment doing a good job of not approaching. The one thing that Augment did in their other set was we saw them approach with short hop nair so many times to the point where it was just like I think Space Miner just was waiting for it to pop out because they just kept doing it over and over again. I brought up the point that I would like to see a couple more crack shoots come through because you can jump over some of the projectiles and you cannot. Speaking of crack shoot right there, and you can cross up Space Miner as well. So if Augment wants to win, I think crack shoot's going to be a really big option for them here.
Oof. All right, Space Miner getting hit with their own medicine here. Augment needs, I think, honestly, if Manchester has a chance of winning this, Augment needs to get this kill without dropping a single stock, to be really honest with you. So the pressure is on right now. Even if Augment can get this kill, if they drop 2 stocks, working from behind against the Zelda can be difficult. I think Augment right there is kind of just taking some damage, like, I'm getting go, and that's how I'm going to clean this up. But we saw this could be difficult for them to finally land those power dunks. So far, they've been unsuccessful for the most part historically through this set. And sitting in shield a bit too long, Space Miner's going to eat that up every single day of the week. Gets in and just barely avoiding that bomb. And the arrow as well goes in. The forward tilt's going to be an issue. Tries to go up. Oh, this is going to be so difficult. Lands into the grab. I don't think this will kill it. It won't. No. But it's Augment. How are they going to get back onto stage here? It's hit by both arrows. That could be enough if they land a forward tilt. No, goes away instead with the bomb. Giving Augment away back onto stage. Gonna be it. That's enough. The Buster Wolf kills. And Augment takes out Space Fighter with 159%. That could be the difference maker here for Manchester to stay alive and take this game.
Dak, we have a set. Dak, we have
we're beyond having a set, man, here. We are having a show. This is dinner and a show right here. Augment, keeping Manchester alive, takes that last stock from Space Miner and gets the refresh. It is down to the last 3 stocks here, Mies. Whew.
Oh, and Shawnee, they have Waywardness left, the Zelda. I don't know if Red Loaf is going to be playing today, but that is still an option. A very, very good player on that side as well with that Roy. Let's assume Red Loaf is there, and they still obviously Waywardness is there. Who do you think you send in at this point? I think it's risky both ways because with Roy, again, Roy's just a high risk, high reward character. You have to approach, you have to get in. But at that risk, you're also risking getting hit as well, and we know what Terry can do to you once you're in that close range. With Zelda, a bit of a worse character, terrible disadvantage state. But when you do get a Terry off stage, you have Din's Fire, you have a Phantom, you have a lot of tools to kind of just keep pushing them horizontally to not get back. And we know how good Waywardness is with those Din Fires, like we saw in that previous set when they played against Fleetwood. So yeah, either way, it's a risk, and when you're down to your last 3 stocks, man, you have to be sure of what you're doing.
Oh, I don't know, man. It's difficult. I'm thinking like, I mean, if they just want to box it out and just start swinging, right? I think obviously you put in Roy, but like, Din's Fire is really hard for Terry to deal with off stage, right? I think that's what I'm thinking of. And also Terry really can't edge guard Zelda.
No.
So I don't know. I think we're still gonna see Waywardness at this point. I think Bread Loaf is kind of out of the cards. Unless they were like saving Bread Loaf for like this one last ditch effort here. Like having the Joker up, the ace up their sleeve. I think that could be it, but I think we're going to see Waywardness. Yeah. Just there's another character that can put so much in between them and the Terry. Roy has to put their body on the line. Sure, they have the disjoints, but they're not big, but Roy really has to box with Terry, and Terry loves to box. So I'm thinking we're going to see Waywardness, and Waywardness, a very strong player, can be a really strong anchor. Zelda's a really tough character to deal with, and if Terry's starting to really fish for some kills, Zelda is one who's going to want to anti-air a lot of those approaches with forward air and get those sweet spots, back air with those sweet spots, land neutral Bs and get them off their back. Like that's even up B confirms. Yeah. Terry is susceptible to those. I think we're going to see where it is. I really don't know how to call this, man. Like this is exactly what we love to see. It's a matchup that is up in the air, can go either way, and it's super exciting to watch.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I have no idea. I lean towards Shawnee and Waywardness if that is who they send in. That's why I lean towards. But this has just been like an absolute insane match from start to finish. Like this is both of these teams showing off why they're 5-0. Like, basically is the best way to put it. They're both 5-0. They're showing why. Just the amount of just adjustments from game to game. The mid-game adjustments is also a really big thing because, again, you got to remember in a crew battle, unless you win, you only have one match to kind of figure things out. And the adjustments from game to game from both teams has been absolutely incredible to see. But to talk more about the matchup here, if this is Waywardness that is going to be sent in, one thing Augment needs to kind of fix in their strategy is stop short hop mirroring to approach, because we saw Space Miner take advantage of that. Granted, they won that last match, so good. But you can't keep going on with those short hop mirrors because someone like Waywardness is going to become privy to that and be able to counter that immediately with, Phantom or Din's Fire, just wait, hit you with a neutral B, or wait, hit you with an up B confirm, and you end up, getting killed off the top. So that's the one thing. I want to see some more crack shoots come out, because that's an incredible move. I know when you talk about Terry, you talk about, Buster Wolf and Power Geysers and, Power Dunk and all that kind of stuff, but crack shoot is one of those moves that I feel like this is so under the radar. It is such a good move. It's a free cross-up. You can jump over certain projectiles. And if the opponent doesn't know which side of your shield that you're going to land on, that could be a free grab, that could be a free punish, whatever the case may be. So yeah, I just want to see some more crack shoots coming through out of Augment here. But yeah, it's close, man.
Here we go. It's about that time. The very last matchup, Game 3 in this series between Shawnee State University and Manchester University. Both of these teams 5-0. Week 7. Who's going up 6-0? We're about to find out. And on Final Destination, this might be the stage that Augment exactly needs to get these combos going. There's no platforms for Zelda to go to, and Augment has started to turn things up early against Waywardness.
And that recovery on stage for Wayward, that up B, we know that they like to go for that, but man, just mistiming that or misspacing that by a little bit and getting punished immediately for it. But you know what? Bringing this percentage right back, and we talked about the Din's Fire and how good it's going to be against Terry before this match started, and we are seeing it come through right now as that Phantom lands, whiffing that one, and the power, and the Buster Wolf going to do it. 2 stocks left here for Waywardness and Shawnee State University. And you know what? Terry with Go, you get hit once, and you can take like 50%. What is exactly what I was going to say. Oh my goodness.
Right here, we're seeing where this matchup is very much in Terry's favor on stage, especially a stage like FD, where Zelda can't go to the platforms. But Terry off stage against Zelda can have trouble. Just the problem is getting him off stage. There's that 4 there, though. Comes in hot, but already 108% on the second stock for Waywardness. They have to find a way back in here and have to doing it safely without overcommitting. And you can see these neutral Bs coming out really hot from Waywardness. That's working only so often as Augment is keeping Zelda in close quarters, and now Waywardness down to the last stock here for Shawnee State University.
Zelda not the best boxer in the game to put it lightly, and you know what, Waywardness taking full advantage of it, and you know what, they
dash tag.
Yep, they really needed that. We're seeing Terry right here with Go, 1 hit. This could be okay. Getting the grab, going for the charging tackle instead. Yep, quick little confirm there. And we're gonna start to see them go for the power. Man, he's doing it right before I'm about to say it, I promise you. But now, okay, gets the Phantom. That's exactly what Waywardness needed to bring this to something doable. Gets the knuckle, 105% right here. I know right now that they're looking for that jab power dunk.
Oh, Waywardness has a bunch of that. Has to be so careful with these neutral Bs. They're using committing so much to a move with that much end lag. Augment right in a position to clean this up right now on shield. That's not going to land. Gets him off stage. Waywardness trying to keep him off. Nice follow-up. Lands the up tilt, but it's not going to sweet spot now. Both players at kill percent essentially here.
Oh my. I honestly don't want to talk. Okay. That was it. That was it. You had the knuckle. Oh, grab. Okay, no, not yet. I don't think so. Oh no, off the top, I lied, and there we go. Augment managing to survive Waywardness, and you know what? Manchester University pulling it out in the clutch. Shout outs to Augment for keeping composure and taking that match. Hey, you know what, Dak? We were both right about our prediction. Didn't quite
barely, man. I'm not giving that to us at all. That was barely. Augment really held it together. I think Waywardness getting a bit too risky with some of these close quarters options and Augment having them play the price of power dunks coming in clutch. That could have gone either way, though. That was Waywardness was coming right back. That is a crazy way to finish things up. And that means Manchester University will now be 6-0. That means Shawnee State University dropping their first series of the entire season. But honestly, I mean, hats off to them, making it this far, going undefeated, and that could have gone either way. We went the distance not only in the games, but in the actual matchups right there. Down last stock per player per team. It could have gone either way. I think Shawnee really has to be proud of how well they played here. Certainly things to take from this for sure, but I mean, this was a toss-up. I don't think this was a guaranteed win for either of these two teams. That made for such a close matchup that we had such a great time watching and commentating over. And hats off to both of these teams. A stellar performance all the way through.
Yeah, that set, that was 2 hits in the other direction away from being Shawnee State. And I got to give, shout out to every single person on that team. But especially Space Miner. They asked Space to do a lot, and they did more, and they did that much and more. So big shout outs to them. But just the balanced attack coming through from Manchester, I think, was just a little bit too much. I do think Shawnee is a bit more top heavy with their team. And I think that balanced attack coming through from Manchester was just, a little bit too much for them to handle. But it's interesting because we're seeing two teams that are composed very differently. I think early on in the season where we saw teams where they were built around 1 or 2 people. You had your number 1, your number 2, and you had the other 2 people that were maybe not quite as good on their level, but still solid, just to cover the weaknesses of their top 2. And I think that's how Shawnee was kind of built. I think they definitely built their team around Space and Wayward. But Manchester, who was just everyone was just very solid. No matter who was getting sent in, there's no real weak link. Everyone just very, very solid. I think Ash definitely had the best performance in this set. But Fleetwood, Pars, and Augment all did their part. Obviously, that's why they ended up winning. And showing off why they're now 6-0. But Shawnee, 5-1. Nothing to shake at. With the amount of talented schools in the tournament being 5-1 this deep into it is still an incredible feat. And I fully expect them to make a deep playoff run later on as well.
I think you're absolutely right. I don't think you can count either of these teams out. Obviously, at Manchester, as they came out, the victor here, but Shawnee State can't count them out whatsoever. Certainly a threat here, and we are now going to jump into our interview with the winning squad here, Manchester University, and we have Augment coming in here, the clutch player, the one who makes it happen at the end. Augment, how you doing?
I am doing wonderful. It was a long, hard-fought battle. They were amazing. One of the best teams we've ever fought. So it was really a pleasure being able to play them.
So, I just gotta ask. Obviously, Space Miner on the other team was doing, quite a bit of work to you guys. In that game 3, what was your what did you change to finally manage to get the upper hand on them?
So before the stage picks we were doing, I think I took them to Town and Small Battlefield, which those are stages I'm really confident in with Terry, but Space Miner was doing this thing. I've never seen anyone do it before, where he'd throw the bomb, jump up, and throw it downwards. Really great from him. And we were talking about it, we're like, man, all our approaches keep getting stuffed out, I can't crack shoot in, our Steve can't minecart in, we just keep getting stuffed out. So we said, all right, let's just let them come to us. During the game 3, when I went in, for almost the first 30 seconds of that match, I did not leave the corner. I just kind of turtled, threw out my power waves, maybe a fair out of shield. And I also used the platform in the middle of Hollow Bastion to kind of shark him underneath there, because he would get so much things from the air, whether that's, landing back air or dropping a bomb or catching a boomerang or something like that. I'd say definitely playing it slower, waiting for him to come to me, and kind of understanding his flow chart more, because we're sitting there thinking, why, we were getting excited and we got a hit on him. We couldn't touch him. And so we thought, let's just let him come to us, see what we can do. and I was able to get the go confirm at the end to take the important stock. And it definitely ended up mattering in the last game.
Absolutely, that was a huge difference maker. And you're talking a lot about the adaptation you had to make against, an individual player, but coming out of game 2, where now Shawnee's forcing it to a final, set here. What was your mindset as a team going into that final set, that final, few games? You're like, okay, Shawnee just beat us. We're going to a game 3. What do we have to change to go on top?
Let's go.
Yes. One thing that I like to pride our team on is how we adapt our character pool, how we're able to really assess and say, well, okay, Pars is getting beat by X character, so let's send him in now, make sure we anchor this player. We're really good at, playing around in crew battles, which is why we were confident going into game 3, because winning that game 1 is so important, because that means even if we lose game 2, that's information. We get to understand the Toon Link's flowchart a little more. We get to understand the Zelda's Phantom patterns slightly more. Or we get to understand how the Pac-Man plays around Hydrant. It's things like that. Once we are able to watch that and adapt to that and saying, okay, let's send in this player here, or we haven't tried this person here yet, let's try that, So that was our mindset going into game 3, because we're no strangers to those game 3 situations or game 5 situations.
So you're one of the few teams still left undefeated up until this point. Do you feel like you can kind of take your foot off the gas a little bit, or are you going into every week, with the exact same mindset?
Regardless of whichever team we fight, we always do our research on them, find out their records, see who they play, their win rate, all of that stuff. We really value ourselves, especially in preparation. And we can do that for a team who maybe hasn't won a match, and we'll do it for a team that has gone undefeated. It's about that being rather safe than sorry, So I think in the future, keep doing what we're doing. It's been working so far, and I have confidence that it'll keep working in the future.
And now as we go towards the end of this regular season, you all are still undefeated, but you're able to barely get away with the win here. So what do you think is probably your biggest takeaway from this set and learning that you think you're going to apply to make sure you stay undefeated but also have a good run in the postseason?
I think something important to learn from this match is that no matter what, it is not over until it says game. It's always important to stay on your toes. And with this match, when I went and fought the last Zelda player, I got a pretty good string at the start, I think dealing like around 100 damage without taking any. So, I'm still playing safe, but in my mind I'm like, okay, I got this. But then I get my jump out by a side B or something, and then I'm like, whoa, okay. It's always fun to take a step back, and I love my teammates here so much. They always get us all hyped up and excited to play and confident to play too. I think that's one of the reasons that we're able to keep this undefeated record. When we won that game 3 last hit, the crowd roared behind us. We all jumped up, popping off. We want this so bad. We want to be undefeated. We want to be the school that people are afraid of, and we want to give a reason for it.
And yeah, Augment, you're giving every single team in this tournament a reason to be afraid of you guys. But I'm going to let you go now. Once again, congratulations on the dub, and congrats on being undefeated this deep into the season. Go celebrate with your team.
Thank you. And I would like to shout out, real quick at the end, Ashno Joy, our villager player, who did some very heavy lifting at the start, able to steal so many stocks. Definitely probably the MVP of this match. And I know my parents are watching at home, and my sister as well. So hi to them. All right. Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Take it easy, Augment. So that was Augment from Manchester University. And you know what? That was such a close, crazy match. Man, I feel like you can still see the jitters on Augment even when we were still talking to them. It's hard to kind of get yourself down after playing such an intense match, especially when you're the anchor and it's all riding on you. But man, shout outs to them and showing why they are undefeated, and I wish them nothing but the best of luck in the rest of the tournament. They seemed like a great group of guys, and yeah, same thing with Shawnee State. They seem like a great group of people, and I wish them the best of luck going the rest of the way. But everyone, we have to take a quick break. We still have more Smash Brothers coming at the end, so you know what, everyone, do not leave. Go grab a snack, go grab some water, use the bathroom, and be right back here in 5 minutes, and we will see you soon.
leading, but it's not going to be by that much at all. As Rulu is just, at the moment, destroying West Virginia. Simplicity loses another stock, or at least the first stock. So Rulu, oh, there's the other stock. I spoke this a bit too soon.
May give an opportunity, but Scrubby and Caillou are here to stop any aggressive plays with the Nano Swarm. Some shots, looking for the wall, then Caillou finishes it off. This is a hasty maneuver, only 10 seconds left, but no one can make the play.
There is going to be a lasting contest. Ashton University don't want to give this one up quite yet. They have the blade, they have the overclock, and with B1H coming in, if that's a kill, this is well and truly doable.
Yeah, this really is. The Papa Smurf out of Megan, out of the fight now completely, and B1H fire.
Down in towards Secret.
Oh, girl.
Watch out, Elite's low. Gonna get taken out. Europe on for the ace. And he's got it.
No way.
Zenith played right in onto Zyle. Zyle staying in the middle. Will use that launcher to get out. Berg following through, but here comes High Key Savage looking to bring one right back for Harrisburg. Drops it with the solar flare. Gets a double kill onto the bottom lane. Looking for more though. Will be Western Kentucky. They return one kill, but High Key Savage wants to make this 3 with a triple kill.
No idea where these players are. Meathead in quite the ratty position, just laying tunnel. Ooh, you have quite the retake if you are north of no information, and Dak gonna get an unfortunate peek. I thought unfortunate. Oh my gosh, Dak!
This guy can do it all.
Well, of course, that was our plays of the week. As you've been tuning in throughout the week, I'm sure you've caught many of those, including potentially myself being a Call of Duty star right there. That was pretty awesome. But yeah, this is, of course, our schedule. As you have become familiar with throughout the season, we have Rocket League on Mondays, Overwatch 2, and League of Legends on Tuesdays, followed by Call of Duty and Valorant on Wednesdays. Then Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We're here every Thursday. And then Counter-Strike Global Offensive CSGO on Fridays. A full 5 days every week of collegiate esports right here at NACE Star League. And if you are just joining us, well, you just missed out on one of the best sets, I think, that we've seen so far here in the fall 2022 season here for Collegiate Smash Cruise. It was a hard-fought battle. Manchester University came across as the winner against Shawnee State, 2-1 in such a close matchup between two 5-0 teams. Now, myself, Dak, here alongside Mies with Quinnipiac University versus Lebanon Valley College in our second and final matchup of the night to see who will be the victor of this series between a 5-0 team and our single 4-1 team here tonight.
And Quinnipiac is a team we have not yet seen on the broadcast, and we see the roster right here. That is Bacco, Grits, Moat, and Donnie. Lebanon Valley College we saw a few weeks ago with Woodchuckman, T-Stew, Manta, and Doink. So familiar with them at least. Woodchuckman, Bowser, Manta, Rob, T-Stew, Falco, and Doink Yoshi, if I remember correctly. Again, Quinnipiac have not seen yet up until this point, but they are 5-0, so clearly they are great, even if we haven't seen them yet. I love seeing teams that we haven't gotten the chance to experience, because it's just like waiting to see who. Every team has that one person. Like we saw it last time, or we saw it last match with Space Miner and Toon Link. Every team has that one person, and I'm really interested in seeing which of these four it's going to be for Quinnipiac. Did a little bit of research. I saw that Bacco likely plays Shulk, an amazing character. Again, an amazing character that is very uncommon, and I think it's the first Shulk we've seen on broadcast. We have Grit, who I believe plays Bowser Jr., another character you don't see often, but has a lot of potential to mess you up if you're unfamiliar with the matchup. Moat with the Terry. We saw Terry in Augment last match, and Donnie, who I believe is going to be playing Joker. So a very cool, very good character roster, a very offensively focused character roster as well. Those are four characters that like to come right at you and just rack up a ton of damage in no amount of time at all. So gonna be cool to see them play.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how this goes, because we actually have differing predictions here in these two teams. You're going with LVC. I went with Quinnipiac because they're 5-0. And
Yeah, fair.
I'm just going to go with what I have on paper. This is a redemption match, I think, here for LVC, because the last time we saw them on broadcast was way back in week 3, where they dropped to Shenandoah University on the broadcast, excuse me. So that means it's their opportunity to get a win on the stream. And they, of course, don't want to be going 0-2 on stream, as no team absolutely does. But can they go 5-1? Or are we going to see another 6-0 team here tonight in Quinnipiac? I'm excited to see how this goes. Of course, you know the deal. This is crew battles. You have a bunch of stocks. Each team has 3 per player for a total of 12. And you're going to be fighting down the line to see which team goes down 2-0 in a best-of-3 matchup. And of course, you saw that previous matchup. You know what it's like. You know how crazy it gets between these teams. And I wouldn't be surprised if we go the distance yet again tonight. It could be a long night of Smash here, Mees.
Yeah, getting this deep into the season, again, a 5-0 and a 4-1 team. Do not be surprised if we see this one, like you said, completely go to like a game 3, last stock, last character, a position. Again, would not be shocked in the least. But to talk more about the school-to-school matchup, I really think there's a lot more on the line here from Lebanon, or for Lebanon, because there's a big difference between being potentially 5-1 and being 4-2. That could mean that in a conference that's so close, that could mean the difference between 2-3 spots potentially being 4-2 or being 5-1. Quinnipiac between being 5-1 and 6-0. Not as big of a difference. Still, you don't want to take any losses at all. So I'm wondering, or I'm hoping that Lebanon kind of comes out with a bit more, not desperation, but with a bit more fight to them, because I think, they're playing for a lot more than Quinnipiac is at this point in the season.
I mean, certainly both of these teams are pretty, doing well, but absolutely, right? Like, Quinnipiac, they've already established themselves a really strong team. Really, LVC has as well, Lebanon Valley College, certainly, but they don't want to go down 4-2 here. Yeah. They want to get that dub on broadcast, which is big, we have, on the other side, we haven't seen Quinnipiac on stream yet. It's the first time we're seeing them on broadcast. We just have to know what we're thinking here in terms of matchups. Also, I think speaking of which, the most interesting thing about this is they are pretty unlikely, I would assume, character lineups, right? Like LVC has the Bowser, Falco, Rob, Yoshi, Shulk, Bowser Jr., Terry, Joker, potentially from Quinnipiac. It's a mixture of characters here and not so hard in one direction or another. But here we go. The start out, we do have Moat, who is playing instead. I believe Moat is I'm sorry, T-Stu is the Falco here, and then Moat is going to be the Terry. So far, this is what we expect from these two lineups, and these are two characters that can combo each other hard, but so far, Moat coming out on top.
And two characters that combo hard and get comboed hard. I play Falco, and trust me, I know the pain of getting blown up just like that. Moat off to a fantastic start, but the thing about Falco is all you need is one opening, and you're racking on just as much damage. Not quite as much KO power as Terry, but the ability
you were saying?
to do things like that. It's still there. Hey, clearly I'm wrong. Clearly I don't know what I'm talking about. But this is a match where it's look, I fully expect this to be over quickly, no matter who wins, because of the amount of offensive potency that both of these characters possess.
Yeah, absolutely right there for sure. As you can see, Moat is certainly keeping that in consideration, looking for any way to get in here on T-Stu, who has been electing to just get out of dodge and reset neutral more often than not, even letting Moat get back on stage for free to look for the follow-up afterward after Moat confirms and committing to the stage. But now you can see T-Stu starting to slow things down a little bit. We're seeing some more lasers, which, to be fair, really do need to be more oftenly used in this matchup, because Terry doesn't have a guaranteed way of dealing with it. But once Terry gets in, Terry stays in.
And once he stays in for long enough, your stock is going to be gone. That stock almost being lost right there after that charging tackle. But to go further your point, lasers are going to be huge here for T-Stu. They block out the Burning Knuckle. Once Terry has go, they'll block out the Buster Wolf. I think they'll block out the Buster Wolf. I'm not too sure about that. But hey, either way, those lasers are going to be good. But we do have Go Meter right now. Jab, Burning Knuckle. Kind of surprised the Buster Wolf didn't come out right there. That probably would have taken the stock. But hey, the Power Geyser is there. You can't hang on the ledge for that long when Terry has go, or that will happen to you.
Especially when you don't have invincibility at the ledge as long right there. Like, that hits below the ledge, you got to be careful and mindful of that. And now T-Stu is playing this laser situation, but the problem now is that Moat doesn't have to approach. And you can see, I mean, this is exactly what Augment was talking about last time in that, in the interview for the previous matchup. Once you identify you don't have to approach, don't, right?
Yeah.
And this is exactly what Mode's doing. Mode has no reason to approach here, sitting in the corner almost and letting Falco come to him. Though, if you let Falco come to you, they can still get that kill, and that up smash comes in. Still easily doable for either player here as we get into last stock for both sides.
Yeah, 69% nice. Deficit is definitely not something Falco can overcome in the span of an eye. Much like Kazuya, once you get hit with like an up tilt from Falco, you often just get put in an unskippable cutscene, and before you know it, you're gone from like 0 to like 80. If not, you just lose your stock outright. So definitely a character that can make up a deficit in a hurry, like we saw right there. Now T-Stu has the lead. Back air, gonna come out. Not gonna be enough to KO. Does have the lead, but the go is on deck, whiffing on the back air, but covering with a forward air, and that is going to be T-Stu taking that W with a one-stock, very close victory over Moat and Dak. If that match is any indication, we might be in for another very long, very close set.
I think you're right there, and especially if these players are able to adapt as we would expect them to, right? Like T-Stu definitely started to shake things up just with something as simple as incorporating more lasers, recognizing, okay, when is Terry jumping? When do I need to have my laser ready to go to catch that jump and call them out? And that completely shifted the entirety of that game right there and started to put things into T-Stu's favor, even though Moat had the advantage going into the last stock, right? Like Moat was on their second stock, T-Stu was on their last. T-Stu runs in, is like, all right, I'm taking the fight to you, and up smashes them. And now it's that back and forth of Falco getting in their face, Terry starting to respond, and then go back to lasers. And Terry has to respond there, and then you bring back the aggressive play. So really good stuff there by T-Stu to sort of take control of the pace of that game on the last stock when it mattered most.
Now, Quinnipiac still has Donnie, Grit, and Bacco on the roster. Shulk, Bowser Jr., and Joker, if we did our research correctly. Of those three characters, I think I send in Shulk. Falco does not do well against Shulk. If you jump up and just spam neutral air, especially with Speed Banana out, there's not much Falco can do about it other than, kind of piece you up with a few, lasers here and there, but that's the extent of what they can do. Can't really approach. Falco's approach is very linear. You know what they want to do. They want to run up and get the up tilt, and neutral air from Shulk just completely nullifies that almost. Shulk is also a character that can kind of cheat. You have that Monado, that Monado switch, which gives you a little bit of invincibility. Sometimes a get out of jail free card when you are getting comboed, and against a character like Falco who relies on long strings to do their damage, that Monado switch is going to be a big factor if they do opt for that route. But yeah, they still have Joker, another solid pick against Falco, but I think Falco could do a bit better in that. And you have Bowser Jr. as well, who I probably wouldn't send in. Just terrible disadvantage, and Falco just takes complete advantage of you. If you have a bad disadvantage, very exploitable edgeguard recovery as well. Falco can kind of edgeguard you pretty decently in that matchup too. So of the three characters left, if Bacco does play Shulk, that's where I would go.
Yeah, I don't think you're very far off on that Shulk pick. I'm thinking we're gonna see Donnie as the Joker come in here, and I'm gonna run that prediction in real quick before it starts up, and we're gonna see what we get. And
we're both wrong.
I was right on the player, wrong on the character. So we do get Mario from Donnie instead. I was anticipating Joker just because, okay, Falco's kind of heavy and a fast faller, so like Joker can get those confirms and combos and strings kind of easier, and then also can just use downbeat to absorb lasers. But Donnie instead going for Mario, another character that can combo Falco and string Falco really hard, and then the fireball helps them get in a bit more. So not necessarily a bad pick either. I think Falco can still definitely do this. I'd say this is maybe an even matchup here. But T-Stu has a little bit of work cut out for them, because Mario, surprisingly for his heftiness, he's actually not the slowest of characters here. Could definitely keep up. I think relatively, right? Like against Falco, can keep up with Falco's speed, or whatever speed Falco does have. That can make it a bit challenging because you have that fireball to help you get in. So far though, T-Stu keeping it as close as it could at 74 each, and then the response there, punishing that forward smash from Donnie.
And Mario also can't quite match the, I guess, combo potential that Falco has, but can go blow for blow, hit for hit. And you know what? Against fast fallers, Mario has a lot of cool stuff that they can do as they manage to get a couple back airs there. A bit of a risky play jumping off and challenging that Falco Phantasm, because if that does hit you, you will get spiked. So a bit of a risky play there for Donnie. Worked out for them in the end, though. But we're seeing both players at over 100% and the up smash, I should say, from T-Stu coming out. That is the 4th stock that they have taken. You know what? At this point, they have done their job and almost put Donnie in that unskippable cutscene, but no, managing to, or actually, unfortunately, dropping that combo. Lucky for Donnie. 65% right now on Donnie. Needs to get a back air or something. Might lose this stock deck.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I was about to say, like, T-Stu's actually not getting grabbed very often, right? Like, Donnie's not really going for these grabs, so T-Stu's able to shield a lot of these entries and then just respond with an out-of-shield game on Donnie. So, with that in mind, T-Stu's been sitting, look at that, just sitting in shield, no grab comes out from Donnie, so T-Stu can very safely sit in shield, which is interesting considering at this percent, Mario can kill, but no, Donnie, I think Donnie was trying to somehow get a kill off the up B. It was committed in that way, and I think that's why they were looking towards to go to the right instead of going towards the ledge, which you would think is the better option, and it would have been, yes, but I think they were trying to steal a kill away there potentially from Donnie. Unfortunately, does not confirm, does not happen, does not have the right angle. Donnie will get out of there with that stock intact. T-Stu goes down, and we're moving on to another player.
I respected the attempt, but like that was definitely not the right option there. I feel like in a crew battle where every stock is very, very, very valuable, I think it's just safer to just get back on stage and reset and take your chances like that. But either way, for Donnie, you will take it. So now Lebanon has Doink, Manta, and Wood Chuckman. That's going to be Doink with the Yoshi, and Manta with the Rob, Wood Chuckman with the Bowser. I lean towards Bowser. It might not be the best pick, but it's just like you don't have much work to do, and I think like in a time where you only have to take off 1 or 2 stocks, Bowser could be a really good option. But that's risky because you get comboed from here to next week against Mario, especially. You have Manta, the Rob, the best character on that roster, so you might want to save them for a bit later. And we also have Doink, the Yoshi, again in the middle of those two. I really feel like no matter which way you go, you're in a decent position, but I lean towards going Bowser here.
I think you're right. I think Bowser's what we're going to end up seeing. Woodchuckman, not a bad Bowser at all, like a really strong player. And also I'm just thinking like Donnie wasn't going very grab heavy. Bowser can kind of sit in shield and do the classic out of shield up B over and over again. You have Flame Breath, which can deal with fireballs and some of these jump ins as well. And of course Bowser kills early. So if you want to avoid like more, you want to avoid kind of these like high percent shenanigans, Bowser kills you outright kind of earlier than that. That said, Mario can definitely combo Bowser pretty hard, so that's a risk you would be running into. I think we might actually see Doink the Yoshi come in instead, because Yoshi has just a little bit more range than Mario has. Egg throw can be a really big issue for Mario to deal with getting in, and obviously the armor really helps getting Yoshi back on stage against Fireball and other shenanigans. So I think we might see the Yoshi come out here, and then you just clean things up with the Rob and the Bowser. That said, I mean, Bowser can have some issues dealing with Shulk and Bowser Jr., so you're going to have to end up relying on your Rob to anchor things out, and I think Manta will be the anchor here. Who knows? Rob could come in to deal with this Mario too, but my bet's going to be Doink the Yoshi.
Either way, we're going to see right here in this second game, they are sending in Yoshi. You are 1000% correct. And you know what? This is a good pick when you're playing against a character like Mario, who is very reliant on combos. Yoshi just has to hit A. Mid combo, just hit A, and those big Timberland boots are going to come out with that amazing neutral air that Yoshi has and could break out of a lot of combos. So you know what? I do like the pick, even though I was wrong. But either way, doesn't matter.
I mean, that was definitely a reasonable, justified prediction for sure. And
a little bit salty, not gonna lie.
We gotta go back and see who's been more correct over the weeks here, man. Who's been more right on picking characters? I wonder who has the lead.
Probably you.
Yeah, I don't know. You can check for me, but either way, Donnie now playing this as, safely as they can, but Doink has been, really solid landing these nairs. This back air, also a great tool dealing with the fireballs too. I mean, that multi-hit means you don't have to be super accurate with it, and of course, if they're close enough, you can actually transition that into an actual hit confirm there. Oh, looking to roll in, doesn't get it. And that forward smash has to land as well. Both of these players trading shots. That egg throw, though, is something that Donnie has to respect, and is sitting in shield, but on platform, that tornado and down air from Mario. It's going to be a nice tool to deal with.
And right now we're seeing, they're just going hit for hit right now, trading back airs with eggs. No player really has the advantage, but you know what? If you're Doink, you can't really afford to be trading right now. You're down a stock. You have to be the aggressor, and you have to be the one to come out on top here, or you're risking widening this deficit even more. But once again, this is one of the most even matches we've seen. Like I said after the first one, if this goes the distance again, I would not be shocked. It's hard to really determine who's been playing better here in the second game. I see the back here coming through from Doink, and that is going to be a stock right there. They need to take this one out without losing this stock right here. Gonna be a hard ask. You are at 144%. And all this is like one back air away from being it, or one back throw away from being it. But yeah, if you're Doink, you need to hang on to this stock, if possible.
Not going to kill Yoshi. Pretty hefty there. That's another nice plus of throwing out this Yoshi. Is even, I mean, honestly, all three characters left for LVC, even Falco, they're all heavy characters or fast fallers. So they're going to live for a long time. And Mario, now that they're out of that string and have to rely on reads, even that back air not going to be enough. All the way on the other side of the stage. 180 now for Doink, who's just racking up residual hits here and there, playing it as safe as they can. Doesn't want to drop a stock. That's not going to be enough either. There's no rage for Donnie to work with.
Okay,
that'll finally do it. Puts him over 200%, but it's enough.
Yeah, and you can't. You're not going to win many matches if you're letting your opponent live until 200%. So hopefully for Donnie, they can get a KO a little bit early. But hey, if you're Doink, you are you are very happy with how that stock went, despite the fact that you lost it, and now in a position to potentially tie this up or to close that gap just a little bit. But man, I keep saying they are so even right now. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the tech read, rolled out, anticipating a regular neutral get up there. Actually, parry, comes down, decides to get out of the corner. I think that's a smart move now, because now when they get grabbed, they're not in a position to get hit to the platform. And that's exactly what happens. Donnie fading back with the fireball, putting themselves in the corner, but gets right back out of it. Doink has to respect that. They're both evenly matched here, but it's still Donnie who's down a full stock. That Flood going to keep Doink in the air. The back air trying to land, and they're not successful either. Donnie looking for a way out of the situation, and barely gets away scot-free. And this is looking really close. Can they seal this stock before losing another one? That would be massive for Donnie here if they can take him out. Doink will be able to get back. Yeah, it does have the jump, but will he be able to land safely?
Sorry, man. Sorry. Sorry, God, jeez, was not expecting that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but man, that was intense. That was absolutely crazy. Good job to Doink. Did not see that up smash coming. We saw one thing I noticed about that match is we saw a lot of missed chances from both, a lot of missed jab block opportunities, a lot of missed reads, and if either of them landed any of those hard reads that they went for, this could have gone the other way. That was as even of a match as we're going to see, and I would love to see them both play on even grounds, 3 stocks each. Maybe we'll get that in game 2, potential game 3, because man, a set between those two would be absolutely incredible.
I think you're absolutely right, and that's actually sometimes a shame about these crew battles, is that you get that one matchup that's really awesome, and sometimes you don't see it again just because of the nature and the flow of changing up lineups. That's why I was so happy to see Ash versus Atlas 3 times in a row last time, because we got the literal best of 3 between those two players, and I think it ended up being with both players having full stocks each time. It was like a true best of 3 almost. So yeah, you're definitely right there, but hey, that's the nature of crew battles. And speaking of which, Quinnipiac now in a position where they have to put out either their Bowser Jr. or their Shulk. These are the characters we think they're going to play. We thought Donnie was going to play Joker, but ended up being Mario. So it could be something wildly different, but have to keep in mind, Manta still has the Rob.
Yeah.
Woodchuckman still has the Bowser. So that's something you want to keep in mind here. Do you want to have Shulk as the character to be your anchor, or do you want to put in Shulk earlier and potentially get this back a little bit, but then Bowser Jr. is your anchor? A character, like you said, who can be a bit of a gatekeeper, but disadvantage is super rough. So if you're playing someone like Rob, who can absolutely dominate a character with a bad disadvantage state and be heavier than that character and have better projectiles than that character, you don't want to put yourself in that situation. Like Bowser, Robin just pretty much does whatever Bowser Jr. does, but better. Unfortunately for Bowser Jr., just kind of gets power crept there. But it could also come down to the player diff, skill diff right there. Yeah, this is another awesome tight matchup here. I think the pick for going for Yoshi with Doink to take out Donnie was the right move for LVC. So right now, Lebanon is looking like they're strategically at the advantage right now. So we'll see how that plays out for them as the rest of this game continues.
Yeah, I'm thinking the play here for Quinnipiac is to actually just go Shulk. Again, if Bako does play Shulk, Yoshi historically in every single Smash game cannot deal with swords adequately. Just does not have the tools to effectively do it on a character-to-character basis. Again, not familiar with how good each player is in comparison to each other, so maybe that's going to be a factor as well. But just based on character-to-character, I send in Shulk and just make Yoshi have to deal with the sword, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, sword in the game at that. With Shulk's Monado. So we're going to see what they do here. And the option is going to be, and they're actually going Bowser Jr. Okay, so you risk potentially gaining a bit or falling to a bit of a bigger deficit. I think this is a more of a risky pick, but yeah, having Bowser Jr. as your anchor, not the best anchor in the game. I gotta say. So I guess you just kind of want to burn them early, but let's see what Grit does here. Quick 66% off the bat. Looking pretty good so far.
I think I like this pick, especially on small battlefield where it's going to be harder for Yoshi to avoid some of these projectiles, but Bowser Jr. can really close the gap and also make Egg Throw pretty much nullified. I mean, you're seeing Doink has, I don't think, used Egg Throw at least once. There it is, finally to come out there, of course, as I say that. But, like, aside from that, like, we haven't really seen Egg Throw because Bowser Jr. doesn't really give you a good opportunity to use that, especially on a stage as small battlefield. That said, it doesn't look like Doink even really needs it, as they're, kind of just testing the waters a little bit, maybe helping themselves get back on stage. It's a ledge option, but so far, things very even. Both characters kind of heavy, and the ground pound, the down bomb, the Yoshi bomb that is the down B, is actually working out pretty well here for Doink.
Yeah, definitely a tool you don't see Yoshi use very, very often, but sometimes when it does come out, if you're smart with it, oh wow, getting saved right there. But when it does come out and you're smart with it, can be a really, really good tool. But right now we're seeing Doink just struggle to get back on stage. Does manage to roll on right there and gets that back air, punishing Grit for dropping shield a little bit early. And that is one more stock for Doink as this lead for Lebanon Valley continues to grow little by little. That smash is going to do it. Doink it down to their last stock right here. But you know what? Hey, if I'm LVC, I'm very happy with how Doink performed. You took out, what, 4 or 5 stocks at this point? Honestly, there's not much more you can really ask for.
Definitely on the money there. Doink has done their job and then some. And that was also helped out with a really strong start from T-Stu, right? And at least keeping things close. And now it's a slowdown right now for Doink to try to stay alive and just maybe get one more stock here would actually be great, but they've already done the job they need to do.
And right now I think Grit is just having issues dealing with all the jumping that Yoshi wants to do. Bowser Jr.'s anti-airs aren't the greatest. Like up tilts, okay for short hops. You have side B if you preemptively do it before they jump, could be an okay anti-air, but it doesn't really have like that quick anti-air to deal with a lot of the stuff other than really up tilt to deal with all the jumping that Yoshi wants to do. And I think we're seeing that be a factor right here as they get absolutely destroyed by that up smash. And Doink and LVC, this lead continuing to grow up now to 4 stocks. This is probably the most dominant match I think we've seen up until this point. Every other match has been relatively even, but yeah, Doink just showing why they're on this team. Okay, neutral there and getting almost got a jab up, opted for the up tilt instead, trying to get a bit of a combo but dropped it. Oh, and the armor, that armor is such... Okay, does manage to get out of that, but that armor from Yoshi's double jump is such a godsend. Almost saw it come through there. Well, it did come through there. Wasn't quite enough for Doink to get the game, but still, we have a 2-stock lead now. That lead just growing a little by a little, and they're in a really good position. They still, they have, what, Rob left now? You have Rob and Bowser left, so not too bad of a final two to be up against Bowser Jr. But Quinnipiac still has Shulk waiting in the wings. I think out of everyone here, probably the second best character next to Rob out of everyone here. So this is going to be interesting to see where Lebanon goes moving forward. But I'm thinking you just said I don't even know actually. I was thinking you said in Bowser again, just to clean up.
Really?
But like that's such a bad matchup. But
Yeah,
I'm so worried about losing Rob, potentially losing a stock or two on Rob this early. But I think Rob's a safer pick.
I think Rob is a safer pick as well, because if you put Bowser in, that Bowser's gonna get hit by
everything,
Mecha Koopas and really everything. Like get side beat on. Like that can be a scary matchup. Like sure, Bowser again, a character that can take a lot of hits and then only needs to land one or two to really even things out. But I think the stage is really going to be a big factor here. If you get Bowser Jr. a big stage to go to, you're pretty much good to go. You could run away. And even on a small stage, that just means Bowser has less room to work with and can kind of just start getting like overwhelmed by the pressure that Bowser Jr. can put on. And also Bowser Jr. doesn't really necessarily have to do jump in landings on shield, which obviously Bowser can respond to with up B. So you can just play that super strong keep away and try to bait right outside that range, try to whiff punish something. It's a hard matchup. I would be surprised if they go with Woodchuckman here, but on the other hand, if you leave Bowser as your anchor, and as you said, you have Manta go in and Rob goes down, you have Bowser against the Bowser Jr. potentially, and then Shulk, which I think Shulk handedly wins that matchup. So risky position here. Not a guarantee for either of these two teams. I think Grit doing a really good job there, especially recognizing that Doink wasn't going for grabs or going for like wave bounce neutral Bs very often, so they could sit in shield and just play the out of shield game more often than you would expect in that matchup. I think just playing very defensively. We saw at the end there that kill was just essentially off of looking for the jump in forward air from Doink. It happens, up smash out of shield, that's the kill. So yeah, both teams putting out really solid performances from their players. My vote, I think we're going to see the Rob, but could be the Bowser, just to maybe it's a player difference potentially.
Yeah, and they are going with the Rob, a bit of a safer pick. But now, unfortunately for LVC, you're likely gonna have to do Bowser versus Shulk if things don't really go well, and that's a matchup that I definitely would hate from the Bowser's perspective. But hey, that's for the future. Right now, Manta putting in a ton of work in on this Bowser Jr. Again, showcasing why this is definitely the best option of the two characters left. Already 70%, and I feel like that combo potentially could have been even deadlier. But hey, either way, 70% is no amount of damage to scoff at. As now the damage goes up to 88%, but Bowser Jr. showcasing why this character is on this team, fighting right back, doing 79% of their own. My goodness, it's very rare you see Rob kind of get like combo. I guess go combo for combo with somebody. One of the better characters in the game, and one of the characters that puts out the highest amount of damage in the game too. So, geez, very rare you see a Rob kind of get worked like that.
This is not a great look here now for LVC. I mean, if Grid is able to keep this close, as I say, all right, quick goes down. That was still, I think that's still, I mean, maybe not the great look is not the best way to word it, but it was starting to look like, okay, maybe Grid can do some more damage than we were expecting. But yeah, I think Rob is just, no matter which way you slice it, Rob just outpaces Bowser Jr. and eventually is going to win that war of attrition that we saw, which means it's all on Baco to finish things up with the expected Shulk. That's I mean, definitely doable because Shulk has that range, can deal with Rob, and obviously you get the speed Monado, can run circles around him, and you have, shield Monado, keep yourself cool when you need to, survive at high percents. You can get through this Rob. There's a Bowser waiting for you. That's a matchup we want all day. You just gotta get through that Rob. You have a one stock advantage. It's doable. I think Baco being the anchor here tells me that they're confident. Quinnipiac is confident in him as a player. So I'm hoping that that's exactly what we get to see. Not only just a great Shulk, but a great anchor overall.
And I really wanted to send Woodchuckman here now to potentially avoid going Bowser Shulk, and that's looking like that might be the case if, you know, this next match goes their way. But Rob, Manta losing that one stock, I think, is huge, because now it's like Shulk, Rob, I'm not familiar with like how like the matchup spread on that one is, but Shulk was one of those characters that like I feel like doesn't care about matchups often because of just the amount of tools that they have in their kit. If Manta was able to hang on to that one stock, I really think that would have been huge. Now, from the other side, if Bako can take out these two and only lose one, or maybe not lose any at all, then Quinnipiac is in like perfect position to win this, even if they're down a stock against Bowser going into that next game, because of how bad that matchup is for Bowser. Kind of like Yoshi, Bowser just can't deal with disjoints very well because of how, even though they have one of the fastest run speeds in the game, funny enough, their ability to approach is not the greatest. They have a big body. They only have really two good approaching tools. That's like this short hop fire or short hop forward air, which are both kind of punishable if you misspace it or you do it on someone's shield, or you know you don't do it at the right time. So yeah, kind of a rough position here for Lebanon. Manta really needed to hang on to that stock, but like it's Quinnipiac, you know, they're down, not in a terrible position though.
No, definitely not. It really comes down to what the performance is going to be from the Shulk. LVC, I think stock-wise, like as a Rob, you're able to work with two stocks. So I don't think this is, as long as Manta can, you know, I think if Manta gets one stock, even then, you know, Bako is only down by one. Yeah, this could go either way. And we're going to be seeing this come down to the wire between these two teams here, as we do see Bako come out with the expected Shulk. There it is. I was like, what color is this? Redhead Shulk? I almost never see. But there we go. Quinnipiac on their last three stocks. LVC with 5 to go. How much damage can Manta do before their anchor needs to come out, if it needs to come out at all?
I'm not gonna lie, I saw that Shulk color. I'm like, wait, when do we get another character in the game? Did I miss something? But yeah, you don't see that color coming out very often. Right now, we're seeing Manta off to a good start, 51% quickly over on Bako. But Shulk, one of those characters that can rack that damage right back onto you, especially with that Buster Bonado. If that Buster Bonado is out, where we're gonna see how they're able to deal with all the stuff that Rob wants to throw at you. Right now, playing a bit more defensive, Bako is not really approaching, but you know what, has that speed Monado and is now opting to go kind of ham. Jump Monado went a little bit aggressive with that one too. Couldn't really get anything from it, but has closed this percentage deficit just a little bit, and that's gonna be a big punish. Yeah, can't be air slashing like that.
This is really nice change over there in the Monado.
Beautiful change.
Bako alive, but this has been solid play from Manta. Look, Manta's kind of forcing Bako to come to them. It's not really like is forcing Shulk to chase, is staying in the corner, staying in the air, running out time, like just make it. Wow.
So smart.
I literally can't even see them. Yeah, this is like waiting out the Monado, and look at that, and like, stays in position, holds their ground, and then responds in tow. Sure, loses that stock, but now Bako down to 2, and I could easily see Manta taking another one, as now they're starting to get a little bit of a counter going. Another grab there, catching Bako looking in shield just a little bit too often, and they're really shielding. You can tell that that Manta is recognizing that Bako's staying a little. Oh, what a combine! What a combo! What a play! Bako now down to 1 stock. I think this is LVC's game here.
And I think Shulk being in Jump Monado there kind of bit them in the butt, because that does make you a bit lighter. You will die a little bit earlier. So I think that really did bite them. But that is exactly what Manta needed here. Because you know what? If they do lose this game, going in against Bowser Shulk with, you know, only 1 stock left, definitely a much better position. But yeah, I think Manta could actually manage to take this one out, especially if they keep doing things like, if that ever landed, my god. If they keep managing to do things like that. But yeah, got that shield Monado, kind of saved them. Now, again, dead even right here. Both of them just looking for that one confirm that's going to win them the match. Gyro on the... Oh, wow. Countered the gyro, but couldn't get anything out of it. Back throw has a smash Monado, and you're definitely in a position where you might die. And I love this from Manta, just, you know what, using that recovery from Rob to just burn out all that Monado time. But hey, doesn't matter. At some point in time, you have to land, and Bako was ready for that, getting that up air. And now we are down to the last person on each team. Bako with 1 stock up against Woodchuckman, who's going to be in with the Bowser. If Bako had 2 stocks left, I would say that they were actually in a really good position to win. But it's like one stock against Bowser, who only needs one read. Get you to like 40% and one read, and your stock is gone. So it's going to be tough, even in a matchup that is completely in Shulk's favor. Cannot stress that enough. It's going to be difficult to get out of this without taking at least one stock.
Whew, yeah, I think you're definitely right there. This is, even with Shulk having that range advantage, you have to be so good on not getting whiff punished and making sure your attacks are not within range of getting side bead or up bead out of shield by Bowser. Bowser's going to be looking for grabs here, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's often doing against characters that are like trying to just barely play out of range with disjoints. Like if that disjoint doesn't work properly for you, you're going to get grabbed.
Yeah.
And thankfully, Shulk can set the pace here. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, really, Shulk shouldn't be in a position where they're kind of working from behind at all in terms of just general neutral. They can fall back and just play like fade away forward air, use down air to keep themselves safe on cross up or on landing. It's really up to them to make the mistake, but also Shulk might also be making the first move very often, and Bowser's going to respond in tow. Bowser can kill off of a back air, off of a side, like any of these dumb moves. And if you're sitting in shield a lot, which we did see from Backo, right? Like Manta was catching these shields a lot. Bowser's going to Bowser bomb you and look for that and try to break your shield. So that's something that Backo has to be careful if you're going into this matchup here, knowing that you're going to play a little bit more defensively because you don't want to get hit by forward air from Bowser or back air or anything like that. It just hits really hard. It has a lot of knockback. Yeah, this is not a sure win for either of them. I think generally Shulk should still come out on top here, but to not die once against Bowser is a tall task, I think, for any character in this game.
And one more point, you got to remember when Shulk is in those Monados, it's not just benefits, it's also, there are a little bit of things that detract from their character as well. Buster, you're taking a bit more damage. Smash, you're taking more knockback as well. As Jump, you are lighter, so you will be dying earlier. And again, Bowser's a character that I've seen KO people at like 20 before, so you got to be very, very safe with when you use each of your Monado arts. We did see that shield coming out very early right there, and now we are seeing the Buster again. You will be taking more damage when you're in your Buster art. So we're gonna see if, oh wow, you see how much that fire, that was what, like 40% off of fire again, because you're in that Buster art, you're taking a lot more. And now we're basically one hit away from this being game here for Woodchuckman, and that might actually be it, especially because you're in jump. Oh no, not quite. Might have run out of jump at the last second there.
Oh, Backo kind of just holding in a bit too much here, playing really aggressively, which is like surprising considering they have such a larger margin of error, and that side B is going to be enough, takes him out, and Woodchuckman very cleanly, very professionally takes that first dub here for their squad. Lebanon Valley College will be up 1-0 in the set. Woodchuckman make it look easy, not really feeling the pressure, not sweating whatsoever, and now it's up to Quinnipiac. Remember, they're the ones with their undefeated record on the line here. Now they have to retool, readjust, and get back into this.
Now we're going to quickly see some of the highlights here from this first set, and we're seeing that amazing side B catching Shulk, catching Backo off the stage there. That's one tool that is so frustrating when you get hit by it, but when you land it, you feel like you're the best player in the world there. Showcasing why Rob is one of the better characters in the game. But yeah, we're going to go into this second game very, very shortly, but we're going to take a quick break. Nobody leave. Everyone stay put. Another intense match between Lebanon Valley College and Quinnipiac University coming right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE 2022 fall season. We are about to begin Game 2 between Lebanon Valley College and Quinnipiac University. We just saw Lebanon take a close set going down to the very last match. And you know what, Dak? I didn't say it was a close set, but it really feels like Lebanon was in control for most of that game. We saw a couple close matches between, like, Doink and Donnie and a couple others, but it really felt like Lebanon had the advantage for most of that match, despite the scoreboard indicating that it was close.
I think you're right there. I think really things shifted when we saw Doink come in with the Yoshi and really started to take a lot of stocks. It was a really solid counter to Donnie's Mario. I think you're right. I mean, Quinnipiac was working from behind a lot of the time there, and of course that set up Woodchuckman to only need a individual stock, one stock, to take things out. Comes down to now Quinnipiac. How do they change things up here? Do they run with the same start? Do they keep Terry for later in the wings? Do they maybe put in Backo early on the Shulk? Does Donnie bring out the Joker we were expecting instead of the Mario? Like, that's, I think, what we really need to see from Quinnipiac, and not necessarily running what worked and kept things close and what's going to give them the edge and the advantage here. LVC, though, they're not out of the woods just yet. That could have still gone either way, and I think it really just came down to having that slight edge at the end. But Woodchuckman is also a really solid anchor. That Bowser's scary, right? So I think in a different world, that could have gone another way, but Backo really just kind of outplayed Woodchuckman kind of outplayed Backo. One of those situations where you're just kind of letting your opponent make mistakes, and then you just, pulverize them, you just take advantage. So what happens if, maybe Woodchuckman's in a position where that doesn't happen, right? And they are playing someone who's making maybe as many mistakes or isn't as down as many stocks. On the other hand, this is LVC's opportunity to change up their lineup in response and surprise Quinnipiac as they're trying to make their own adjustments. That's something we see in Cruise a lot, where you're like, okay, they're expecting us to run the same thing because we won. Let's change it up on them and screw up their new strategy and one-up them on the board, on the lineup out of the gate. So this is LVC, balls in their court, not guaranteed, but it's going to be hard for Quinnipiac if they can't adjust to whatever LVC throws at them.
But at the same time, coming from the perspective of Lebanon Valley, why not just throw the same thing out until they show you that they can do something about it? That could also be a strategy that they opt for. But I do think the one thing that I want to do from Lebanon is I want to avoid Woodchuckman and Backo fighting on even ground. That's the one thing I would want to avoid just based on matchups, even though Woodchuckman did a really good job in that last game they played, but that was only one stock. But I think that's the one thing I just really want to avoid at all costs if I can. But beyond that, I really feel like no matter who they lead with, whether that's T-Stew again, or if it's Doink or Manta, they're in a really good position. If I'm them, I honestly think I just go back in with T-Stew and pray that they don't send in Backo, because I think against either Terry, Bowser Jr., or Mario, Falco either is even or just does pretty decently in any of those matchups. So I think just keeping Doink in as a second leg just to maybe clean something up if T-Stew doesn't really manage to get the W is a good option. So if I'm Lebanon Valley College, I honestly think I just do the exact same thing again. And they are actually going to go for Doink to start off, and Quinnipiac is actually going for Grit to start off. So we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, both teams trying to throw the other team a curveball here. And of course you have Doink, who's throwing literal curveballs with these up Bs. This is now Grit's opportunity to try and get a little bit of revenge after getting stuffed out a bit in the previous game.
And you know what? Grit off to a okay start right there. The Bowser bomb missing. Good punish with the dash attack. Would have loved to see a bit of a harder punish, but you know what? Took what they can get. And wow, I like that read there from Doink too. Kind of waited for the tech roll on the platform. Unfortunately missed. And once again, this is just a game going back to back and hit for hit and blow for blow. It really seems like, at least early on, that no one really has the advantage yet.
No, definitely not. The Grit's doing a really good job of catching these landings that Doink has, relied on. Nice. And look at that, the conversion off the Mecha Koopa, that works out really well for them and gives them a big edge now in this first stock. But just like that, Doink almost evening things out with a full down air. And then, of course, that pivot B. Oh, look at that, the wave bounce come in, and then it kills them, or actually puts them in a position where they end up getting responded to by Grit, takes them out. And now, can they get rid of this really hefty Bowser Jr.? Whew, up air, just barely whiffing.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of shocked that that explosion KO'd as you see the Yoshi bomb coming through there from Doink to even this up. But yeah, right now Grit 49% lead. Yoshi can bring this back in a couple hits. But Bowser Jr., one thing, even though this might not be the best character in the game, the amount of damage they are able to do to you, and wow, that's Super Smash Brothers, everybody, but the amount of damage this character can do to you is absolutely insane. And oftentimes, because the hits, as we see that backer come through, because a lot of Bowser Jr.'s hits don't look like they hurt that much, you don't really like take in how much damage that you're actually taking. Oftentimes, and before you know it, you're at like 100% and you're getting KO'd by a backer or something. But yeah, Grit playing amazingly right now, lapping Doink in percentages and looking to give Quinnipiac the lead early on in the second set.
Would be nice to have for sure, but it's not guaranteed at all. As Grit now getting into kill percent, but calling out that forward air with the Koopa cart and racking up a bunch of damage, and now Doink having to sit and shield. Grit mixing up the timings a little bit to try to catch the out shield play by Doink, and it works out. Grit now looking for a way back in, and so far they are dealing some great mix-ups to get back onto the stage. With the Koopa cart. That's, that startup right there keeps him in position, so the Yoshi bomb is immediately able to respond, and indeed it does.
Yeah, not an interaction you see very often. The Yoshi bomb with the Koopa cart. Wasn't sure what was going to win there, but yeah, the Yoshi bomb comes out on top. But right now, Doink doing whatever they can to hang on to the stock. 116, a jab at the ledge from Bowser Jr. is probably going to do it. Forward tilt hitting the wrong way. And I really think we're going to start to see Grit look for that jab. But oh no, big combo. Massive combo coming through. Oh, I thought the forward air was going to come out after that egg hit. But man, Doink just absolutely in their bag right now. Bringing this back, doing 100%. And like it seemed like, only like 10 seconds. Could they win that forward throw? Barely.
Just barely enough.
Barely. I really feel like if Doink DI'd a little bit harder, down and left, maybe they would have survived that. But yeah, just tickling the blast zone. And unfortunately for Doink, that is it for them, at least in this second game. So now, Lebanon have T-Stu with the Falco, Manta with the Rob, Woodchuckman with the Bowser. I lean towards just sending in T-Stu. Bowser Jr. cannot escape anything Falco really wants to do. Laser shuts down the Koopa cart. You can't escape the combos because you're heavy. And off stage, you kind of it's a free down air a lot of the time off stage because you know exactly how they want to recover. It's just going to be vertical unless they use the Koopa cart, obviously. So if I'm them, I think I just send in T-Stu at this point.
I think you're right, and before we even go into that, I mean, shout-outs to Doink, almost bringing that right back there, that one last string, just a couple follow-ups were just barely off the mark at the end, and being hit off stage in that last situation where you're forced to go to the corner and potentially get grabbed, which is exactly what happened. It's just a matter of that one interaction that put Doink off stage after an incredible string of that last stock. It was essentially a game of inches, and it's at that point, Grit kind of took a mile there, and gets a nice little lead. At that point, yeah, I think we're going to see T-Stu on the Falco just to kind of clean things up. And then, T-Stu, not a bad position to, fight off the Shulk or the Terry or even like the Mario going to this next one. So, yeah, I think we probably end up seeing T-Stu, and then we just kind of see LVC work things through with their Rob and their Bowser and kind of the same lineup that we saw last time. I think, for the most part, they're not going to change things up too much. Though Doink going in early this time and not coming out with a victory, I don't know. Doink took a lot of stocks last game, so not having that in the wheelhouse for the remainder of LVC's run in this game too could be the difference maker.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. They definitely used that cushion that Doink gave them to kind of propel them to victory, and you would have loved to see that happen again if you are LVC. Well, unfortunately, did not happen. Yeah, I really do think we're going to see the Falco. Again, if I'm LVC, I really think I want to avoid Woodchuckman and Bako playing on even ground, so I probably don't send in Bowser after that, because if Falco does win, I would probably send in Bako, and I think we might see another Bowser anchor on the side of LVC, and they are actually sending in Manta. Okay, you know what? Hey, to clean up one stock, all you need is one good conversion in a side B, and that's it. So you know what? I don't disagree with the pick, even though I thought the Falco was going to come out. I think I would have saved Manta for last, personally, or I would have saved Manta for whatever Bako comes out, because Falco and Bowser aren't the greatest against big swords, but hey, you know what, maybe they know something that I don't.
I'm thinking here maybe they just want to get rid of this Bowser Jr. as soon as possible without dropping a stock, but it might not be going according to plan, as Grit does have a bit of an advantage here. I mean, one thing that Bowser Jr. does have in this matchup is Rob's a big body, so you're going to land some of these projectiles more often than not, but getting off the ledge is where Bowser Jr. absolutely struggles in this matchup. Rob just has the speed, the gyro, the laser, everything, that back air,
there it is.
And of course, you're going to hit him with the spike at the ledge. Yeah, Bowser Jr. has so much trouble getting back onto the stage against Rob, and no surprise, Manta cleans things up pretty quickly. So I think that was the general game plan for LVC. Okay, the Bowser Jr. is giving us a little bit of trouble. Let's get rid of that, no problem, and essentially get a refresh on Rob's one stock. So if Manta died doing that, yeah, I think that would have ended up being a poor choice, but Manta did not. So Grit goes down, and now it's tied up between these two teams. Not, of course, in the series and games, but in the current game we're in here right now in stocks.
And Quinnipiac still has Bako, Shulk, Moat the Terry, and Donnie the Mario. 3 characters that I think Rob does very well against, or, you know, at least at the very worst goes even with. So no matter who they send in, I do like Manta's chances. Man, I'm not sure who I go, because I don't think any of the options are necessarily great. I think Shulk is the best option, but I don't want to burn Shulk this early, because I think just character-wise, that's the best character you have left. You have left at least. This is a very hard call. This is a very hard call, especially going against a Rob with 3 stocks. All these characters kind of get worked, so I'm not sure what Quinnipiac is going to do here.
Maybe Donnie goes for the Joker if they do end up playing it.
Yeah.
I think maybe we do end up seeing Donnie. I think even if it's not the Joker, though, the Mario might not do too bad against Rob. You know, if Mario is able to land the grab, he gets a lot off of it on Rob. It's just really getting that kill can be an issue. Obviously, Rob is going to survive longer against like back air, or I'm sorry, back throw, something like that. I mean, even back air as well.
Yeah.
And obviously can deal with, you know, just general approaches from Mario, even though Fireball can stuff some things, and it will keep Gyro at bay, but like Laser gets annoying. You can cape that though. So I don't know. I don't think Mario is necessarily the wrong pick here. I think you do save Bako to be anchor again as the Shulk. Terry, I think Moat did a decent job, but I don't know if that's like a commitment you really want to go through. I think Manta will probably still win that. And if Manta doesn't, then you can throw in the Falco and T-Stu get that win back. So, or get another win rather. So I think we're gonna see Donnie here. I don't think we're gonna see Moat come out with the Terry. I think Terry is kind of just gonna have a difficult time getting it on Rob and will be caught off stage really hard. I think they want to save Bako the Shulk as their anchor once again. So that's my choice, but at the same time, Shulk, not a bad answer to Rob, I think, right? Having that speed, having that kill power, having the disjoints can be major.
No, I totally agree. I think of the 3 characters left, Shulk is probably the best, but just thinking in terms of his crew battle strategy, it's like, do you risk losing Shulk now when Shulk does so well against Falco and Bowser, and Terry and Mario kind of, especially against Falco, maybe go, even to maybe having a slight advantage, not quite a big advantage? Do you risk losing Shulk now? Because we know Rob, one of the few characters that oftentimes doesn't care about matchups, and it doesn't matter. Your matchup doesn't matter when you're getting side beat and you're dead at 40% off the side. So like that's such a big risk. But yeah, Shulk of the roster left has that big disjoint, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, sword in the game with the longest reach. Sometimes Rob can struggle with dealing with that. So what we will see who they end up going with here in this next game, and it is going to be, the suspense is killing me. It's going to be Terry. It is going to be Moat the Terry. Okay. This could go very poorly, or this could go well. Again, Terry can struggle to get in at times. Oh boy.
That's really unfortunate, because they were actually not doing too bad at the beginning of that. Like the crack shoot coming out early against the Rob Nair, and obviously can combo into that. That was working really well. I think Moat has to be unhappy about that, of course. Like just to drop a stock out of the gate like that and now have to work from behind against Rob, that's where this matchup starts to really become trouble.
yeah, as we see that charging tackle not going to be quite enough. That is so unfortunate. Hopefully it does not come back to bite them in the butt here. But man, SDing like that when your opponent wasn't really doing anything to force it, those are the worst kind. All SDs are bad, but those are absolutely the worst kind. We're going to see if Manta could take advantage here, and we're going to see if Moat can kind of just, there we go, fight past it as we see that up smash get that KO. But now 70%, second stock, all Manta needs is one good opening, and that could be it for your second stock here if you are Moat. We'll see what they can do, but they are 12% away from getting go, which is a huge factor, huge factor in any match, but especially a factor when you're this far behind.
I mean, that's pretty much how, Terry's going to get back into this. Like, fighting Rob from behind is something a lot of characters in this game struggle with, but when you have the go ready to go, all of a sudden it becomes a lot less of a struggle, a hill rather than a mountain to climb. The problem is landing any kind of hits and getting in on Rob. I mean, even at the ledge here, Rob is going to be shutting you down. Look at that. Reads the roll in with up tilt, complete coverage as the gyro's landing at the ledge. Essentially, the jump would have been the go-to, but of course Rob can respond to that as well. So not an easy decision whatsoever. And of course, now that there's no go meter to work with, Manta's got a little bit more breathing room, can even take some of these hits raw right to the dome and get back.
And now the ledge opportunity to be a grab. Oh no, I thought the grab was going to come through to punish that jab, but opting to roll instead. And now that's going to be, that's going to be the stock right there. Jab, rising tackle is going to do it. And now we have a one stock game. Both of these are characters that only need one opening, and that could have been it.
Oh, that's it.
Yep.
That's it. Yep.
One opening. Like I said, both of these characters need one opening.
Well, two-piece right there.
That can happen to you. Getting the double dip spike, managing to take out Moat the Terry. The thing about Terry, as good as that character is, it's just so linear with the recovery. Charging tackles is good because it can kind of poke over the ledge and hit somebody if they're, standing a little bit too close. But when you're Rob who has a down air that big, that's not ever really going to be a factor, and we saw why right there as Moat unfortunately goes down, man. That first SD, you know they got to be kicking themselves for that, because that match could have gone either way. Yeah, obviously that edge guard at the end kind of sealed it there, but beyond that edge guard, that was as even of a match as we've seen today.
It really was. Like, that Quinnipiac is still not down by much at all. So that's, you absolutely don't want to have that. I mean, again, Terry can work from behind in a lot of matchups, but just Rob in general is so suffocating. And of course, if you can't recover without taking damage or dying, then you're not going to be able to get back very easily. This is hard because now, I mean, LVC still has the Falco and Bowser ready to go. So even when Manta drops this eventually, they still have a really solid lineup to go out of this. And of course, Woodchuckman, pretty much not unproven, but untested at this point, right? Like, got a pretty quick cleanup on Bacco. That was about it. Woodchuckman didn't have to sweat. So Quinnipiac has to be kind of wondering about that. Like, oh, we really haven't taken out the final boss just yet of Bowser, right? Like, we got to deal with that. And Woodchuckman, I'm sure, is ready to go whenever that LVC team needs them. This could be a 2-0 here. I'm not going to call it just yet, but Quinnipiac, it's in a rough spot because they might have to rely entirely on this Shulk, who's a strong character for sure, but not a overwhelmingly strong character in a lot of matchups. So I think that's why, it's a character that people don't necessarily know where to place Shulk on the tier list, because Shulk can be really good, but Shulk has some obvious drawbacks that end up biting him in the back. And you mentioned that, like, a character that has solid advantages and strengths, but literally built-in weaknesses as a result to get those. And you have to be able, as a player, to be able to manage those. It's not like a very plug-in-and-play kind of character. I think we're going to end up seeing Donnie come in here to try to get rid of this Rob, because you really don't want to burn. I don't think you want to burn the Shulk this early if you can avoid it. So, but yeah, Quinnipiac in a rough situation as LVC still has Manta's one last stock, and then of course a Falco and Bowser in the wings.
But I totally agree with you. I think Donnie is probably the best option here for Quinnipiac. Hopefully they can take out Manta without dropping a stock of their own, even though that is going to be very hard, especially with how good Manta is playing. But like, I really want to because if I'm Quinnipiac, I want to send Bako in against either T-Stew or Woodchuckman, especially if it's Woodchuckman, just based solely on matchups, not necessarily the players. So I'm definitely holding them close to my chest for now. But hey, we're gonna see what the option is here as we get into this next game here between LVC and Quinnipiac, and it is gonna be Donnie the Mario. They are only down 1 stock. They can't afford to lose even 1 here if you're Quinnipiac.
You're more than right here. And remember, Quinnipiac, the 5-0 team in this matchup. So LVC, they don't. I mean, both teams want to prove themselves. They want to continue on how well they're playing, but LVC, I'm sure, would love to be the first loss here for Quinnipiac.
Yeah, and you know what? Almost losing a stock there, Donnie did. If that downer managed to get a sweet spot, that would have been a very good opening there for Manta. But Donnie now with the new lease on life, trying to get some of those Mario up air strings that this character is known for, and against a big body character like Rob, those up air strings are going to be very easy to land. Forward air, there we go. The Mario special. All they need is 1 opening. Again, big body characters like Rob, that's basically free once you're at like 40 or so percent. That's basically free almost every single time. You saw right there. So very good thing from Donnie. If I'm Manta, I'm really upset that those down airs did not sweet spot, because that would have been the 1 stock we needed to kind of widen this gap a little bit. But now the game is tied. Now we're back to 6 stocks each. If I'm LVC, I'm not super happy about that, because now you still might have to do Bouncer, King, Shulk with 3 stocks each, which I wouldn't want to be in that position. Again, just based solely on the characters. And you still have Shulk against Falco too, potentially. And that's also not a great matchup for Falco either. So Quinnipiac in a decent position here. But hey, we still got to get through. They still got to get through Donnie the Mario. If I'm LVC, I think I go Falco. I think I go T-Stew. You can kind of go combo for combo with Mario. You go hit for hit. Both of those characters are characters that need long strings to really do anything, worthwhile. So it's really going to come down to who lands more, who gets their long strings more consistently is what this is going to come down to.
I think you're absolutely right. And so far, Donnie definitely has those strings intact here. I don't think that T-Stew is going to get as hard comboed potentially as like Manta would on the Rob. But it's do I think they play Bowser instead Woodchuckman? I don't think so. I think they want to have Woodchuckman fully fresh to go up against Bako again. Both teams tied up here. This has been, I think, the closest night of Smash on stream here at Ace Star League, here in this fall 2022 season, throughout the entire season so far. Like, we have both teams, both matchups back to back. Even this one could go to game 3. We don't know. Like, we might be thinking, okay, like LVC might still have the edge here. It's not a given. It is not a given, as both teams are literally tied up stock for stock. Even now, I think Quinnipiac is thinking, hey, we can do this. Donnie just gave us a really big opening.
And you know what? I think Donnie taking that stock in that fashion kind of makes up for that one stock that Moat accidentally SD'd. If they lost that stock, if Donnie lost the stock there, that would have been brutal for them, even though it would have only been a 1 stock deficit. But yeah, kind of making that up a little bit, bringing this to a tied game, coming up into this next match. But again, this goes back to now, what's the strategy? Do you keep Woodchuckman as your anchor, Bowser anchor? Not, pretty good anchor. I would say a lot of survivability, a lot of KO power. Again, not the greatest character in the game, but decent anchor to kind of just hold you down a little bit. Falco not a bit more, but a lot more volatile. Does as much damage as they take. They get comboed as easily as they do combos. So not necessarily a character I would want to rely on to anchor me because of just how, I don't want to say unreliable, but again, just how volatile it is. That character can get blown up just as easy as they blow people up. So I think we're going to see Falco probably pop in here. That's, I think, the best bet, just to avoid them going last. But man, Quinnipiac still having Shulk left against either Falco or Bowser is going to be huge for them.
If I'm LVC, I don't want to put Bowser into Mario. We just saw Rob get comboed hard. The same thing can happen to Bowser. So if I'm LVC, I'm putting in T-Stew and hoping that we can get a really solid start out of him, because I think Bowser can bring it back. Even if T-Stew only gets 2 stocks, Bowser's going to get, going to probably get at least 1. on Mario just because of how hard he hits and the nature of it. But even then, Mario like has a solid advantage in that matchup, really in every aspect of it. So I would be very surprised actually if Woodchuckman comes in first here. And obviously Woodchuckman really had no problem against Backo, who was holding forward, pressing W, and just kind of putting themselves in sticky situation against Bowser. I'm sure Woodchuckman wants that again. We're about to find out as we jump in here to our next matchup, and it is indeed the Falco coming out here from T-Stu.
Yeah, again, definitely like this pick. There's going to be these are two characters that just, as soon as they get their hands on each other, you're going to be seeing 30, 40, 50% strings. I fully expect this match to go by really, really quickly. Stock's going to be flying off the board, and I really think this match is what's going to determine who ends up winning this entire set. Other than the final match that we'll see after this, potential final match we'll see after this, I think this is probably the most important game we're going to see. When you're down to 6 stocks each and you're playing against two characters that can just do absolute disgusting things to each other, like this is going to be very important, very crucial. After seeing again dead even game 55 to 54% as we see Mario Donnie tack on a little bit more damage there. And great conversion, not enough to get the KO, but you know what? I love that down tilt into forward smash there. One thing T-Stu was doing is they're holding shield a little bit too much. As we see a back air there coming through from Donnie to take that stock. They're holding shield a little bit too much, and I think at some point in time, Donnie is going to realize that and start to get some grab combos.
I think you're absolutely right here. You also see that Donnie is calling out T-Stu's jumps and getting him into the air as often as he can. Falco landing can sometimes be an issue, especially on someone who, like Donnie, who wants to get these grabs to start these combos going, and that platform almost giving him that Falco dead to rights, but Donnie gets away, or T-Stu gets away just in time. Donnie now using that cape, keeping T-Stu at bay. Even both characters with their own respective reflectors, but it's been T-Stu who's been called out on these landings more often than not and unable to really respond. Great usage of the flood there on Donnie to keep him at bay. And now looking for another forward smash, can't land it, but this is an opportunity here for Donnie to really extend this lead if they can get a stray hit. That last hit of forward air lands. Donnie should be able to get back, and does. Up smash comes in. Not a super hard follow-up, just the forward tilt, but it's the fastest, one of the fastest options Mario has out of shield. Rising there also comes out as well. Looking for the dash attack, which could have been enough. And both players just swinging until finally T-Stu catches the jump. But look at that, 106%. One strong hit, and that could be it for T-Stu's second stop.
And man, we saw T-Stu go for like, what, 4 or 5 up smashes there, finally landing that one in the end, but didn't really see them get punished too hard for whiffing a lot of those. So I think Donnie's gonna have to clean up those punishes a little bit if they want to get through this match. But yeah, 128% on T-Stu, but I can't stress enough that Falco does not care about damage. If you get up tilted once and they get a good string, you could be eating up to like 60% at sometimes, if not just losing your stock outright. So even though the percentages there's a big gap between the percentages, don't count T-Stu out just yet.
No, absolutely not.
So up throw into double up air. Again, back. Oh no, I thought that was a grab. Okay, got the jab instead.
Smash there for Mario as well. That would have been it.
Yeah. Again, T-Stu holding shield a little bit too long, but does get that parry. Ooh, I should have been a back.
Fishing way too hard for that follow-up there, though. Yeah, looking for side B, and like, if you're not nailing that, that's a free punish. T-Stu probably wishing they could have that one back, just getting a bit too overzealous. Too many side Bs. That could have been bad if that cape came out. That could have been death. And now Donnie going for the full string. Might have been deja vu here, but the tech just in time from T-Stu on the platform. Now trying to read and not overcommit. That gives Donnie an opportunity to turn the tides, and almost does so. Donnie almost gets back on, but instead T-Stu keeps him at bay.
Oh, and laser.
The laser is enough to stop it. This is still anyone's game here.
This is, again, as close of a match as we have seen. I keep repeating it. Falco does not care about your damage, so ignore the percentages right now, because this lead can shrink in a matter of seconds if T-Stu can get their hands on Donnie. But Donnie doing the best, or doing a really good job of not letting Falco get those up tilts. Does get that forward air, though. I'm surprised we didn't see a spike attempt there from T-Stu to try to close this out. Okay, not sure about that forward air. Might have tried to go for a hard read on a jump, but couldn't quite get it.
T-Stu's got to be careful. Whiffing a lot of moves, and Donnie's just whiff punishing him almost every single time, and even then, another down smash comes in. Opportunity, is able to jump right back up with the up smash. He's been waiting for it, and Donnie lets it loose at the perfect time. T-Stu goes down, and Donnie is now left standing with that 1 stock left, and then of course Baku waiting in the wings with 3 stocks left. But LVC, now they're against the ropes on their heels as they have Woodchuckman, their anchor, to come in here. I still think LVC is absolutely in this because Woodchuckman can take that 1 stock and all of a sudden they're right back in for sure. It's really, really up to Donnie, who by the way has been a star player here, to get like just a crazy read, one of those early combos, and take out, if they can take out at least 1 stock off Bowser, this might be it. And Quinnipiac could bring this to a game 3.
And yeah, no, you are completely 1000% correct here. Definitely not out of it yet is Lebanon Valley College, but man, we've seen what Donnie and this Mario can do. We know that their combos are on point, and Bowser being one of the easiest, if not the easiest character in the game to get long combos on. Hope he does not come back or end up biting Woodchuckman in the butt here. But they definitely can do it. Bowser is a character, I keep repeating, once you're at 20%, you're basically at death percentage if they get 1 good read. And the quick little bit we did see of Woodchuckman in the earlier set against Shulk, again, a lot of their stuff is on point. The conversions are on point. They're not unsafe with their approaches. They know when to do those, full hop, right in your face, fire neutral Bs. They know what to do their stuff. So even though the matchup isn't necessarily great for Bowser here, don't count them out just yet.
Definitely not. I don't think you can count out any of these teams that we've seen tonight at any single moment here, Mies. I don't know. I think Woodchuckman can still do this for LVC. T-Stu probably wishing they had some of those interactions back a little bit, just kind of swinging a lot. And you could see Donnie really had the read on him almost every single time. Those whip punishes were so good, really keeping them in this game and even taking the lead. But it all comes down to how effective Woodchuckman can be on the Bowser in terms of getting that first stock. It's a matchup that probably Woodchuckman doesn't want to be in, but that's their anchor. And honestly, LVC's probably kicking themselves not having Doink ready to go to take out Donnie. That was the key factor in the previous game, is having that Yoshi as a response to Mario. Instead, Doink was used a little early, and now they didn't have the Yoshi to throw in to counterpick Donnie's Mario. That ended up really changing the pace of this game and has actually completely changed the whole makeup of the second game and giving Quinnipiac an opportunity to hold this lead. Though it is a slight lead, that definitely made the difference.
And I kind of go back to what I said at the beginning of the match before the match started. If I'm Lebanon Valley College, I think I would have just gone in with the exact same lineup. I would have just started T-Stu and saved Doink for second, and then Manta, and then Wood for last. But yeah, sending in Doink, who was really the deciding factor in that first game, sending them in that early, obviously not working out for them. But hey, either way, we're going into this potential last game of set number 2 here. LVC and Quinnipiac University. Woodchuckman with the Bowser, Donnie with the 1 stock Mario. Woodchuck, you need to take this without dropping 1, which could be a tall task, but hey, we're going to see how this goes. If Mario could manage to get their hands on you a couple times, it's going to be a not fun time here for Woodchuck as we see that grab come through. Big damage, 39% for... Not sure about that down air, but 47% off of basically 1 grab.
Woodchuckman really, knowingly has to get those forward airs, but if you're doing landing forward airs, you're getting grabbed every time. The spacing has to be perfect. Woodchuckman, though, really on the back foot already. Look at this. Donnie is all over. This is pretty much exactly what we expected from this matchup. But if Woodchuckman just gets 1 clean read here, is able to reset their stock, this could be it. Has to be done here by Donnie right now, though. If they're able to get like this 1 stock, that could absolutely make the difference. Woodchuckman almost getting stuffed. Wow. A back air might even kill at that percent, but 147 for Bowser against the fireball, against Flood. How do you get back on stage against Mario?
And wow, we saw Donnie actually go deep for that cape there, but Woodchuckman with a great recovery, but getting held off stage for such a long time. We haven't seen a few unsafe... Oh, wow, just a few
that's an opportunity you have to take. Really smart there.
Yeah, we haven't seen a few unsafe options coming through from Woodchuck that Donnie has punished. But hey, either way, with Bowser being as hefty as they are, as they do lose that stop, you can't afford to take a risk or two because you know you have the survivability that if you do get punished, you'll be able to live a little bit longer. But hey, for Woodchuck, you need to win this without dropping another one. Like, you absolutely have to.
Wow.
Which is exactly
of all
what
moves
happened.
to kill with right there. The snipe with the down air.
That's exactly what happened as we see that down air come through. Unsafe move 9 times out of 10. But like, I was just as surprised as you. But hey, ended up coming clutch there for Woodchuck, and now we're down to the last match. We're going to see Backo versus Shulk. I mean, Backo the Shulk versus Woodchuckman the Bowser. This is what I didn't want to see if I was Woodchuck. Shulk is just so good at keeping Bowser at bay. Can't quite combo you like Mario does, but with Buster Monado especially out, you're going to be eating so much damage. It's going to be so hard for you to get in on Shulk. When they have Speed Monado, they can literally just jump up and keep neutral airing, and there's not much Bowser can really do about it other than like just try to wait it out. But bring it up again, Shulk has those built-in weaknesses. If Woodchuck can take advantage of Shulk's defensive deficiencies when they're in Buster or when they're in Jump or if they're in Speed or Smash, that's Woodchuck's key to winning here.
At this point, I think actually, I'd even say Woodchuck probably feels not too bad about this because they took a pretty swift stock last time they faced off against Backo. They had 3 stocks. They didn't drop a stock against the Shulk, who had just won. So Woodchuck would be like, all right, I'm down a single stock, but I can take these stocks quickly. I'm back in this. And even though Shulk can keep range and can combo Bowser, Mario is a combo machine against Bowser. So I think the combo effectiveness definitely goes down in this matchup. And if you have a Shulk that is really willing to hold forward on you and get into forward air range, Bowser wants that. Bowser loves that. And I don't know, Woodchuckman looked kind of strong against this Shulk last time we saw him for the brief moment that we did.
Yeah.
Did Donnie not do enough damage? I mean, getting that 1 stock, crucial for sure, but not getting another stock there, I don't know. That could be the difference maker. It's still so hard to call, and LVC, I'm sure, wants to close this out, does not want to go the distance and go to a game 3. I mean, it's hard to call. It even came down, I think, still to the lineup that we had here. So if we go to a game 3, I think things are up in the air. Who knows what lineup they're going to pull?
Yeah, and like we saw like this lineup switch from LVC, the order not really working out for them. Quinnipiac able to counter them at basically every single point in this match, which is why they're winning. And I go back to Moat in that SD, if I'm being honest with you, because like that's potentially one more stock of a gap that you could have had coming into this match. Not to pick on Moat too much, but SDs in crew battles are so important and so vital. Every single stock matters. So if Quinnipiac does lose this, was that the deciding factor in this match if they do end up losing? But hey, we're gonna see how it goes. But yeah, to go back to Woodchuckman versus Backo, I wish we got to see a bit of a longer match the first time. But Woodchuckman just kind of dominated from start to finish. Only took like 40 or something percent, in that game before closing it out. And in the second game, if they can do that again, if they only take like 40% on their first stock and manage to take one off of Backo, then at that point the game is even. And I would have to kind of maybe give the advantage to Woodchuck at that point in time. But hey, we're going to see as we get into this final game of set number 2 between LVC and Quinnipiac University. We're going to see Woodchuckman the Bowser with 2 stocks left up against Backo of Quinnipiac University with 3.
Honestly, after I hear that taunt like 5 or 6 times, I'm like, Woodchuckman's like, oh, all right, like, let's get into this. By the way, that's really big right there. These Monados giving Backo an out against Woodchuckman's up B. Something I got to keep in mind here as we go through this set.
Yeah. And we're seeing that Buster Monado here, that's some extra damage. This is when Backo has to take advantage. Oh, no, that's going to be punished immediately. Yep. Getting that forward smash, but because of the Buster Monado, even though it does more damage, it does do less knockback. So, Woodchuckman kind of coming out relatively unscathed despite taking some damage here. But now, Speed Monado, going to be a little bit easier to kill. And now, yeah, you're a lot lighter with that Jump Monado. And smash.
Nice job.
She's absolutely getting decimated by that forward tilt at the ledge there. Now we see that smash art coming through. You are going to take some more knockback. And now shield to kind of hang onto your life a little bit. Kind of burn that shield a little bit early. Don't really need to do that at this point when you're at this low of a percentage. But hey, maybe they know something that we didn't. But Woodchuck is closing the gap.
Wow, that's an understatement. Now only 50%. And bringing this right back. It's almost as if Woodchuckman didn't start a stock down here. That's exactly what they want. Wow. And really, honestly, what I love about Woodchuckman, not a player that's playing not to lose. They're playing to win here. Yep. Even though they're now down to the last stock, they are looking to try. They're trying not to miss a kill opportunity as best as they can. But now, can they win? Oh, all right. Up smash. Not the best position to be in using that move. But now can they bring this back? They're on their last stock. Can they get this kill and send this, dot the I's cross the T's and finish things up here for LVC.
Still basically an even match. That's probably going to be a stock right there. Yes, it is
Oh, it
one
comes down to this.
stock apiece. Is Quinnipiac going to force a game 3, or is Lebanon going to stop the bleeding and come out of this with a 2-0 victory? Let's see how this goes right here. Edge guard opportunity here. Okay, good grab at the ledge there for Bacco. Went for that spike to finish this game off right there. Good shield, and you know what? You brought it up. Being able to switch arts mid, getting comboed is going to be huge for Bacco here.
Okay, gets out of the corner. That was massive. No, with the forward smash lids. That's going to be it. We're going to a game 3. It's not over just yet here, Mies. We are once again going the distance back to back tonight here on the broadcast.
It's like we go from having no game 3s for the first like 5-6 weeks to now having back to back, which is pretty crazy to say. And man, like I said it in the earlier set between Manu and Shawnee, these are 4 teams that were either 5-0 or 4-1. I fully expected these to like go the distance. I'm not too shocked we're going to see a second game 3. But hey, everybody, please stay in your seats. I know it's been a long night, but we only have one more set left. Stay seated. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Welcome back, everybody, to our third and final game of the series and our sixth and final game of the broadcast here tonight. We have another incredible matchup that is going the distance between these two teams, and honestly, I couldn't be happier. I mean, to be fair, it's been a long night, but this is what we live for. This is what we're here for. Some more awesome collegiate smash action as Quinnipiac University and Lebanon Valley College are going the distance, going to a Game 3. Quinnipiac, they're 5-0. They want to hold on to this undefeated streak. LVC, they're 4-1. They want to go 5-1, and they want to be Quinnipiac's first victor. They're handing them their first loss here, so it can go either way. We had, I believe, I want to say I had Quinnipiac as my prediction. You had LVC.
Yeah.
Who's going to come out on top here, man? I don't know, Means. How you feel about this? We saw 2 games between these two teams. How you feeling going into Game 3?
It's like I'm not confident either way because it's just like we've seen how close both of the sets were. Even that first game, even though it was only a 3-stock win, LVC really had control over that match for most of it. Then that next one versus in set 2, it was like a back and forth thing, but then Quinnipiac kind of just, got the lead late and just held on to it. I really think it's gonna come down to who can get like a 2-stock lead first. Whoever gets a 2-stock lead, if they manage to get a 2-stock lead first, I think that's gonna be who ends up winning just because of how close everything has been. If I'm Lebanon, I think I just go right back to what I did in set number 1. I just start T-Stew and then just kind of go from there depending on what Quinnipiac does. If I'm Quinnipiac, I'm not entirely sure where I go, but I think I keep Backo the Shulk as my anchor no matter what, just based on that character, how good that character is. I don't know if I start Grit though. I think I probably start Donnie or Moat if I'm Quinnipiac. Grit did incredibly well, and I think keeping them as a buffer in case Moat or Donnie don't win their match is a really good buffer to have. So yeah, if I'm them, I start Moat or Donnie. If I'm LVC, I think I'm just sending in T-Stew no matter what.
Whew, I don't know,
it's
man.
hard.
I don't know which way to go. I think the only thing that's sticking out here for me is making sure, at least for LVC, that Doink doesn't come out before Donnie.
Yeah.
Because that was really the pivotal play, I think, for this LVC squad, because that was really the one character that Mario, Donnie's Mario had trouble with. And Donnie did a lot of damage, right? Really softened. I mean, obviously took out Manta and really, softened up Woodchuckman, which helped Backo get that dub because it ended up coming down to a last stock situation. If Woodchuckman had another stock to play with, that could have been the other direction. So I think that just that small little difference was the key X factor between these two teams from game to game. And now if I'm LVC, I'm like, I'm not playing Donnie. I'm not playing Doink until we see Donnie.
Yeah.
That's what I would be thinking. So with that in mind, I think we probably see T-Stew or Manta come out first for LVC. For Quinnipiac, I don't know.
Man.
It's hard. I really don't know which one. Maybe Grit. I think Grit we might see first. Grit was doing pretty solid with that Bowser Jr. I'll give him that.
Very, very much. Definitely was a good opening character to have. But I think when it's this close, I want to keep them just as a backup in case, again, if for example we do see Doink versus Donnie again, and Doink ends up, winning how they won last time. I think even though Bowser Jr. Yoshi isn't, again, matchup wise, I think matchups at this point don't even matter. I think just keeping Grit to handle or just as on cleanup duty, I think is a really good position for them, and I think that's where they will do the best. Again, I'll keep Backo as my anchor no matter what to close things out. I think Terry and Mario are both really good opening characters. They can, depending on who LVC starts with, if they start with, they're probably not going to start with Woodchuck, but let's say they start with Manta to mix it up a little bit. We saw what Mario can do to Manta and Rob, and maybe they'll hope for something like that again. Terry, again, a very good character to open with as well. No matter who, if it's Yoshi, Falco, or Rob that they start with, you're going to get jab power dunked into oblivion no matter who you really send out. So I think it's between, well, I'm not saying it's between those two. Those are the two best options in my opinion, even though Grit would also be a good option. And once again, if I'm LVC, I just send out T-Stew again.
Well,
it's so hard to predict. It's so hard.
This has really been the kind of the theme of the night is these teams are so close that these little tiny changes really make a difference, and it's hard to say what the right choice is, right? So I don't know at this point. I just can't wait to jump into this. And of course, we want to shout out all of our awesome sponsors one more time, as we probably have our last opportunity to do so before the night wraps up, at least before we jump off the broadcast. So when we get to that point, of course, we want to give a shout out to Extra Life. You can play games to change kids' health, so why don't you do so and change the future? Join Extra Life today. Nay Star League, of course, runs on Duncan, so make sure you check out that Twitch panel below to find a Duncan near you. And then a big shout out to all of our other sponsors here. Of course, we have ROTC, we have Corsair, we have Monster, we have BetterHelp, and we have Mavix, all part of our team here at Nay Star League as we jump into our first matchup of Game 3. And it is going to be the Bowser Jr. from Grit, and it is going to be the Falco from T-Stew. So we were on point here, I think, are the players as they go into the final game of the night.
And yeah, I really like starting off with T-Stew here. I really feel like, with the exception of Shulk, no real bad matchup in the character spread there. So I do like this. You can do a lot to Bowser Jr. if you can. Oh wow, if you could get your hands on them. But Bowser Jr. does do a very good job of edge guarding Falco because of how linear Falco's recovery is. And if you're going to be down airing on shield like that, you're going to make it really easy for Bowser Jr. to do whatever they really want to. As we see Grit here getting that back air. Mecha Koopa on the ledge. Can't hold shield for too long. Edge guard opportunity here. Goes with the forward air. And if you are Grit, you can't afford to cover low, because getting a down air on Bowser Jr. as Falco is incredibly free. I think Grit understands that, and we're going to see them probably opt to either go on stage on the recoveries or just to go, horizontal whenever they can.
Oh, this is, you can see both players are holding shield pretty long here, just trying not to get caught by a random up smash from either side, but it will be the back air that hits on T-Stew first. Air dodging just in time to avoid that up air follow-up, and now going to shard a little bit at the ledge, getting some nice up airs in to start them off a little bit. But even with the forward smash, they're pushed out of range by that jab just in time, or just entirely there. It's really a matter of inches. And Grit now starting to run away with the second stock. Yeah, Grit definitely starting to cook, man. If I'm T-Stew, you really wanted that forward smash to kind of even the odds, to slow down this momentum. But yeah, Grit just in complete control right now. Seeing T-Stew with that up smash, it almost got hit by that hammer after the Koopa Cart explosion. This jab might actually KO. Yes, it is, man. An amazing start here for Grit as they're still sitting on 2 stocks. An unhealthy 2 stocks, but sorry, 3 stocks, I should say. Sorry, an unhealthy 3 stocks, but 3 stocks nonetheless. If they can clean this up without losing at least one of these, that is going to be incredible for Quinnipiac University. And right on cue, they lose it. I think it was about a matter of time there. Yeah. I'm sure Grit's not too worried about it. They still have T-Stew in the corner. Great coverage there, using the jab just in time, or long enough for the Mecha Koopa to come through and bail them out. And now Grit trying to get out of this aerial situation. They do, and they give T-Stew a taste of their own medicine, and then some. And it's really been Grit who has been all over these side Bs from T-Stew. The second that T-Stew doesn't land at the ledge with the side B, Grit is punishing almost every single time. And that is going to be an out-of-shield up smash that has been paying off for Grit in dividends throughout this series. And they will take this lead here for the Quinnipiac side, 12-10. Remember, by the way, LVC, they got the first win of this game. So now they not only drop game 2, but now they're down in a deficit here off of a really solid performance from Grit. On the other side, LVC starting to slip a little bit. It might be too early to call, but that's not a start that you want to see if you want to hold on to the series.
Yeah, going down, if you lose, you lose, but you would have loved to take out at least 2 stocks, going into the next match. Losing is okay, but only taking out 1 stock in an L is a very bad position to put the rest of your team in. So now whoever comes in next for LVC, they're going to have a lot of work to do, whether that's Doink, Manta, or Woodchuck. If I'm LVC, or if you're LVC deck, who do you think is the best option here? Do you just send in the Rob, who, we saw Manta and Grit play earlier? Manta cleaned that up pretty handily. Do you send them in now and potentially waste who might be your best character? Or do you risk sending in Doink before Donnie comes out?
Yeah, I think you do send in Rob right now. And Rob is probably your best answer to Bowser Jr. at the moment. Sure, you have Donnie who's going to be waiting, but as long as you have Doink to respond, I think it's still doable. It's just LVC not getting that edge with T-Stew is now putting, they're going to have to play catch-up both in terms of the stocks, but also in terms of these counter picks, right? So it's going to be a situation where Rob comes out, okay, you get that kill and you take out Bowser Jr., Donnie comes out, takes care of the Rob. Then you have Doink to take care of the Mario. And then eventually Doink could potentially drop to either the Shulk or the Terry. And then you have Bowser, who isn't a guaranteed win against either of those two characters. So the matchup coverage here for LVC is actually lacking a little bit once they lose that Falco, and they're going to so early. But the Rob being committed early is also a big issue. That said, I think they don't really have another choice. I mean, to risk putting Doink out before Donnie again, I wouldn't be surprised, but I think that would be a mistake to do that. And I also think it would be a mistake to play Woodchuckman this early, because you could lose that really strong, like, hard hitter that could be your, ace in the hole there. I think you do play Rob here, even though you don't want to burn your Rob early. I think Manta's the player to come out here for LVC.
No, I 1000% agree. Like, I don't even think Woodchuck really should be an option here. I think to save them for Anchor, even though they lost against Backhoe in game 2, they did an incredible job of keeping pace in a matchup that is not great for Bowser. So again, I think I have to put my Anchor position on Woodchuckman again. But yeah, I totally agree with you. I think Rob is probably the best option right here. I'm pretty sure that's who they're going to send in. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But yeah, I think I hang on to Doink until, yeah, it is Rob. I hang on to Doink for dear life until I see that Donnie and that Mario come on the screen. But yeah, Manta and the Rob here, we saw these two play earlier. Manta did an incredible job of cleaning that up. But already we're seeing a quick 59% coming through from Grit, keeping some of that momentum they had from that first match.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this is definitely still not completely a guaranteed win here. As much as Rob does outpace and kind of do Bowser Jr.'s job better, Rob has similar weaknesses to Bowser Jr. They share those weaknesses in a lot of ways. It could easily be Grit bringing this back and kind of finding that grittiness I need to have to really clutch this out for Quinnipiac. LVC really does not want to lose this Rob, and really, at the end of the point, Manta can only afford to lose that stock, realistically. If Manta loses any more than that and allows Grit to get away without, taking this out entirely, I think that could be it for LVC. This is really hard to work back from. That back air, not going to kill Grit here. No rage for Manta to work with, and now they're committing to side Bs that are never going to land. Even that up smash out of range, not punished though, thankfully for them. And now we'll see, can Manta... Oh, wow, okay. Still not going to kill, actually. I'm surprised by that.
Wow, that was just a series of unfortunate events there for Manta. Whiffing on the side B, whiffing on the up smash, getting the up smash, but it just not... The up smash, Super Smash Brothersing, I guess is the best way to put it, and just not working. But they do manage to finally get that stock. But yeah, you know what? You had brought up a really good point earlier. That first stock was really the only one Manta could afford to lose, and even losing that one could, spell death for them in the end. They need to hang on to this for absolute dear life, doing a pretty good job of tying it up nearly in percent, and now managing to take the lead. It's going to be a down air. Oh no, whiffing it. Yeah, pulling the trigger, I think a little bit too early there, and avoiding the punish off the up B. Did not want to get hit with that hammer. That could have actually KO'd you. And now we're seeing dash attack here from Grit, popping that Mecha Koopa on the platform. Fantastic coverage. Great coverage.
Oh, the conversion! No way!
Coverage
all
from Grit.
Over it right there. And honestly, another big thing about this matchup too is that Grit's playing a character that also uses items, so Grit's going to know how to play with Rob's items as well. And then just the timing, the conversion off that Mecha Koopa is absolutely flawless, and now Grit's starting to run away with it a little bit here. I mean, if Manta can't finish this and allows Grit to get this stock back, that could be GG's here for LVC, I gotta be honest.
And honestly, despite the percentages, man, with the way Grit is playing, you know what? I was about to say something and I lied, but there we go. Manta kind of closing the wound there, stopping the bleeding, and just finishing off Grit. But fantastic opening there for Grit. Took off, what, 5 stocks? Or 4 stocks? I lost count. 4 or 5 stocks doing their job. Anything more than 3, I think you've done, very adequately. So shout outs to them. That is just the opening that Quinnipiac needed. And now LVC, you have Rob left, with only 1-2 stocks. You have Doink, and again, I'm hanging on to Doink until I see Donnie. If I'm Quinnipiac, I think I lean towards sending in Donnie. I just lean because I think Donnie can handle, or Mario can handle everything that Bowser Jr. wants to toss at you. You have Cape to get that deals with everything, whether that's the Mecha Koopa, whether that's the side B, anything they want to do. You can easily side B the recovery to quickly kill them like that. I really think Mario's the best option here, just to clean this up. But I can't see the Terry too. I don't think that's the best option. I would definitely save Terry for a little bit longer. But yeah, if I'm Quinnipiac, I'm throwing in Donnie.
I think we might actually see the Terry come out instead, just to kind of avoid that Doink response to Donnie situation. You put Terry out and you try to get that stock off of Manta. Realistically, Doink comes out next, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, because I don't imagine Woodchuckman being anything other than the anchor. And then you have Doink come out, Donnie is ready to go.
Yeah.
So I mean, there aren't many options after that, obviously, but I think we are going to see the Terry. I think Terry should be able to take out one stock from Manta.
Yeah.
So I think that's where we're going to go. I'm not sure if they're going to... I mean, to be fair, though, Donnie comes out, they're probably going to take out that one stock from Manta, pretty guaranteed, I think. So, but my guess is with Terry. We'll see how it goes. I think we're going to see Moat come out first.
We will see in a matter of seconds, and it is the Terry. You are 1000% correct once again. Dak, have you bought lottery tickets like lately?
Hey man, I've just been doing this cruise thing for a little while, you know. I definitely see where they're coming from here. I really think like the biggest part of this is that Doink and Donnie situation, the Doink Donnie connection, whether you know, whether they like it or not. I think that's the crux of this matchup, and it's really going to make the difference.
No, I 1000% agree with you. We'll see if it does come to that. But right now, we're seeing Moat, you know, in the early ons of this match, doing a pretty good job of keeping Manta at bay. But Manta going for that side B, going for an incredibly hard read there. I feel like that was a bit of muscle memory after tossing off to that gyro. But yeah, definitely whiffing on that. We're going to see, I'm surprised the charging tackle didn't actually come through there from Terry. But yeah, either way, Moat trading that down air with, I believe that was either neutral V or forward air from Rob, and going to take that stock and clean that up for Quinnipiac University. Now LVC down to their final two. You have Doink. You have Woodchuck. I don't want to send in Bowser against Terry because you're getting comboed until next month in that matchup. So I think we're finally going to see Doink come through. If I'm LVC, I would have loved to send in Doink with a stock advantage because you don't want to risk losing too many before Donnie maybe comes in and cleans that up. But yeah, if I'm LVC, 1000% it's Doink coming up next.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see Doink, and I think Doink should have a pretty solid time against Moat. I'm trying to remember if we've seen this matchup before. We probably have, but at this point it's been a long night. But I think really the key here is Doink coming in and somehow not losing a stock against Moat, because they're gonna need all the stocks they can get really to keep themselves alive here. I mean, yeah, I would say I don't know. At the same time, I think Doink could actually end up being pivotal here, because if Doink takes out Moat and then has Donnie to respond, Doink could potentially run through both of them. So really, it's up to Moat here, I think, to take out the one or two stocks that they can. I mean, unless they take out all three, obviously, that's great. But you want to be able to even the odds for Donnie when they come in, knowing that matchup's going to be hard for them from the get-go. So if Donnie can come into that being a stock up, or ideally two stocks up, then that could really be enough of a shift that they'll need to overcome that matchup that was really difficult for them in the past game, or past two games, really. So, yeah, this is now a lot of pressure is on Moat, I think, even though obviously Quinnipiac has a slight edge stock-wise. Moat has to do some damage here to Doink. That's if Doink comes in.
Yeah.
Maybe we see Woodchuckman come in next, and Doink is the anchor. I think that actually could be a possibility now that we've seen Woodchuckman against Bacco. Maybe Yoshi might be a better response as the anchor, knowing that Bacco's probably going to be Quinnipiac's anchor again. It's been anchored twice. I still think we're going to see Doink come in, though, and try to clean up this Moat real quick. But who knows? Maybe Woodchuckman.
I 1000% agree with you. We're going to find out very, very soon, and it is going to be Doink. If I am LVC, you need to win this with only losing, ideally 0 stocks, but you can't afford to lose more than one here. As we, is that like the starting timer? Like what are we doing?
I think that's supposed to be a little like, hey, I'm starting here.
Okay. Bold strategy, Con. Let's see if it pans out.
Moat didn't lose a stock, right?
No, I don't believe they
We're
did.
not waiting for Moat to drop a stock here.
I don't believe they did. It might just be a button check lag test. We'll see. We'll see, but man, there we go. Okay. Maybe it's the wrong stage. Maybe it's the wrong stage. Wrong stage or wrong controls, possibly. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'd say, have you ever seen the double shield break, the self double shield break combo to start a match deck? I've never seen that.
I was like, yeah, I guess. I've seen that with Jigglypuff, but that was because Jigglypuff needed to take away their stock and wanted to die to that. So like, that's how I've seen it. I've never seen that. I would assume that's probably either wrong controls or wrong stage. But we'll make our way through it. But yeah, okay, so we know what the matchup is going to be now. I don't think it's very much a surprise. We were pretty much expecting Doink to come in. But 3 stocks down here for this LVC squad. Grit really did some damage against LVC. At the moment, the MVP for this squad. And now it could be really up to just Donnie and Backo to clean things up. I mean, Moat might just... If Moat takes out 1 or 2 stocks for Doink, realistically, that could be it. That could be the difference. I think that could be it.
I said in the beginning, I think whoever gets a 2-stock lead first is probably going to end up being the victor because of how close this is. And Quinnipiac now has, a 3-stock lead, I believe? Yeah, a full 3-stock lead right here. So yeah, I fully expect Quinnipiac to be able to finish this off. But we will see if anybody could make this comeback. It is definitely Doink. And we're going to see as they get 2 up tilts to open off this match. I'm kind of wondering what happened, what went wrong with that when we first started up that game. But hey, guess it doesn't matter right here.
I don't know. We'll probably never know. Yeah. Just like a few mysteries here. Never to entirely find out. That's the way of the Wi-Fi world here. But right now, Moat is doing considerable damage here to Doink, and these power dunks are landing almost every time.
And does it whips that one right on cue. But yeah, Moat just in complete domination in this opening match, gets that up smash, not enough to get the KO though, but with a 100% victory or lead, I should say, you can't afford to whiff a couple of those, or for a few of them to not actually get the KO. But yeah, 155% right here on Doink. A lot of breathing room. Doink not able to really get anything going as that power dunk does land, and Moat does take that stock. That is now a 4-stock lead for Quinnipiac University and Dak, man. I know they say it ain't over till it's over, but a 4-stock lead in a matchup that has been this even up until this point, I think it's safe to see Quinnipiac might come away or will come away with this W.
And they certainly have earned it here. But it's not over. Look at the power dunk is just so good against so many of Yoshi's options here. The jump ins and even the Yoshi bomb are getting caught out by this power dunk every single time. And Moat is making, absolutely pulverizing Doink here. Look, you're probably gonna get another kill off that, and it is a massive lead now, a 5-stock lead for Quinnipiac off of Moat. A player that we were kind of like, okay, they're going to come in, do a little damage, and we're really looking to the next. No, Moat's like, hey, I'm going to be the one who ends this. We don't need Backo. We don't need Donnie. I'm the one who's going to end this. And you know what? I respect that.
And you know what? Just took in that Moat actually has not lost a stock yet, and I definitely just jinxed that. But still, being able to, if they can manage to take this out and have a 6-stock victory going into the last game, that is basically over at that point. And you know what? I start to wonder, is tiredness starting to be a factor here for LVC? They just look like they're out of juice. I know it's been a very long set, and it's mentally taxing to have a set go on for this long, as that whiff punish, or that punish is whiffed right there. And I'm just starting to think on the side of LVC as they do take that stock, maybe they're just mentally drained at this point. And there you go, big conversion here, 35% for Doink. The charging tackle is going to take it. Oh god.
Moat kind of just playing dead there, like intentionally doesn't tech or maybe just misses it. It's like, well, I'm just gonna wake up DP you and win. And hey, that's the fighting game way right there. Moat now putting LVC down to their last player. This is a massive ask from Woodchuckman. They weren't able to take out Backo from behind. Now they have to get rid of Moat and Donnie, who has a hard matchup against them, and then Backo the Shulk. At this point, I think Quinnipiac has wrapped up. LVC getting a little player diff here, but also character-wise, their character pool is kind of getting outshined a little bit here by Quinnipiac. And honestly, shout-outs, to Grit and Moat in this game. They are the difference makers. Grit, 6 stocks, massive. Moat coming in, clutch. destroying and denying Doink, and Doink doesn't even have the opportunity to take on Donnie, which means Donnie will have, even if Moat does not take a single stock here, Donnie has free reign over this Bowser now.
Yeah, 1000%, and that's the risk when you have a Bowser on your team. As solid as that character is in the crew battles, there are times where you just get outmatched up, and every single character on Quinnipiac's roster just kind of eats Bowser up, unfortunately for them. But Bowser, one of those characters who, again, I keep repeating, could kill you at like 20 or 30%, so oftentimes it doesn't even matter. But yeah, this is just an unfortunate position here for LVC as we're getting in to Woodchuck. This is going to be tough. Terry's going to get every single combo.
Terry is going to get a lot off of this.
Yeah, Terry's going to get everything basically for free. Like, you can probably even string some of your combos on for a little bit longer with this because of how heavy Bowser is. So wait, we'll see how this goes. Let's see if Woodchuck knows how to fight around a lot of the stuff. As we see, that's combo number 1, the jab power dunk, the Terry bread and butter coming through. Might see another one coming through here. Oh, nope. Whiffing on that. Woodchuck has a bit of stage control, but no, forced right back to the ledge. Gets the last hit of Nair there on the platform. And oh, we're just seeing Mo go for a couple of unsafe things. But against Bowser, sometimes you can risk 1 or 2 of those a match. Does get the jab power dunk, gets another. Oh, no, doesn't actually go for it there. But either way, Dak, a 60 or so % lead. This is crazy.
It looks like Quinnipiac is ready to go to celebrate a big win here. Remember, if Quinnipiac wins this, it'll be a 6-0 record here. And LVC will fall 4-2, and Woodchuckman kind of holding on for dear life in the match. I mean, at this point, Bowser does not have a positive matchup at all going into this. Woodchuckman has to play literally probably the best Smash of their life, and they are holding on by a thread to this last stock. Ooh, does finally get the down B and will land it. So, okay. I mean, if Woodchuckman can somehow surprise and not die, okay.
There you go.
That would have been, if Woodchuckman was able to get this stock and refresh on the third side, like, okay, maybe doable. But now losing this first stock here, and Moat is now, keeping things close.
Oh, no.
Oh!
I think you're dead. I think you're dead.
I'm sorry for keeping things close. You're dead.
Yeah, okay. Okay, took a little bit long there to get that forward smash off. I got kind of scared. There. But there we go. You lose your shield at 29%, and that's a guaranteed forward smash KO. One of the strongest forward smashes in the game, and that's why Bowser's never truly out of any match, because they have the capability of breaking your shield with one move and doing that to you. But yeah, no matter who Quinnipiac sends in, whether it's Backhoe or Donnie, and I think it should be Donnie. I think just having Mario versus Bowser as the potential last match fits canonically, and I just think on paper, I think Donnie just does. I think Donnie did a little bit better than Backhoe did against Woodchuck, so that's who I definitely send in. Got to clean it up. They did lose a stock there, which is unfortunate for Woodchuck. They needed to hang on to that if they wanted a chance. But yeah, Quinnipiac's match to lose up until this point, and I think it's safe to say they're probably not going to do that.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I mean, even if Backhoe comes in. If Donnie loses all the stocks, doesn't get anything, or Backhoe comes in first, Backhoe has won a situation where, they are up a stock against Woodchuckman and they ended up coming out on top, even though it was close. There might be a world in which they put in Backhoe first because Backhoe is probably guaranteed to get at least 1 stock, but I don't even think it's worth it. Like, just put in Donnie. Donnie, I think, is probably going to win this. So I think we're going to end up seeing Donnie. That's a really strong matchup for Mario, as we've seen. Woodchuckman's playing from behind, but Backhoe, if somehow Donnie loses, Backhoe is in a less guaranteed position to win in that matchup. So maybe you put in Backhoe first just to soften up Woodchuckman a little bit more, and then just make it so that way, okay, when Donnie comes in, they're guaranteed to win this. I think I'm going to actually put my risk of my solid prediction streak here and say that we actually get Backhoe to come in next, though I'm pretty sure as I say that I'm going to be wrong because Backhoe has anchored 2 of these games so far. It probably will again, and Donnie's the obvious choice. But I have a feeling Backhoe might come in just as, tenderizes Bowser just a little bit more, take off a stock. Honestly could seal the deal right here.
Yeah.
I think both of these players absolutely could. But if any of them, I think, has a more of a risk of losing as the anchor, it's Backhoe. So you put Backhoe in, take at least a stock and you've done your job, and then Donnie is like guaranteed to win at that point. That's what I would do if I was running it. I don't think either option is bad though, because I think Quinnipiac, the ball's in their court. This is now their game to lose. This is their set. This is their series to lose here. Woodchuckman has only 2 stocks to go. They're Bowser. Like, you shouldn't lose this. So LVC needs to have a star performance from Woodchuckman, or Quinnipiac really has to completely throw an SD or something like that for this to really happen.
And if you're Woodchuck, you basically can't afford to lose a single stock here. If you want to win this, I think you have to beat whoever gets sent out without losing a stock, which is going to be a very tall order for whoever their next opponent is. As we get into this potential last game here, Quinnipiac looking to seal the deal, and they are sending in Donnie, keeping Bacco as the anchor here. And I do like the pick. You said it, no matter who they sent in, no real bad options, but I do agree with sending. I do agree with sending in Donnie in this Mario. We know how good they are with their confirms. We know how good they are with their combos, and I fully expect to see at least one of those coming through here.
No, I think you're right. I mean, not at all surprised by this. Ooh.
That would have been
Woodchuckman's playing like they could definitely still win this. So I would even though Quinnipiac has the edge, I would still be like, all right, we can't. Like, this is not a situation where, like, all right, we got this, we win. Like, you definitely don't underestimate Woodchuckman in this situation. So, I honestly, with that in mind, I'm not surprised they're putting Donnie in, because, like, all right, we're not going to underestimate this Bowser. Let's take care of him right now, right here, right now. And Mario's the way to do it. That's 1 stock left for this Bowser. Can Woodchuckman take 6 with 1 stock?
I'm gonna go ahead and say probably not, but hey, crazier things have happened. This is Bowser. You can never quite count them out, but man, in this matchup, all Mario needs to do is get their hands on you once or twice, and you're going to be eating a lot of damage or potentially losing your stock. And Donnie, I think this is where you kind of just have to go balls to the wall and just go for some stupidly hard reads and try to get something, as we see them actually whiff that up smash right there. When they're down by this much and you have nothing to lose, this is where you kind of have to go for some Bowser cheese, as we're going to see game, set, and a match for Donnie. I think that match went exactly the way me and you both expected it to go. Fully expected to see a spike there, and Donnie cleaning that up, and Quinnipiac taking the W 2-1 over Lebanon Valley College after the second 3-game set we've had today. And man, like, with the amount of with this deep into the season, we're now starting to see the good teams getting to play each other on broadcast. So moving forward, I think next week might be the last week of regular season. Actually, if we get some some more undefeated, some more 5-1, 4-1 teams, I fully expect this to keep happening, to keep getting these long sets, because, like, as fun as it is to see some teams just kind of get blown up, seeing the chess matches and the strategy that both teams have to implement from game to game and set to set, and seeing the adjustments, and seeing maybe a player didn't play so well in the first set, but they end up being the MVP in the second set, or they start playing well in the second set, and seeing that, it's so fascinating to me, just as a fan of a Smash Bros, as we see the game-winning kill right here. But yeah, I think next week and moving on into like the conference play-in and even the LCQ and into the playoffs, we're probably going to see a lot more close sets of this.
Yeah, at this point, I think we're kind of beyond the situation of full blowouts. Like, that was certainly an early season thing. All the top players and all the top teams have established themselves. Even a team like Lebanon Valley College, who's now 4-2, still one of the stronger teams we've seen out here. But obviously, Quinnipiac gave them a run for their money. They were given a run for their money as well, but they come out on top, being 2-1 here, and 6-0 now in the regular season, joining only a few teams in that coveted club there of the 6-0 squad. A great job. Honestly, both of these teams, I mean, all 4 teams we saw here tonight pulled out all the stops. Could have gone either way. Even though I think this last game of this series, Quinnipiac definitely had the edge. It wasn't like the first game where, like, it literally could have gone either way regardless. Quinnipiac had the edge there, and obviously Grit doing a fantastic job on that Bowser Jr. character. You don't know how to deal with them, can really, really skill check you, really matchup check you. Yeah, overall, I would not be surprised to see more of both of these teams throughout the rest of the season into the postseason. But hats off to, of course, LVC for their play, and then, of course, Quinnipiac University for taking the dub.
And we have an interview with Quinnipiac University right now. Bacco, hello, how are you doing, my friend? I know that was a long set. How are you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling great right now. That was intense.
So I noticed that you were the anchor for most of that, or for basically all of that set. What was the strategy going in there? Was that more of like a matchup thing, or was that just are you typically the anchor for your team?
Yeah, I typically am the anchor for my team. There is just something that's just so beautiful about being able to make an amazing comeback like that, and there's something that like clicks in my brain that just makes me want to do better in that situation, and then I just do. So that's why I do that all the time.
Absolutely, and of course it certainly worked out. Didn't even need you to come in at the end there, which I'm sure you're happy that the rest of the team was able to get things done. But you know, strategy wise, you know, how are you really going after LVC in terms of responding to their characters? Obviously, you had to change things up a little bit here and there. You know, for example, trying to maybe avoid Doink until you can get like, or you know, have Donnie out and maybe avoid Doink coming in as the Yoshi, who gave him a little bit of a run for his money early in the series. What was your strategy in terms of lineup and characters up against LVC?
So our initial strategy was that we saw from a lot of LVC's initial matches throughout this season that they like to send in their Bowser first. So we decided to switch things up. We usually go with Grit first, but we saw that, seeing this, we basically decided we should have Moat go in first because he's very good with that matchup, or rather, he's better than that matchup than all of us, because all of us really do not like playing against Bowser. But that ended up not working out because they sent in T-Stu. They sent in the Falco first, and that kind of caught us off guard. And then going into game 2, we just kind of thought, okay, we're going to go back to what we usually do with Grit, and they kind of called us out on it, and we were caught off guard the entire time. But really what was the big change there was not more like character picks. We just kind of like decided to, I think once we saw that Moat lost all of his stocks, we kind of got motivated, and then when we obviously we had Donnie come in with a Mario, and he was just like on top of everything, and then that really picked us back up emotionally, and then we were just able to come back that way from the mental game side.
So you're now 6-0 on the season, one of the few undefeated teams left. What did you take from this match? What did you learn from this match that you think you're going to bring forward on in the rest of the regular season into the playoffs?
When it comes to the playoffs, I think something that we have to realize that we've been sort of compliant with the skill level of some of these schools. Like every time that we play a lot of these schools, like we kind of like shut them out. We don't let them do anything, and we have to just kind of realize that sometimes there's going to be some school out there that's going to beat us. They're going to be a little bit better than us. They're going to be a little bit smarter than us, and we kind of have to realize, okay, we have to slow this down. Go back to our roots. What do we know? And realize, hey, we are extremely smart. We are extremely talented, and we just have to kind of realize. We just kind of have to be able to apply that in the moment.
Well, I mean, y'all have been playing absolutely fantastic and put on such a great show tonight. How are you feeling about the season, about playing with your team, representing your school? I'm sure it feels great to be undefeated and be one of the strongest teams in the league. But I mean, how's the mental game of the team? How's everyone feeling going into the rest of the regular season? What's been your favorite part about playing in the team? How are y'all feeling right now?
The general feeling is that we are really excited. We are just kind of excited that we are playing on a higher playing field, because in the past we've only played at a somewhat national level, not really in the EGF last year with the MAC, and then with the MAC conference we were only playing like a select number of schools, and we're just really excited. We've just been really excited to play schools at a national level, and once we know it's like, okay, hey, we can do this. We are that high level. We've just been extremely excited to come into all of our matches, and extremely I don't know what the word I'm looking for here is, but we enjoy finding out new things about new players and doing all of our research, and we've just been enjoying basically just kind of everything right now. So we're just kind of looking forward to what playoffs have to offer, and we're just really excited about everything.
All right, Baka, once again, congratulations on the win. We're going to let you go now. You know, that was a long set. Go get some rest. Tell the rest of your team.
Yes, sir!
There you go. So yeah, tell the rest of them congratulations, fantastic job, and good luck the rest of the season and in the playoffs.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Nope, that was Mako from Quinnipiac University. And everybody, this was a long day. We had some great Smash Brothers action. My chair keeps sinking down. That was some great Smash Brothers action. Man, 2-3 game sets after like not having really only like one of them on broadcast up until this point, and that was as close. Granted, that last game was a bit of a a bit in Quinnipiac's favor. Like, really couldn't have asked for two better sets.
I think you're absolutely right. And we really went the distance. We've said that time and time again, but that's what we love about this, and it's been absolutely fantastic. I'm so happy that we were here tonight to cast these games, and of course, we're going to check out the schedule here. If you want to catch some more collegiate esports, this is where you do it. So if you want to know what's coming up, obviously, we're here on Thursdays for Smash Ultimate, but we have Rocket League coming up on Monday. The new Overwatch 2, and League of Legends on Tuesdays. Call of Duty and Valorant, you got your FPS fix on Wednesday. We're back on Thursdays. Smash that, of course, you're finishing out your attack shooter bonanza here on Fridays with CSGO. This is the full schedule, what you have to expect. And of course, you've been here following with us throughout the season. You know there's esports happening every single weekday here at NA Star League. Mies, I guess the last thoughts I have here before I throw it back over to you is that these teams really showed out. I think personally this was the best night on the broadcast that we've seen here during the fall 2022 season here at NA Star League for Smash Collegiate Cruise. These teams came out to play. Some of these teams came out to win. They all came out to win, but only a few can. And we saw why these are certainly the best teams in the league. It was really awesome to be here tonight to cast these games.
Yeah, 1000%. Definitely the best night we've seen. As fun as it is to see people get body bagged and get 12-0'd and stuff like that, seeing these close, intense games and seeing the adjustments from game to game is incredible to see. I said it before, because as a fan of Smash Brothers, it's cool to see those adjustments. But before we sign off, we have to give one last thanks to our amazing sponsors and partners. That is going to be Extra Life. Play games to change kids' health and change the future. Join Extra Life today. Click on the banner for that. Corsair, Monster, BetterHelp, Mavix, and last but not least, Nace runs on Dunkin'. Go get yourself some Dunkin' Donuts tonight. I'm gonna need some Dunkin' coffee after this long after this long set. But everybody, we will be back next week for, I believe, the last week of regular season play before the conference play-ins. So everyone, please stay tuned. And again, we have CSGO tomorrow with esports throughout the entire week. So no matter what you like, we have something for you. We will see you all very, very soon. Have a safe night, everybody.